Oh, hello, it's us.
Wow, good job, Pika. Hey there, trainers. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. We have another opportunity for our teams to qualify to ACL through our next two tournaments happening today and tomorrow, which today is going to be APAC East, tomorrow's APAC West. So if you are trying to keep up with one of these two regions, East is today, West is tomorrow. We recommend tuning into both of the play days because I think we're both keen to see who is going to actually make it to the ACL Finals. My name is Dana Lee, and of course joining me is the wonderful Pika Yules. I think you two, you would have seen the both of us actually doing the group stage and Pika Yules for playoffs for ACL. So we've been around for a little bit, you know, we've been following the teams, and we're going to be seeing some familiar faces today for teams that did not qualify to the finals through the official ACL playoffs. But you know, we're always going to have second chances somewhere.
Yeah, and speaking of second chances, let's give everyone a brief idea on what is going to be the roadmap, at least for PUACL Grand Finals. So, C-League has already been done and set in stone already last week. So, we are currently in the Winter Tournament Open Tournament for C teams. And today, just like what Daniel Lee said, we have for APAC East, and tomorrow will be for APAC West. Only the champion team will get their slot for PUACL Grand Finals, which will be in Japan on March 28 to 29. So, the champion team actually for today will get a fully funded trip that's including flight tickets and hotel accommodations for PUACL Finals, which will be held in Yokohama, Japan this March.
Yes, so this is a very high stakes tournament, folks. This is not just any open tournament. There are slots to ACL on the line. So be excited. Look up the teams playing today because you could be seeing our potential ACL champion actually playing in today's tournament, because we don't know if we're going to be seeing any repeat champions from our previous years or from our usual teams, or if we could be getting some new blood coming in and actually improving the Pokemon Unite scene here in Asia. Super exciting times though, Pika. I know we have a few teams that we have our eyes on, especially for today. We will be going a little bit more into depth onto who those teams are in a moment. But is there anyone here? Okay, I want us to kind of like narrow our favorite teams, I suppose, coming into today. Who do you think is actually your favorite team to actually win the entire thing today?
Oh, that's a tough question. Like, I guess if we're talking about teams who got invited to ACLC, I'd have to go for Nemesis. But if not from the three teams competing for today, and actually did qualify through the open tournament last week, I think I'll have to go with the known Symmetry, who's going to be playing later on at this stage. But how about you, Daniel? Who is your favorite team, both from those teams who got invited to ACLC and as well as from those who made it through the open qualifiers?
Okay, so I think I'm definitely going for a bit of a safer pick compared to you, Pika. So it's probably one of the invited teams. But the thing is, at the moment, I'm not 100% sure between Nemesis or EVOS at this point of time, because both teams have their pros and cons. Based off of just ACL, we already know that Nemesis seems to be the much more stable team compared to EVOS. However, we are going to be seeing new teams playing the tournament today, so we're not seeing the usual cast of teams. And we do have, I suppose, a potential different meta happening, and for all we know, maybe this favors EVOS, for example, or maybe it heavily favors Nemesis. Like we won't really know until the first round of games happen. But if I'm gonna have to put my hopes onto a particular team, I hope I'm not cursing them here because I have a terrible curse on my head. It's a certain Filipino team. I'm not gonna say their name because maybe that's how we kind of avoid this. I do still think they're probably the favorites for me, just based off of their consistency in terms of performance, based off of just the ACL groups as well as the playoffs. Because I think they did pretty good considering the teams playing in the playoffs and where they were actually positioned in the groupings.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a very tough road for them, especially that we have new bloods joining in the fray. But of course, for the prize pool, we do have 1,100 for a champion, plus the hotel accommodation and flight to Japan. And as soon as we go into the deeper of the prize pool, everyone will take in with a prize. But for our overview of the playoffs bracket for today, so basically everything at the upper bracket will be live broadcasted, and together with the lower bracket finals. Others from the lower bracket, unfortunately, we won't get to see them live on screen, but games would happen off the camera. But of course, for the schedule, we do have EVOS XL versus DJ Team for our match number 1. Last Dance and Code Unknown Horizons for match 2, FN Esports and Code Unknown Symmetry for match number 3, and Team Nemesis and Code Unknown Fight On for match number 4.
Yeah, and I think some of our viewers are thinking like, who's this Code Unknown? Because there seems to be a lot of Code Unknowns participating in the tournament today. So I think you probably have a better grasp of Code Unknown, Peter. But essentially, it's like the same organization, but they're like sister/brother teams, right? Like they're essentially different teams, but they are under the Code Unknown name. Is that how the org kind of functions?
Yeah, it is. So basically, Code Unknown is a big organization, and they just have multiple teams competing in Pokemon Unite, and I do believe every one of them has the same goal, which is to win the whole thing here in Winter Tournament. But, for now, every Code knows they are all rivals at this point in time, but for sure, we want to see them later on. But let's focus first on our first matchup. It's between DJ Team up against EVOS XL. Both of them are coming from the same region, by the way, Danilee.
Yes, this one I think is going to be quite a surprise to some people out there. So DJ Team is also a team based in Taiwan. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. I know some people are going to be saying, oh, but there's Slash on EVOS FXL. I think let's just consider Slash a bit of an X factor. But the rest of EVOS FXL, they're also based in Taiwan. So I think it's pretty interesting to see a team within the same, 2 teams within the same region playing in their first match against one another. We don't know if they have any scrims that have happened between the two of them, or if this might be their first encounter. So I'm kind of keen to see how DJ Team does against EVOS FXL in terms of like where they stand in the Taiwan Pokemon Unite ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, these players and the team as a whole has been playing a lot of Unite behind the scenes. It's just, EVOS FXL, Shingdi, together with the others, has been dominating their region for how many years already. But, let's not deny these players, the team as a whole of DJ Team has been through a lot more practice, and for sure they have prepared for everything, making them reach this point. And I'm not quite surprised with that, because their first pick was actually a Suicune, one of the Pokemons that has been used a lot during the ACLC in terms of the supporter/defender role. So I'm not surprised here. They definitely did their assignment, and they could be a strong contender here. We'll just have to wait and see how they execute things in this game number 1 against EVOS.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of glad Suicune's sort of coming back, because we didn't see a lot of that. I know the last time I was on the broadcast, it was during the group stage. And Suicune, I think, was almost completely absent. We might have had one game with Suicune, but aside from that, the Pokemon remained relatively unpicked. But I do think Suicune fits really well with where the meta currently stands, with a lot of teams prioritizing all-rounders. I don't think this has been anything that uncommon in Pokemon Unite, but I think recently it has been insane with the number of Mega Pokemon appearing, especially with how Mega Pokemon, most of them I think at this point in time are more or less all-rounders. So I think Suicune, with just the infestation of Mega Pokemon, this could be the X factor that sort of brings people back to safer drafts rather than going for these very ultra greedy Mega lineups. And we only have the Mega Gyarados so far on EVOS FXL's side, which I think is quite surprising. I thought Team DJ Team would have actually picked one up themselves, but they've actually gone for, I want to say, a very vanilla lineup. Very safe. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. The only thing is they don't have a natural healer, but I think a lot of teams are focusing more on stuns and self-sustain rather than having anyone there to heal their team. On the other side of EVOS, though, they have picked up the Alcremie. I think we've seen Chin play this during the ACL group stage as well. I think it had mixed results, right? It wasn't amazing, but there were definitely games where we saw Alcremie really shine in the correct position.
Yeah, especially with the enough support from his teammates, when Slash comes into the front line, definitely could take care of Chin and the back line doing those healings with the Night moves. So I feel like this would really play an important role moving towards this game number 1. But I think that the lineup, going back to DJ team, their draft has been well-rounded, just like what you said. It's more safe compared to EVOS XL, who does have a crazy mega Pokemon on their hand, which is the Mega Gyarados, which really does provide a lot of damage and at the same time decreases the damage with the ability Intimidate. So I think the goal here for EVOS FXL to get a powerful head start, especially they have Miraidon as their attacker, so pretty reliable Pokemons in terms of early up until to the late game. I think that is how they want to put it. Take care of the Mega Gyarados, scale up as fast as they can, and once they have the power spikes, they definitely want to get those knockouts up against DJ team, knowing that they don't have enough healers on the team. It's just a pure defender at the hands of a Snorlax and, you know, just self-sustaining Pokemons.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of come in here and say it's not actually Miraidon for Z-Ray, it's Espeon.
Oh.
So it was a last second change for EVOS FXL's attacker, which does the Espeon pick actually change your opinion on how the lineup functions? Because I know Miraidon has been extremely popular for EVOS FXL for quite a while, but we also know that for the longest time, Espeon has been a hugely successful Pokemon for Z-Ray.
Yeah, I mean, Espeon in general does provide a backup plan when it comes to the setup, especially with its Unite move. The Psychic Solaire does provide a bit of a knock-up for a bit of a second. So I think that they want an emergency or a backup setup in case that, you know, maybe there isn't a powerful ambushes that maybe Xingdi could actually offer for the team. So I think that this is a safe lineup as well coming in from EVOS FXL. They don't have anything crazy when it comes to the setup, but they have a lot of backup. They have a lot of things to play into the picture.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder if this pick was actually influenced because Oma's on the Dodrio. Because if you want to stop a Dodrio, you need that hard disable, and Psychic Solaire is fantastic for that because it's a pretty big AoE disable as well if you're caught within the Psychic Solaire radius. So I kind of like this Espeon last pick here for EVOS FXL. I think the question we now have is, what's the build for this Espeon? Like, is it going to be, you know, is it going to be the focus damage, or are we going to be getting the guaranteed damage? Which it's what do you think would actually be the path here for Z-Ray?
I think when they want to focus on individual lanings, I think it's more on the damage focus. But at the same time, I feel like the highest possibility here is going to be the stored power or the sure hit, simply because that there's a lot of sustain coming from DJ team and they need that consistency.
You're right. Yep, that is the build here for Z-Ray. So he's going to be there for the guaranteed damage. At the moment, Snorlax not looking too good there. Xingdi, they're coming in with the jump. He knows what he's looking for, and they get their first knockout already. In DJ team, the team is reeling. They're very low on health, having to fall back to their goal zone. Chin, nice little juke there, but unfortunately the Alcremie just caught out in the front lines, and also at the same time Xingdi also went down, which is rather unfortunate considering that EVOS played so aggressively there.
Yeah, and actually good adjustment as well from DJ team right after the Rock Tomb has commenced, and it was just isn't over yet. They knew that they have quantity advantage, making them get another 2 sets of knockouts and actually take down the gold zone at the bottom lane.
So a slight fumble, I feel, on the side of EVOS to go for such a risky play. But to be fair, this is a team that does like to try and go for those risky plays to really cash out on some of those fights. Now, there is a focus on that top lane, that Regirock defense buff gets. Oh, Reggie unlucky down bottom. That's going to be secured by DJ. And we do have Xingdi securing that Regirock. I had a little bit of a panic attack there, thinking EVOS was not going to grab it. But the defense buff is there. And it looks like Xingdi will get the knockout again onto that Snorlax. And nice little consolation prize here for EVOS, considering all the things that did happen in that bottom lane. I do want to point out that bottom lane is going to be a bit of a problem for EVOS because they will have to constantly check that lane. The lineup for EVOS really wants to fight as a group, especially when you're running that Crustal. This is a 5-man snowball lineup. You want to fight as 5. But if you look at DJ team's lineup, they do have a Dodrio that can peel away from the team momentarily, push out a lane, or even threaten a goal zone. And it kind of forces EVOS's hand to decide, do they commit into these 5-on-5 fights, or do they have to leave someone behind to deal with this really pesky Dodrio? So Oma has a lot of options here on the Dodrio to really pressure those side goal zones that are exposed for EVOS, or if you're just going to try and go for those full-on 5-on-5 fights. Because DJ, they have really great options for team fighting as well. They've just got to make sure that they're grouped up to be able to win these fights.
Yeah, they actually need to group up. But look at this buying of time from DJ team, being absolutely making sure that they put a little bit of pressure despite EVOS XL taking the goal zone. So there has been a trade happening here in terms of goal zone, but DJ team is still a bit on the lead in terms of the goals scored. But what I love about EVOS XL is that they are a stable team here. They made sure to get the XP and every resources at the forest and able to catch up against DJ team.
Yeah, so at the moment, DJ team's really relying on the Dodrio to sort of carry the team through this mid game. He's level 11 because he's been able to get those back caps and also get some of those stray knockouts as well. So I think for DJ team, this Dodrio could be a really big problem if EVOS XL doesn't figure out a way to brick wall this three-headed Pokemon, because not only is it agile, but it's fantastic at getting those really quick stray knockouts. And Xingdi is isolated and pushed back by the block as well. This should be a pretty quick knockout that does get the secure. Chin was a little bit late. Z-Ray's here as well, throwing out some damage with the stored power. They didn't get the connections there with the Snorlax, but does it really matter? The Registeel does not happen to be stolen by EVOS. It goes to DJ team, and they will continue pushing, getting rid of the Alcremie. And that top goal zone, it's dunzos.
Man, the teamwork of DJ team is looking phenomenally great. And would you look at that? They were able to steal the Regieleki at the hands of the Suicune, despite a lot of Pokemons are better and beneficial for EVOS XL.
That's painful. That is so painful. That was a 2 Pokemon commitment as well on that bottom lane by EVOS. So the steal from Mugshi was great. And now that Regieleki pushing down that bottom lane, EVOS, they're going to have to sit here and guard that goal zone again, meaning that DJ team, they're free to go into their central area, farm up some more wild Pokemon, get some more experience, and really try to push their way into that experience lead, which is what's currently happening. They are leading a little bit in experience. Dodrio is still sitting at the very top at level 13, so I think coming into that Kyogre, if Oshi's Dodrio can hit that level 14, heaven forbid he hits that level 15 mark, he is going to be such a huge threat, especially to some of the squishies on the side of EVOS that don't really have a way to protect themselves from a Dodrio's assault.
Absolutely. And I just love how DJ team fight as a unit, making sure that they get a loophole or bruise their way up against EVOS XL, because that is what has been happening for a lot of fights. And would you look at that? Xingdi is actually pinched down with the block of the Snorlax and making them have the upper hand. Takes the KO against Xingdi, but still 1 minute is left before the Kyogre fight, and DJ team saw what's coming. There could be a sneak score at the bottom lane, and they were able to respond so quick.
They responded so quick. They also denied a 40-point score by the Gyarados as well. So EVOS, they're getting checked at every part of this game so far. I have to say, DJ, they've played this game so well with the assets and Pokemon that they've actually drafted. And I have to also mention, quite surprised at Xingdi's positioning in a lot of these fights. He's been playing quite far forward on his own, which, as a Mimikyu, you can get away with this at times. But you can see DJ team, they're really respecting that Mimikyu pick by always having Pokemon nearby to respond if Xingdi does try to go for that one Pokemon knockout.
Yeah, especially with the power spike of the Shadow Claw, you gotta respect that it can deal a lot of damage despite not having the Trick Rune as the moveset. So I kind of understand why DJ team is really playing it out very safe. They don't want to overextend because they have been getting a lot of wins in the team fight and wants to make sure that the consistency will be at their hands.
Right, so we do have Kyogre here. It's a minute 40 before the game ends, and oh my gosh, the 2-man jump by the Snorlax. Slash is stuck into the wall thanks to the block. Xingdi did caught as well. We do have 77 throwing up the Unite move to heal up his team, but look at that DJ team. As soon as they saw the Unite, they just abandoned the battle. Doju is down for another 10 seconds though, so DJ, they need to hold on. But have a look at where EVOS are. They're going straight for the Kyogre. We do have the Snorlax, but no, 77 on the Alcremie secures the Kyogre. Beautiful zoning by Slash to keep DJ team at bay whilst they finish off the major objective. And now somehow, someway, DJ team has to defend their goal zones. They might be able to do so, but you can see Dodrio coming in over. You go level 13, but doesn't really matter when you're being pursued by that level 13 Gyarados.
Doesn't really matter, and all they need to do is go for the defense. But Shingdi, on the other hand, in the top lane, gets another goal zone for the team, and DJ team needs to get the KOs in order for them to score back up against them. And the primary target will be Shingdi, but he was able to get away ahead of time. Heavy Slam was actually hitting, but not gonna be quite enough to deal the damage and the setup. And this could be another wipe, and EVOS XL would just score at the face of DJ team.
So EVOS, even though things did look a little shaky around that Kyogre pit, this was where experience really comes into play. Because you can see that, yes, they know that as soon as 77 is going to pop that Unite move, most teams just abandon ship. They don't want to fight near the Alchemy because the enemy team has the advantage. But doing so, they zone them away from the Kyogre pit, and that's where Slash comes in. He blocks them off as the rest of the team quickly finishes off the Kyogre, picks up the buff, and everything just goes downhill from there for DJ team. So even though things looked fantastic, the setup from this team from the first 8 minutes was there. When it comes to Kyogre, you can't really afford to be zoned away from the pit because teams at this late into the game can shred Kyogre if they really wanted to.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why EVOS XL was actually able to do such plays into the Kyogre was all because of Slash being able to put some pressure, place the rock tombs, go for the X scissors in order to push away DJ team as a unit. Because we have been seeing DJ team, go in as a unit when it comes to the team fight, making sure no one's left behind. And I think that is what they needed to adjust, especially with these kind of draft that EVOS XL actually use, having the Alcremie. And primarily, only the Dodria could actually flank this Alcremie from behind and be able to take the knockout. But we did not see that quite at the picture. It was more on straightforward gameplays and team fights happening for DJ team. But what I love about them is they come together as a unit, making it so consistent. But, sometimes a bit of adjustment would be actually great for them.
Yeah, so even though EVOS did look a little bit concerning, I think there were definitely some fans out there thinking, oh, is this going to be, one of those disaster game number ones for the team? No, they make the comeback happen. They're able to read the situation correctly, and I think this is where some of that inexperience is really going to come in and maybe hurt DJ team. Like, yes, I think can we both agree? Like, they're definitely mechanically skilled. Like, this is a team that has a lot of potential to really go far in Pokemon Unite. But the one thing that this team is potentially lacking is having either a very experienced captain to guide them and to sort of lead them in these very, very tight situations, or just to get some more experience under their belt, which just playing in the tournament here today, that is going to give them that experience. If they can get enough of that in the span of a best of 3, I don't know, but we'll have to see coming into game 2. How flexible is DJ team? Because if they are capable of suddenly flexing in game number 2 and rolling EVOS in game number 2, we could be in for a very exciting 3-game series.
Yeah, and not just that, Danley, this is a double elimination format tournament compared to what we usually saw in ACLC with the King of the Hill and single elimination group stage. So despite you lose the upper bracket matchup, you still have a second lifeline, which is going to be at the lower bracket. So if they could adjust accordingly into their gameplay and adjust accordingly to whoever they're going up against, then I feel like DJ team has a huge potential of doing a deep run here at the Winter Tournament playoffs.
Oh, very, very possible. I really think just based off of how they played against EVOS, they have a lot of potential to go very, very far. It's just, can they beat EVOS in this first best of 3? Because yes, they can try and do a lower bracket run, but I don't think anybody likes sitting in the lower bracket with the constant threat of being eliminated if you lose down there, right? So if you can stay in the upper bracket, that would be fantastic. But I think as we get ready to load into game number 2 here, folks, I guess we can kind of look at some of the players here on DJ team, and we do have some notes in regards to some of the players on the team. Very little, however, because DJ team, this team is based in Taiwan. They are very new, very, very new in that just looking at the teammates on this roster, only 2 of the players have played in Pokemon Unite tournaments previously. The remaining players on this roster, this is their first tournament. So to see them play so well in this first game, I'm already very impressed. I'm very impressed and I want to see more.
And for sure, they're going to be a scary team in the future after this, experience that they got into the winter tournament, because we already have a brief picture of what they could actually pull off by, getting a great head start, doing a great game up against a team like EVOS XL, who's actually a great contender here in the tournament. Probably the team to watch out for. So I don't see any time that DJ team could just get ahead into their region and maybe a strong contender, not just in Taiwan, but in Southeast Asia as well. So we're excited for game number 2. I hope we do get some adjustment and this team could actually shine a lot.
Oh, they can really shine. They have a lot of potential to shine. It's just this game 2. This is their biggest hurdle at the moment. Not only getting over that game number 2, but eventually, if they can, get that game 3 win over EVOS. But let's focus on game number 2. I want to sort of back DJ team here, because I think this team, they have a lot that's kind of going against them. What did they do right in that last game? I think they did almost everything right? Yeah. Like in the first 8 minutes, they played the game perfectly. They took a lot of objectives, they scored a lot of points, they had that level lead. But kind of walk us through what happened during those final 2 minutes. Like what is this team kind of lacking at the moment, you feel, to close out the game?
I feel like when it comes to their speedster, I don't see any issue with the Do Trio, but depending on the composition of EVOS XL, they do have a Crustle, which actually could narrow down the pathing of the team as a whole, can zone them out. So I feel like if they had a Talonflame a while ago instead of a Do Trio, then I personally think that they have a bigger potential of taking down 77 Shin into the team fights, being able to provide those second chances. So I feel like that's the only thing that's what's lacking in the last 2 minutes. There wasn't anyone in the team that could go for the flank or a pick off knockout. So I personally think that's the only thing that they have to be worried about, especially heading towards game number 2.
Yep. Okay, so just based off of our bans at the moment, DJ team are going for the exact same bans as game number 1. Game number 2 is also the same for EVOS XL, so nothing changing in terms of the bans. Even the first pick is going to be the same here for DJ team. So the Suicune is going to stay for Mugshi. I think the Suicune was a great pick, right?
Yeah.
I think we did see a few times in that previous game that the Suicune really coming in clutch for DJ. EVOS XL, they're going back for that Mega Gyarados, but they're swiping away the Snorlax themselves, which I do find pretty interesting.
All right, Snorlax, we saw it from DJ team a while ago using the Heavy Slam and the block. So I'm not quite sure what Slash would be doing here, but from the item, I do feel like this is going to be the Flail and potentially block. But Trevenant is actually locked in by DJ.
We're back.
Now we all know.
We're back, baby. Say goodbye, global warm. I'm kidding.
Tree. It's the tree. Come on.
It's
Never
the
doubt
tree.
the tree.
No, I'm very glad to see Trevenant sort of coming back into this game. I think Trevenant got a buff recently,
Yeah.
I think. So I'm excited to see some more tree action, because I do think Trevenant is such an underrated Pokemon, even before the buffs.
Yeah, and I think, as far as I can remember, the last update for Trevenant wherein it got a buff was last 2 patches before the adjustment from Meowth actually did happen, wherein the cooldown and the damage from the Wood Hammer has actually been... the cooldown decreased and the damage has been increased as well. So this is quite interesting. We might see the Wood Hammer build and the Horn Leech, but I'm thinking of another possibility here. If they have the same type of gameplay, then it will be a Wood Hammer, but Z-Ray with the Inteleon.
We're back. This is such a game. We are back. I'm so excited for this game. So, context for anyone that doesn't really follow Pokemon Unite, or maybe only has recently started joining us for the esports scene. Z-Ray's Inteleon is something to behold, especially if he's having one of those really good games. Now, the thing is, he's backed up by a really strong roster. So I think we're going to be in for a very exciting game here for Z-Ray on that Inteleon with the... Well, I guess the question is, like, is it going to be Snipe Shot or is it going to be Liquidation? Because that'll be very interesting if he wants to go for Liquidation. Snipe Shot's been the go-to build for quite a while. There was a Liquidation period. But I kind of feel like a Snipe Shot, because you've got enough front line on the team that he's probably going to feel confident enough to sit back and go for those really, really fancy Snipe Shots.
Yeah, I think that's the same case as well, because we are looking at a composition from DJ team who is really self-sustained. So they want that powerful or power spike snipe shots and, just sitting back at the tall grasses. But what I love about the lineup of EVOS FXL as well is that they do have a Mew who would probably play a support role by 77 Chin. So this is actually, has been played before, like maybe a year or two back then in Pokemon Unite. And I do believe this is the first time again that I get to see it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at least for ACL, or rather for Southeast Asia, this is actually, again, the first time in a while that we get to see it. We'll have to wait and see what we saw.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, but it is, I believe, 77 playing that support Mew for the team. I believe he's in the top lane. So it's 77. I have a lot of hopes for this man to just absolutely roll on this Mew. But to be fair, I think the question is as well, how does DJ team respond to what EVOS has picked? Because EVOS, they have, as I said in the previous matchups as well, both teams going for quite balanced lineups, their own self-sustain or focusing a little bit more on that damage. But really nice pick off there on Oma to grab that Snorlax, because I feel like in this particular game, Oma's going to play, just like Dodrio in the last game. He plays a pretty important role in being able to help his team snowball during that early to mid game. Because I think what could inevitably happen here is that if EVOS is the team to kind of lead the charge in this matchup, it's probably going to be a very EVOS favored matchup. So the next best thing for DJ team here to do is they have to do the best of it that they can to snowball and take over the mid game to really have a chance, especially around Kyogre.
But at the same time, I'm quite curious as well. What would be the moveset here for the Trevenant? Because we haven't seen yet just evolve at this moment. So quite excited to see Trevenant back in action here. But we do see Mugshi with the same moveset, providing crowd controls for the team. And there it goes in. It's a wood hammer for their team. Additional crowd control for DJ team. So they are playing the same concept on what they did during game number 1.
Yeah, and that's also going to be a pretty big threat for any of our close-range Pokemon on the side of EVOS. So Gyarados and that Mimikyu need to be quite careful with their positioning. And look at this Oma. I swear, this man picked Scyther because he wanted revenge on Xingdi's on Xingdi's Mimikyu. So I do suspect we're going to be seeing a lot of 1v1s between these two central area players.
Yeah, and it's just about consistency. This Scyther needs to avoid getting knocked out, especially that he's the highest level Pokemon in the fray, so has to be very careful. But he is so confident, knowing that he has a lot of backup, but he was actually unable to score the 30 points. But the spacing is looking great for their team. They might actually get the first set of objective here at top lane. But Green Illusion time to get the knockout.
Yeah, you could. This man knows his Scyther. Just the way that he plays, he's so confident on that Scyther. So I think EVOS, they're going to have to really keep their eyes peeled on Oma's position, because he's going to be able to turn some of these fights around. Now down bottom though, Regieleki goes in, so it's a 330-point dunk and a goal zone break here for EVOS FXL. So even though things didn't go too well in that top lane, at least EVOS do manage to get a bit of a trade happening in the bottom. We do have Oma still hiding around the central area. Mugshi trying to go for the Pokemon steals, but does get knocked out by EVOS FXL, so that's going to be denied. And we're going to have a moment of quiet here. Just a little moment of quiet. We do see Lucario getting taken down, but I think DJ team realizing maybe playing a little bit too hard and too fast here. And yeah, I think this is probably not the best fight to go into, even with a Trevenant. So full on bail here for DJ. They have to leave their support players to go down, but they've got to protect that Scyther. But I feel like Oma, in this particular game, like, yes, his role on that Dodrio was important. I feel like in this particular game, his Scyther is probably even more important.
Really is important, but it is going to be difficult for them to protect this Scyther, especially with the lurking Inteleon at the backline of EVOS FXL that has been doing a lot of damage recently, and we've seen it because of his knockouts, those snipe shots doing almost half the HP of every Pokemon from DJ team. So You know, it has to be a duel between the Scyther and the Inteleon in the late game, just to make sure that they don't have a powerful backline who is able to freely hit at his own will.
We do have a couple of very deadly bushes here on the side of DJ. And it looks like they're going to try and go for a top lane flank. Has been spotted out by the Gyarados, and 94's like, wait a minute, there's 4 players here. He waterfalls, and he's like, oh, okay. So we don't see a battle yet, but we do see Slash coming up there as well, and we see Z-Ray making his way up into the top lane as well. So we are going to be seeing at least a 4-man defense on the side of EVOS to try and go for the objective, even popping the Unite preemptively as well for Z-Ray. DJ team, they do manage to back on out. Oma's very injured, a little bit hesitant to go into the fight. Snapshot connects as well onto that Espeon. So you can see DJ not feeling too confident wanting to go in here because they do realize a lot of the Pokemon are going to be 2 hits. You do get the Regieleki taken down bottom. Up top though, Lucario secures the Regirock. So that's going to be the defense buff going to DJ team. They do manage to get 2 knockouts. It's going to be 2 big ones as well. 3 Pokemon, in fact. The Mew, the Inteleon, and the Gyarados. That's a big bump of experience for DJ, but it did come at the cost of losing Oma on that side though. So DJ, they do get some experience, they get the objective, they're going to try and keep pushing, but you can see Slash doing the best thing you can as a defender. High time for the rest of your team to come on in, and I think DJ, they've overstayed their welcome, and Slash has done his job. They will get some consolation experience, even though things didn't go their way in that preliminary fight.
I personally think that EVOS XL won the fight in general, making sure that Xingdi is the most level Pokemon already in the fray. Level 13, being able to make sure that he scores a lot, but look at that! The Trevenant is still up! Oh my god! He was able to dodge a snipe shot for the 2nd time! But the 3rd time will make it! Z-Ray says, you have been moving a lot. It's finally my time to hit it.
That was a crazy tree. That was a tree with +6 speed, okay? I've never seen a tree that agile before. But it does get taken down. Oh gosh. Okay, we've still got another minute to go before Kyogre is going to be on the field, and they will go for the full commitment there. Okay, Lucario really wanted that knockout. And Slash not looking too happy. Also, Celeb being committed too at the 3-minute mark. So that's going to go on cooldown. We'll be a little bit late coming into that Kyogre fight, but you can see all of a sudden Espeon's like, oh wait, there's a Xingdi. There's a Xingdi. Oh, he's in no man's land. Oh god, the Jukes. The Jukes are crazy.
What
DJ team.
Not just the tree. There we go. Oh, it's happening again.
Dang! Just watching these snapshots, it seems to be a bit of a coin flip. It's like, does it land? Does it hit? Does it not? The deadly move, but very, very accurate as well when it does land.
Yeah, there's a lot of 50-50 in that snipe shots. But look at this. EVOS XL is taking the objective simultaneously. Regieleki secured, but I'm not quite sure for a top pass because that Regirock is looking very dim for them after Oma was able to set a distance up against them. But this gives EVOS XL
10
a
seconds.
time for them to go into the Kyogre's pit.
Okay, so they let the Regieleki walk into that bottom lane. So now the central goal zone is exposed for DJ team. Now the thing is, EVOS, they do have the advantage. They have the central area under lockdown at the moment with Slash and 94 ready to go for the initiation. They do get the blocks up, trying to catch out the Trevenant, but Trevenant, is this the Pokemon you want to catch out first? Woodhammer completely whiffs. They're going to try and take out the tree first, even going for the Woodhammer as well as the Hornby still not down, but they will finally take down that pesky Trevenant. That's the front liner gone and dusted for DJ team. I don't know how they're going to find their way into this next battle. Slash barely alive on such low health. Oma having to come in, but the Mimikyu, the Unite managing to catch up the Scyther, and Scyther's going to go down. That's the huge damage source gone on the side of DJ team.
But they still have Lucario at the back up here, and actually with DJ team able to secure it to get him in a tree knockout, and they might just steal this game up against EVOS XL. Z-Ray is going to score at the top path, but the tree is actually chasing him down.
Oh, this is insane. The steal from the Lucario is so crucial for DJ team to come back into this game. Oh, we are going to a game number 3, it looks like, folks. And we've got 50 seconds left to go. But just with where EVOS currently is, Xingdi's just going to be able to come back. Z-Ray's still gone for another 15 seconds. I don't really see EVOS being able to score another 200 points in this game. I mean, we have Slash coming in to go for the 50-point dunk in the top lane, but he's got a Suicune hot on his heels. If they can somehow stop this, and they do get the stop with the Suicune, I think EVOS, they're probably thinking, okay, guys, this game is probably over. We've got to start thinking about game number 3. What went wrong in that Kyogre fight? Because it looked like it was going to be EVOS's game. They were taking out some pretty important Pokemon on the side of DJ team. It was just the final secure on Kyogre being secured by the Lucario. I feel like being the misplay that might have just cost EVOS that match.
Yeah, I mean, that timing from the Lucario was really beyond perfect for DJ team. AC1 was actually phenomenal in that fight, and one of the reasons why they were able to take a knockout as well in return was they were able to self-sustain themselves the moment that they got the Kyogre because of the healing that it does provide for the team. And you know, it's just them being well distributed in the map. They know when to defend, especially that top goal zone being vulnerable on their hands. So they were able to make sure that there is going to be a defense and there is going to be an offense at the same time happening at the last minute of the game. So really, really well done execution here for DJT. But man, this is a 50-50. This is not supposed to be the case for every game, but you gotta respect how they ended the game.
Big respect. Big respect, especially to Lucario. I've been trying to say Lucario's name, but it's actually a pretty difficult one because they're not all English characters. So in case anyone would like to know Lucario's name, it's, bear with my pronunciation, okay? I do have a piece of paper here, but it's quite long. Koino Ace 1 is Lucario's in-game name.
Man.
Koino Ace 1. And he aced that secure.
Yeah.
He aced it.
Totally aced it for the team, getting the last hit in the Kyogre. All right, this is the last 2 minutes. It was actually great for EVOS XL to pinch down the Trevenant because they knew that if DJ team gets in, they're going to be crushed because there's just a lot of bruisers for EVOS XL, and they do have consistency when it comes to the damage department. But they saw a loophole here once they started the Kyogre. Koino Ace 1 was able to position himself into the tall grass and just get a proper timing.
Yeah, look at him. He is just face tanking the Kyogre. He managed to get him in the team. Insane. Because I don't think EVOS were really paying attention to Lucario. It really did look like they were focusing on the Espeon. They were waiting for the Psyshock to be coming in for the secure, but instead they actually preemptively went for the Psyshock first to set up for the Lucario, which I think was very, very smart because they probably assumed that, okay, Espeon is probably going to be focused. Let's set up for the least suspecting Pokemon in that battle, which was the Lucario. You have to go for smart plays like that if you're up against a team like EVOS. Like, that was brilliant. Brilliant.
Absolutely, and as your execution, I'd have to give my props to DJ team in that game number 2 because, you know, Psyshock in general is a better last hit compared to the Aura Cannon of Lucario, with does have a little bit of a loading time before it actually pops in. So really great alternative when it comes to DJ team being able to make sure that every move counts into their team. Everything is a last hit, everything is a win con. That is what they have been thinking for sure in the background.
And we got a game 3, folks. I think a lot of people are thinking it will be a 2-0. We got a game 3. So adjustments going into game number 3. Like, what's going to be changing for both of these teams? Because they both know whoever loses here is going to the lower bracket. No one wants to go to the lower bracket. Do you think there's going to be any respect fans?
I mean, it is quite possible. Not sure if it is going to be the Inteleon or, you know, the Mimikyu. But for EVOS XL, I think they would go for a consistent ban here, simply because they already know how to handle it. That's for sure. It was looking great for them in game number 2, but they weren't able to get the last assignment to do. So I do feel like it is going to be a same draft. Oh, they're actually going in for the Scyther ban?
Is it the Scyther? Hang on, we got to see if they lock it in. Because their previous bans, they do go for the Scyther ban. Respect to Oma. Respect to Oma. This man is not allowed to play Scyther. But that means Vaporeon's going to be let through because before this, that spot was actually for Vaporeon. So question is, does DJ team go for it? No, they decide to go for the Suicune instead, which makes sense. Does EVOS maybe go for the Vaporeon? Are they maybe thinking about adding Vaporeon to their lineup? Because Vaporeon did get nerfed in the recent update, but nope, 77 just gonna snap up the Vaporeon right for themselves.
And I think it's going to be the awkwarding build if 77 Chin is the ones actually playing this Pokemon. But going back to DJ team, they're going to be getting the Mew once again together with the Snorlax. So first 3 draft from DJ team is very identical through their game number 1 roster, but Shingdi with the Leafeon / with the Mr. Mime, this is going to be a big trouble to DJ team, especially with Shingdi in this Leafeon. That's going to be scary. It could just take out the Mew, it could take out the Dodrio later on in the fights.
Hang on. I want to say this last pick here for EVOS because I feel like this team is up to something. They are up to something and they are about to surprise us with something that's going to blow DJ team out of the water. But what's a Z-Ray pick going to be? It is Espeon, okay. So Espeon's going back into the hands of Z-Ray. We've got the Evolution build. We're just missing a couple of EVs, but that's okay because Umbreon is bad. So we can't have Umbreon's got a bug, in case anyone is wondering. Umbreon is not playable because it's bugged, so there is that. Gyarados could be Gyarados on for now, I guess. You know, it's a fake EV. But looking at the lineup, heavy aggression. I'm expecting a lot of fighting from EVOS XL. Like these, they want to fight, especially with the Mr. Mime. I'm keen to see what Slash is going to be able to do with the Mr. Mime because he is so interesting as a player, especially when he plays he plays a lot of Pokemon that really block areas, block terrain, and Mr. Mime, I feel like out of all the blocking Pokemon in the game, Mr. Mime is probably one of the most offensive blockers in the game. So I'm keen to see what kind of mayhem he's going to cause on that Mr. Mime in terms of not only blocking DJ from winning the game, but what kind of damage he's going to be able to do on that Mr. Mime.
Just have to wait and find out what Slash could actually do with the Mr. Mime. But I do see the game number 3 going down into whoever makes the first move, simply because there's no one in from both teams that could cancel out the crowd controls. I mean, for DJ team, they have Suicune, they have the Snorlax go for the heavy slams, and the freezes. So that's a lot of crowd control. But same thing goes for EVOS XL with Showtime, with Z-Ray's Unite move. So there's just a lot of crowd control from both teams. And the only one who has a full heal here is going to be Oma. So if Oma gets caught off, he could just go away, go for the backline of EVOS XL, or just pick off a knockout for the team. But if not, then it's just whoever makes the first move.
All right, so knowing these lanes and looking at how aggressive EVOS FXL so far are, you can tell that they are looking to just go absolutely ham from the get-go. Although the invade was not successful, we have a Leafeon on the field, and we should very soon have an Espeon on the field as well. So once both of these evolutions are online, I do expect EVOS to really kick it up a notch with their lanes. But for the moment, Shingdi and Slash is going to try and secure the central Pokemon for themselves, grab that experience, just really level up that Leafeon. Because I think in this particular game, Shingdi's Leafeon is, I feel like they're going to be playing extremely hyperactive. He's going to be all over the map, just like he is normally with his Mimikyu, trying to go for those solo pickoffs whenever possible, because Leafeon can do so much damage, not just to single targets, but also multiple Pokemon if he manages to do a multi-man Emerald 2 step. And we have seen this, I believe, I wasn't during playoffs or group stage. It was one of the 2 days. We saw Leafeon just being a nuisance of a Pokemon, reminding me of the nightmares of the Leafeon meta. So it's still a very, very strong Pokemon. And so, yeah, this Leafeon pick, my eyes right now are on Shingdi to see what he's capable of, especially with how some of the squishy Pokemon are on DJ team's lineup.
Yeah, they just have the Snorlax to tank everything, but still they've been doing a lot of damage from the side of DJ team, being able to make sure to get important knockouts up against EVOS FXL. But Raged Rego has just spawned. We haven't seen a priority target yet from both teams, so they've been just getting experience overall, cleaning up the resources, and make sure that they were able to scale up, because DJ team was all over the map a while ago. They were able to put in a lot of points as well in top lane and get those stacks going up.
Okay, so we do have both teams kind of hovering around that central area, but Reggie Drago looks like is going to be controlled by DJ team, so EVOS abandoning ship for now. And they're just going to focus on grabbing those levels. I'm a little bit concerned here, Pika, because I think for the past couple games, we've really seen DJ team kind of, not fully, but definitely sit in the driver's seat for, I want to say, half the games. We haven't really seen EVOS fully take control of the match from the laning stage. I kind of wonder if they can somehow just take full control of the game. Would this be the winnings condition that EVOS needs to secure the game? Because like at the moment they're running evolutions, I would have expected them to be a little bit more aggressive in their plays, but they're toning it down a bit. They're focusing more on lanes rather than trying to go for these objectives.
Yeah, that is a bit concerning as well, especially that Slash is the only one here at the bottom lane. But Zero is actually able to go for the respawn. Psychic Solaire to 4 members, but there is no follow-up. But at the price, it's EVOS XL getting the Regieleki, putting some pressure into the Blaziken, and they might actually take down this top lane goal zone.
All right, goal zone is down, so that's going to be the speed flux up there, gone for DJ team. Maybe that's what EVOS FXL want. Remove the map control by getting rid of the goal zones and that speed flux, and then really slow down DJ's team's ability to reinforce in those battles and be able to heal on the goal zones. So right now we do see some rotations of our EVs in that bottom lane here for EVOS FXL. DJ team does have a lot of their team down that bottom lane, so it's quite risky for them to attempt anything here. Shindy though, thinking about going into the back lines, trying to go for the Mew, but the blink back is there. The eject button saving the Mew's life, and so far, no guaranteed knockouts. And that's going to be an ambush failed again for EVOS FXL.
A nice usage of the eject button as well to go away in the fight. DJ team making sure that the Emerald 2-step ambush will not be successful for EVOS FXL, making them have a breathing room for at least a minute to get their resources, and you know, just a guarantee for them that a fight would not break through, because you need that Unite move from Leafeon in order to have a higher chances of getting those KOs that EVOS FXL needs.
Looks like we do have 2 Pokemon caught. Really beautiful wall there by Slash, but the Dodrio manages to make it on through, and Snorlax also managing to slip on through too. So that's going to be another failed ambush from EVOS FXL. Yeah, they're not successful ambushes, but I do think this is going to make DJ team kind of sit back down a little bit and not feel too confident being able to move around the map, thinking and knowing that maybe someone's waiting for them in the bush. Dodrio though gets a solo knockout onto that Leafeon, which I think is a really big knockout for the team, because Leafeon was the 2nd highest level Pokemon on the map alongside the Blaziken.
Speaking of that, there goes multiple Unite moves here from both teams. Psychic Solaire was actually able to pop in, but the Regirock goes at the hands of DJ team, and Blaziken keeps on going for the Fire Punch, expecting that he would get a knockout, but there is 4 members from EVOS FXL, and Kai1 is left alone here. That is going to be a double KO for EVOS FXL, and they have been providing a phenomenal teamwork.
Oh my gosh, that Blaziken. And that was next to 4 Pokemon. I think if he had any kind of support from his team, that could have been 2, maybe even 3 knockouts before he got eliminated. Just goes to show the survivability of that Blaziken if left alone. That's what we can see when he's left alone. So I think in these upcoming battles, especially around that Kyogre pit, I think that's what we're going to be seeing, where that Blaziken really shines in terms of Pokemon being grouped up, being able to deal that damage. Down bottom, though, we do have a bit of a kerfuffle happening so far. Dodrio almost getting caught by Slash, using the Unite move to get out of there as well. Great use of the triple trample. We do still have the block being used to stop EVOS from being able to pursue. They're back onto the goal zone now. And now the question is, does EVOS want to push this? They're thinking about it. The team is coming in. Psychic Solaire being used as well. They get the knockout onto the Suicune, and I think EVOS, they have successfully conquered the goal zone, and they're going to be able to break it as well. With a minute to go, Kyogre's about to spawn, and DJ team, they're missing both of their tier 1 goal zones, so the speed flux and the healing from those goal zones are not going to be there when they need it most.
I think that the Blaziken knockout from EVOS XL is what they needed to get the power spikes off the team, and it is really being felt before the final stretch. They are actually able to secure this Regieleki as well, which will be putting a pressure towards DJ team, you know, making sure that they repel this one back, and this would give an ample time for EVOS XL to put their positions into the Kyogre's pit, get the last batch of wild Pokemons and to their side, and just overall get a huge amount of advantage. But DJ team, on the other hand, they know that it is going to come to that position or to that point, but they do have a lot of last hits. They have triple trample as well to directly go into the fight. They just need the cooldown to be up because it is not present for now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to buy time. 77 so far, trying to do the best that he can to keep DJ team zoned away. And Xingdi was spotted as well from that try attack, so really great scouting coming through for Oma. But you can see right now, DJ, they're hesitant to break through the bushes at the moment because they know the EVOS FXL. They want to jump on them with all the AoE disables that they have at their disposal. And EVOS, they know they're leading in points too, so it's up to DJ team to find that angle to either cut through EVOS or to just go for Kyogre. And it looks like Kyogre might just be the objective here. They're trying to avoid the fight. They have the block there. Need to fight these Snorlax, but all of a sudden, EVOS XL collapsing onto DJ team. Suicune is gone, Blaziken is gone. There's no more Dodrio. It's just a Mew and a Snorlax against a whole roster of EVOS FXL. There goes the Mew. The only Pokemon here to go for a steal of any kind is the Snorlax, but Sumi comes in for the early use. Oh, that's gonna be it. DJ team, the thought was there, the idea was there, but the execution just wasn't what they were looking for.
The notification from the triple trample alerted EVOS XL to determine what is going to be the game plan for DJ team, and they were actually able to have a bunch of time to take the KOs at the opposing team. But it's not quite over yet. They need to put some scores here despite them leading. Can DJ team do a defense? I'm not quite sure because Xingdi was able to put 100, and this puts them up by 300.
Oh, that's going to be it. 3 Pokemon gone. It's just Dodrio and Snorlax left against a full roster of EVOS FXL. And with 5 seconds to go and a few more 100 points being thrown into the pit, EVOS FXL secure their spot and will move on through to the upper bracket rounds.
This is going to be a scary team. DJ team, despite dropping the series against EVOS FXL, I feel like they're going to be doing a deep run into the lower bracket. This is a team to watch out here, Danley, and all the Pokemon trainers watching in the live stream. But hey, congratulations to EVOS FXL for advancing into the upper bracket semifinals of the Winter Tournament qualifiers to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. And they just have to wait out who is going to be the winner of the matchup right after this between Last Dance and Code Unknown Horizon.
I know a lot of people were expecting this best of 3 to be a 2-0 sweep in favor of EVOS FXL, but to go to 3 games, I think we do have to give a round of applause to DJ team. I do think Absolutely. They outperformed our expectations. Yeah. I wasn't really sure what to really expect from this team to begin with. Aside from the 2 teams being from the same region, there wasn't really any data for us to sort of play with online, aside from just knowing that 2 of the players, in case you guys wanted to know, so it's Bubuta and Koino Ace1. These are the 2 players that have a history of competing in Pokemon Unite. But the rest of the team, they're all brand new to competitive. So to see this team do so well with so much new blood on the roster, it really makes me think, what could we see from the team if they were given more time to refine their playstyle, to get a little bit more experience, to be able to get some scrims in with some of those bigger, more experienced teams? How far could this team go? Because I think what we're seeing right now, this is their raw skill. This is what they've been able to cultivate up until this point. But, you know, it's just like going to school. Like, if you have talent, refine the talent. And then you're going to be able to go and reach even higher places than you would have if you weren't really able or really given the opportunity to really go that far. Not to say that we need to say goodbye to DJ team, folks, because they will be playing in the lower bracket. So there is a possibility that we're going to be seeing them again later on today. But for that to happen, they all need to win every single one of their matches in that lower bracket until the lower bracket finals. That will be the next time we could possibly see them, and if they win that, then we're going to be seeing them in the grand finals. So DJ team, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this team moving forward, but we're certainly impressed.
Yeah, and this is going to give a jump scare to the other teams who's watching the broadcast as of now, because definitely for sure other teams who's just sitting at the moment would have to watch the broadcast to determine what kind of team they might face at the later part of this tournament. So definitely all the other teams out there, FNE Sports, Last Dance, Code Unknown, Team Nemesis, they have to watch out. Because there's a lot of odds that they could actually go up against DJ team in this tournament, whether they win or lose their upcoming games.
Yeah, so I mean, we get a bit of a taste of DJ team. We'll have to see if we see them again later on. But for EVOS XL, we will be seeing another game of theirs happening later today. But we got to get through our first round of matches first. So we are going to be getting ready for our next matchup, folks. Which, if I have my schedule open here,
Last Dance.
The next matchup, Last Dance, going up against which Code Unknown is Code Unknown
Horizon.
Horizon. Okay, sorry, we've got a lot of Code Unknown playing today. Yep, that's going to be our next best of 3, but we are going to go for a 5-minute break, folks. We'll see you after this as we get the lobbies ready for game number 2. See you, trainers. Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. We're just getting ready to start game number 2 for today. It's just the first round of games, so if you think you're late, don't worry. You might have missed one best of 3, but you can go back and watch those in the VODs. You've still got a lot of games to go today. So we haven't really revealed where everyone's going to be on the leaderboard as of yet, but we did get a bit of a taste after that first game. Our next matchup, though, is between 2 teams that you may or may not be familiar with. It is Last Dance versus Code Unknown Horizon. If you are following the Filipino scene, just like PQs, you might be very familiar with Code Unknown, as they have several teams playing today. But for Last Dance, so I know we were kind of curious to know who Last Dance was, and based off of the information that we were given, Last Dance is from South Korea, and there is no data on these players. So either they are new, or they might be some super secret, very, very talented Unite team or players that we are not familiar with, because we don't really get to see a lot of Korean tournaments. So I think this could be a pretty interesting matchup to see where Last Dance kind of stands on the hierarchy today, if they're able to compete with Code Unknown Horizon. Because Pika, I'll let you do the intro for Code Unknown Horizon. Who is this team, and who are the well-known players on this roster?
All right, Code Unknown Horizon, probably one of the teams that, is an upcoming team or really being well known in the Philippines already, which is, I do believe it's being led by Hey and Guren, one of the seasoned pros already when it comes to the Pokemon Unite scene, especially at the Philippine region. So they will be anchoring this team, that is for sure, because for those who don't know, Guren, he has been competing since since Reach AO's regionals. He has been already there in the scene, so just goes to show that there is a lot of expectations, seasoned pros. But hey, Last Dance is they're going up against. I am not quite sure here, Daniel, because we saw Last Dance in Korea before interregional qualifiers for WCS, and their roster was former Team K, who competed last year as well into the winter tournament. So I'm not sure if they just renamed themselves and just be anonymous for today, but just have to wait and see. It's Last Dance we're talking about. They could be unknown to probably the best team here, but hey, seasoned pros, Code Unknown has that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are probably looking at Code Unknown thinking that this should be the team to win, but Last Dance, who knows? This could be Code Unknown Horizon's Last Dance. We'll have to see what that draft is going to look at the moment. In case anyone is curious, Meowth is playable today. We did double check this with the admins as well, so we could be seeing some Meowth action, but we do get it banned in this particular game, so no Meowth for this best of 3. Double Defender opening though from Code Unknown Horizon. Slowbro and Snorlax. I have to say, pretty interesting opening. Already getting their utility out of the way, alongside Last Dance also getting their Vaporeon. But what's going to be the follow-up for these defenders? We do have the attackers set for Last Dance with the Mewtwo Y, still a very popular mega Pokemon, because we did see a lot of nerfs to our megas recently. And Psyduck, I don't think there's ever going to be a time where Psyduck is not usable, so we're just going to see the Duck again. The Duck is back.
Man, just a powerful Pokemon overall, but all-rounders and defenders already lock in for Code Unknown. So from their picture or their current draft, they are looking really strong when it comes to the self-sustained Pokemons. And we're just looking at an attacker here for their team. But Last Dance, on the other hand, they are more general. And I do feel like this is somehow the trademark of their region. But Azumarill?
I am so keen.
Interesting.
I'm so keen. This is not interesting. This is astounding. This is definitely something. So
yeah,
I'm very excited to see Azumarill, because this is a Pokemon that you almost never see in competitive. I don't think there was ever a time where Azumarill was ever considered better, because there were just so many other Pokemon that did what Azumarill did but better. So to see Last Dance pick this up, very, very interesting choice. They have their attacker already sit with the Mewtwo Y, so it's not really going to be playing that attacker role. You have the Blaziken there for secure and AoE damage, as well as that mobility, so I can see that happening. So I kind of wonder here, what is the role for Piachu? What is Piachu's goal here? Is he going to be there to zone the frontliners for Code Unknown Horizon? Because we know Azumarill in the past, what does the Pokemon do? Consistent damage. It's consistent sustained damage. It's not a Pokemon that's going to get knockouts through big damage. That's just not how the Pokemon functions. So I kind of wonder if the Azumarill pick, is this Pokemon picked up to pressure the Snorlax and the Slowbro? Because these Pokemon want to be in the front lines, but if you're sitting in the front lines, that's free damage for Piachu to just really go ham. And even Gyarados is going to be threatened with this as well. So this Azumarill pick, I'm looking at this, I'm kind of hoping this is the sign. Like all of a sudden I was like, oh wait, Azumarill good again. And we're going to be seeing more of this Pokemon. But last dance, we'll see if this is going to be Azumarill last dance, because this might be its only chance to tango.
All right, let's give everyone a bit of a refresher. So the ability of an Azumarill is called Huge Power. So when this Pokemon hits only a single enemy with an auto attack or a move of their Unite move, the hit is always a critical hit. So we might see those power spikes, those critical hits coming from the Azumarill. So that is going to be the expectation here for Piachu playing for Last Dance.
Did I just see, this is also a central area Azumarill as well. So the Piachu is going to be a pretty key role in his team composition. Okay, Piachu, all eyes on you, man. Okay, you are about to potentially revive a Pokemon that's been gone for such a long time. But so far, Piachu, I like that they actually picked up this Pokemon, because Azumarill is such a fast evolving Pokemon, and right from the get-go at level 4, when it gets the Aqua Tail, it is a pretty deadly Pokemon if you don't give it the respect and space that it deserves. So Piachu, we'll have to see if they can zone out the Aqua Tail doing big damage, and the setup with the teeth as well. We do get the Combuskin evolution as well, and now Ray is regretting everything. And Piachu is just running over all of Code Unknown Horizon. You don't underestimate the blue bunny. You don't underestimate the blue bunny. Oh my gosh.
I personally think that this is beyond unexpected for Code Unknown Horizon, especially when it comes to the region of the Philippines. This hasn't been played for so long, and not just in the Philippines, but, in Pokemon Unite as a whole, globally, we're talking about that, Danley. And Last Dance has been doing so well, controlling the map at the premises of Code Unknown, so Code Unknown has to watch out for this blue bunny.
Yeah, and you can see already Piachu, he's really using his Aqua Tails not only to just dish out damage, but also to zone and threaten Pokemon that might be coming his way. So I like the creativity right now for Piachu and his use of that Azumarill, because of that early game, they already have their Blaziken fully evolved, now at level 7, just collecting more experience. And then down bottom, they will eventually bring that Azumarill in. Hosea going to be jumped on, unfortunately, will be taken out by that Mimikyu, but here comes the Azumarill, gets the counter knockout. They should be able to grab one more as well before the Snorlax gets on out. That's a double knockout for the Azumarill, who's now at level 7, third highest level Pokemon in the game as well, and they're going to just continue barreling down this bottom lane.
And they have the mobility to do it together with the crowd control that the team has. So Last Dance is just keeping up with the pressure. If you notice, they are always forwarded into the fights. They always make sure that they are going to be the ones to put the pressure up against Code Unknown. Despite Code Unknown is actually sitting down into their goal zone, they are not scared, and they are going to be getting those goals in their team.
That was super interesting. Oh, the belly bash. I think it was the Slowbro that got hit by the belly bash, or was it the Mew? I think the Mew actually ejected. It was very, very fast. We're already starting to see this very early spike from that Azumarill. This Azumarill is turning into an issue, and while that's all happening, Blaziken is just having an absolutely free game in the top lane. Look at this Gyarados at the mercy of a level 9 Blaziken. They had Gurren there, but you can see Gurren being knocked out on that Mimikyu, and all of a sudden this top goal zone is going to be massively overdunked. 37-point overdunk by that Blaziken. And Last Dance, this might be Code Unknown Horizon's Last Dance.
Oh, it could be. But at the same time, Code Unknown Horizon has been doing trade in terms of the scoring department. Not very equal, but this 80-point deficit is not that big. It is really much that you could overlap it anytime soon. So they just have to be very careful, especially that Last Dance has been doing so much aggressive plays. But here comes the Snorlax being able to pull off a huge block for the team. But that Dance is actually self-sustaining themselves as well because of the Aqua Ring that the Vaporeon is actually providing for the team, making it possible for them to get multiple knockouts again.
And Last Dance, they are extending their point lead now, 225 to 109 points at the halfway mark in this game as well. You can see Last Dance really capitalizing on this early game power that the Azumarill set up for the team. Now, this is not to say that Code Unknown, they can't come back. They do have the potential to absolutely steal those objectives and get those counter knockouts themselves. They've just got to find solutions to not only break through the front line here for Last Dance, but also catch up that backline damage. How do they figure out a way to catch out the Mewtwo away from his team? You can see Gurren, he was thinking of going for a flank. Does go around though, does take some damage. Regieleki is still there. We do have the Snorlax. Oh, failed block, however. That's very unfortunate. Forced into using the Unite move. Does manage to get the first hit. Second one doesn't connect. Belly Bash is there. They force out the Unite onto the Mew. And Mew tries to surf them back. You can see Last Dance, they knew what was going to happen. So the team goes for a tactical retreat. And Code Unknown, you know, they committed several Unites to try and get those counter knockouts, but just unsuccessful.
But I think as well, Code Unknown Horizon is forcing to have a team fight and maybe get those XPs up against them, knowing that they're just behind by a level, making them so confident. That's why Ray has been providing some setups as well for their team, because they know that they have a shot. They know that they could win a team fight. It's just Last Dance has been putting a lot of pressure as always.
They have been. All game, I feel, this team has been able to pressure Code Unknown Horizon into really uncomfortable positions. They do get the goal zone, though. So Code Unknown, they do manage to take away one lane advantage here on the side of Last Dance. But is it going to come at the cost of 3 Pokemon? They have to use the Slow Beam on that Blaziken. They can't quite finish him off, though. He's still got too much shielding. Block is there to catch out that Blaziken. Where's that final damage, though? It looks like Code Unknown Horizon, the entire team gets absolutely swept in a tsunami of water Pokemon.
Man, that was actually a strong contender. If you're going to take a look at it, Piachu was just tailing with Cloud, making sure that he gets the healing with the Aqua Ring. You know, just to be able to be online into the fight and just use unlimited Aqua Tails up against Code Unknown Horizon. And that actually gives the other members of Last Dance to get those XPs that they need. It's actually not the Azumarill who has been a huge threat in the fights, but rather he has been making room for his teammates to get the XP that they need.
It's insane. Now we do have a huge buff in the way of Last Dance. That Reggie, Steel Bee, they have an attack buff, so if Code Unknown want to try and fight into this, things could get very hairy, and it's at the 2.5 minute mark, so this is a very deadly fight.
No
this does
way.
break through, and they're thinking about it. They do commit the power nap as well, catching out a lot of Last Dance, but that means it's not going to be available for Kyogre. That was a big commitment from Code Unknown Horizon. I don't know how they're going to do it. They have to delay that Kyogre fight somehow to get that power nap back online, and hopefully this next fight, when they have all their Unite moves, this is the game-winning fight, because if they fumble this next fight, I think it's over.
I think it's over as well, but how can they recover from this? They have complete roster here. They are blocking the path of Last Dance because they know that this is an aggressive team, but overextending might actually result into something bad. But at the same time, they already got 2 knockouts because of they're so aggressive. And here comes Golden Horizon collapsing one by one. Dragon's Current is actually used by Hate just to push them back, but that will give Last Dance a room to start the Kyogre. But there is last hits available for Golden Horizon. Will they actually be able to take it? They are just waiting for the opportunity. They actually did get it. Last Dance has to back away. They have to defend the goal zone. This is a complete roster from Horizon.
Oh, that is absolutely insane. And the fact that Last Dance, they weren't able to deny that as well. They have Pokemon that can absolutely out-secure. So to let the Gyarados get the steal, that was crazy. Now the thing is, can they score those points? They are still currently behind 18 points. They will get that first 100 in. So it's 244. Code Unknown Horizon now leading. But look at this, a counter 100 by the Azumarill in that bottom lane. So Code Unknown is not over yet. They have to figure out a way to get more points in those goals.
And the Kyogre buff has ran out into the goal zone, so Last Dance could recover their HPs once again once they are intact on the radius of the goal zone. But here comes Code Unknown Horizon. They're focusing on the top pass. Psyduck is missing in the action. Dragon's Current actually used, enable for them to have a room to score, but that is not quite enough yet. Here comes Last Dance. Let's get pushing even further. Trying to push them back, and they got the lead already. But is this actually enough? 15 seconds. No one is back happening. Go to the Horizon keeps up pushing, and they don't want Last Dance to do the backup, and they stole the game.
They've stolen the game away. The Gyarados are stealing away the Kyogre, scoring the points, even though Last Dance thought that getting Piachu's 100 was going to be enough to get them across that finish line. You have to respect the Kyogre. You have to respect any Pokemon from the enemy side being around that Kyogre pit, because steals are always going to be possible. Hey, saving the game for Code Unknown, where things looked like it was in dire straits.
That was crazy. It was a beautiful match. Ray, despite overextending, he was providing setups for the team. It might not look fancy at other angles, but he made sure that his team was able to go for a follow-up and do what they had to do. And with that, they were able to take away the game.
That steal from Hay, that wasn't supposed to happen. It was not supposed to happen. I kind of wonder what happened to Last Dance, because they did see a few Pokemon from Code Unknown hovering around the pits, right? Like they knew there were Pokemon, they were ready to go for the steal. But I think we also have to look at the other side. Like Last Dance, they had several Pokemon that probably could have gone for the steal themselves. So I kind of question, did they maybe focus a little bit too much on trying to get the knockouts rather than just out-securing the other side? Because it's not that easy, really, for a Gyarados to out-secure some of these Pokemon on Last Dance's side of the map.
I'm still trying to think what went wrong as well for Last Dance. I mean, Piachu has been doing a lot of damage, and if I saw that one correctly, that was 109k.
Yes.
That's a huge damage if you're going to think of it. Six-digit damage is no joke, but at the end of the day, you know, I think Code Unknown Horizon does know the timing as well. You know, they didn't collapse as a unit. They make sure that one is still up and online for the team. I think that was actually the Mew and the Gyarados as far as I can tell. So Hay was actually able to self-sustain himself with the Unite move, and Fervor, on the other hand, with the Mystical Mirage, was actually able to go in, do a little bit of crowd control up against Last Dance, and Hay with the perfect timing to get inside the fight and get the last hit into the Kyogre.
It was, if I'm not mistaken, that was also a Dragon Breath steal from the Gyarados.
It is.
So, look, I'm not... Last Dance's execution for 90% of the game was perfect. Mm-hmm. I really think they just kind of lost the plot around that last fight in the Kyogre pit, which is totally understandable. Fights around the Kyogre pit get extremely claustrophobic, there's a lot happening, and if you see someone trying to go for the steal, you kind of want to focus on knocking them out first before you secure the objective. But I think we saw one of the risk factors of doing that, where if you narrow down trying to get those eliminations, is anyone paying attention to Kyogre's health bar? Do you have your backup secure to out-secure the other side? So I think just maybe some inexperience coming in here. I want to say it's inexperience, but again, we don't really have too much historical data on Last Dance to say whether this team really is new, or maybe it's a bunch of old players that maybe took a bit of a break and they've decided to come back and they've qualified for the winter tournament. They play great. I want to see this next game be more or less a copy of what we saw in that previous matchup. I think if they can just somehow tighten up their game around that final, the last 2-minute mark, Last Dance, I think they might have been able to perfect their playstyle. They've just got to tighten it up at the end there.
Why do you feel like I'm still watching EVOS XL versus DJ Gaming?
You think so?
Yeah, it was the exact same story wherein this team controls the game and the other one steals it away from them. That is what actually happened as well a while ago, but this is a different set of matchup, so you gotta watch out for it. So Code Unknown Horizon decides to take away the Psyduck. So it has been very useful for Last Dance a while ago, making sure that they get a little bit of crowd control. And Code Unknown Horizon gives up the Snorlax for the team, instead gets the Psyduck from the roster of Last Dance.
Okay, so a little bit of a swap-a-roo. Unless Last Dance want to pick something else up instead. I think the Mewtwo Y is guaranteed, but they... Ooh, we're going to be seeing Blastoise come into the fray here for Last Dance. Okay, so they got a lot of AoE crowd control in the form of the Blastoise. They have the Vaporeon that's going to sit on the front line, so Hosea on the Mewtwo should be more or less protected in a lot of cases. But what's the counterplay here for Code Unknown? Because they've only revealed their front line, and they go for the Gyarados, and they're thinking of Empoleon for Ray here. And oh no! Oh, they go for the Machamp instead. This is interesting. This game suddenly got extremely interesting.
I mean, we saw Machamp work before in ACL. They do go for the submission kit. It provides a huge amount of damage and crowd control as well. So I personally think that the reason why they got this Machamp is for Piachu, just to isolate the 1v1, avoid those splash damage with the Aqua Tail. So I think that is going to be the goal here for Code Unknown Horizon. I'm not sure if they have a secondary execution for this Machamp, simply because this Mewtwo Y is just going to sit at the back, and it is really hard to reach because it has the teleport. And I personally think that Gurren is actually the ones taking care of the Mewtwo Y.
Okay, so Gurren is going to be taking care of Mewtwo. I kind of want to also mention for the Machamp, do you think the Machamp, it's not just to pull out the Azumarill, but maybe do you think it's also to maybe hinder the Blastoise? Because I know this is also a classic counter for Blastoise back in the day. If teams decided to go for the Rapid Spin, being able to pull Blastoise out of the Rapid Spin, is this maybe a solution? I don't know about the interaction, but Blaziken, because we also know that Blaziken recently got a nerf to Overheat, where now it's not unstoppable, it's hindrance resistance. Can you actually pull a Blaziken out of Overheat now?
Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll find out. Okay,
we'll find out.
Because all of a sudden, this change might make Machamp suddenly a S tier pick against those Blaziken picks.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Blazekins lately in global appearances. So, you know, Machamp does have to excel in a lot of terms and conditions. You know, it's very situational, but in general, I personally think this is a good pick as well. So, let's see if Code Unknown Horizon could close out the series against Last Dance in Game 2.
I am so excited. I want to see the build for this Machamp as well. I'm assuming it's submission, but if it's... I don't think it's Dynamic Punch. I don't think we've ever seen Dynamic Punch Machamp. I feel like it's going to be that submission. Machamp set up for the team, set up for the Talonflame and the Gyarados to come in and do that cleanup. We'll leave it up to Fervor here as he decides what he wants to do, just kind of scouting out, scoring points, and Ray soaking up all that delicious damage. And I think we're going to be in for a little bit of a slow laning stage until we have some of those central area Pokemon get those evolutions. And Talonflame is going to be in for a heck of a battle up against a Azumarill and Piachu. He's still doing some big damage. Oh, and even the basic attack from the Vaporeon following that poor Talon. Like the Fletch, is it Fletchinder or is that the first evolution? Fletchinder. I forgot the name of the second evolution. Not a good time for the bird.
Not a good time. But I'm curious as well from the Machamp, because you were thinking it a while ago, because it does have the Rapid Fire Scarf, which provides an attack speed. So really, really interesting build as well. But cross-map trade is actually happening at the moment. Last Dance focusing at the bottom lane, and Code Unknown Horizon focusing at the top lane. So this is how we see Code Unknown Horizon play for 2 games consistently. They just make sure that there is going to be a trade and avoid the pressure into the scoring department.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Dawn is going to be a bit of a nuisance here for that Combusken, just going to try and steal those buffs. And I do believe Dawn actually stole that buff there. Oh my goodness, this duck. Such a pain in the backside. Just got stolen back there by Ivy on that Vaporeon. So yes, they didn't manage to get it on the Combusken. That's okay. Get it on the Vaporeon instead, who now wants to join Piachu in that bottom lane just to zone out this Slowbro. and eventually catch out this Machamp who's trying to get out of here. But look at this though, reinforcements are coming back in for Code Unknown. They get the Vaporeon, which is a very big knockout, and Gyarados comes in as well. So we're already starting to see a very big change in playstyle for Code Unknown, realizing that last game, I think their weakness was really just not being grouped up as a team. But the counter from Last Dance, they bring in the Mewtwo as well. So both teams, I think we're now going to be seeing a lot of team battles, especially in this matchup. 4v4s, 3v3s, and a lot of 5v5s. Belly Bash being used to take out the Psyduck.
That was actually worth it. It gave an opening as well for Last Dance to take the gold zone at the bottom lane and eventually get the objective at the bottom lane as well. So that is going to be a... not the Regieleki. I think the Regieleki spawned in the top lane. I cannot quite see it yet, but the cry actually did occur here in top lane. So yes, Regieleki is going to be on top. Last Dance gets the additional defense, and Gurren takes away the pressure from the Regieleki.
All right, so Last Dance, they do need to be a little bit careful here. They don't really want to commit into Code Unknown. Just focus on the Regieleki, ensure that their goal zone is going to be safe, but it's going to come at the cost of that Regidrago, which is a little unfortunate for Last Dance. But this is good news for Code Horizon. I do think that after that first game, this team kind of woke up. You know, they had that little motivational speech thinking, okay, game number 1 was a bit of a disaster. Let's tighten things up. The ship is leaking. And yeah, their submarine is looking not fully bomb-proof, but their submarine's looking pretty good so far. You can see the team is definitely functioning, I feel, a lot better than game 1. Game 1 was all over the place.
Yeah, it is actually looking better for Horizon, but at the same time, it is still Last Dance putting the pressure up against them. But what I love about Code Unknown Horizon now is a while ago they had the scoring prowess, and they were able to put some pressure against Last Dance, but Last Dance saw that one coming. They know that the score might happen anytime soon, making them being an aggressive team here, getting KOs back to back to back.
Yeah, I don't really know if Code Unknown is going to be able to make that comeback fully happen until they can start getting some levels, because one thing we are starting to see grow between these two teams is that level gap. Last Dance sitting on a level 10 and level 11 for their 2 key Pokemon, whereas for Code Unknown, none of their Pokemon have broken into that level 10 territory. So they need to figure out how to get this experience, whether it be through knockouts or picking up those objectives, because the further they fall behind, the late game possibilities for Last Dance is much better looking than Code Unknown at the moment. They're trying to go for a bit of a zone in that bottom lane, but I don't know if they're going to be able to grab anything. They do bring the Talonflame. Beautiful use of the Hydro Pump to stop the Talonflame in its place. They do finally manage to catch one out at least. There goes the Azumarill, a level 11 Pokemon out of the picture. And down, it's a Registeel down here as well. This is the fight Code Unknown needs to win.
They need to win this, but the last hit actually did go for Last Dance, giving him an attacking prowess once again. And that will be able to make a conversion, getting the knockouts up against Horizon, and they are going to rotate to get the next objective in top lane.
That's huge, because that's going to be an attack buff for Last Dance, making it easier to get secures and easier to get knockouts if a fight does break through. Oh, Last Dance, they're looking so... even though they've more or less drafted the same Pokemon as that last game. Code Unknown, it's not over yet though. They are leading this match in terms of wins, so they can potentially lose this game and go to a game 3, but if you are somebody that's cheering for Code Unknown, I can feel there is uncertainty. You do get a catch onto the Azumarill. Beautiful use of that slow beam, just what they're looking for. That is huge. And we do have the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon going to be used, but it's a defensive one. Cloud is going to be able to survive, but can they get something significant? It's just Psyduck, so it's not too bad, but it could have been better.
Could have been better, but Last Dance, on the other hand, making use of their movesets in order to retreat back and reset as a unit. That is what they have been doing a while ago, and it is so consistent up until this point. Hydro Typhoon to defend and just go for the reset, and right now they're looking for an opportunity to get them knocked out. And here comes the Blaziken, but gets pulled by the telekinesis. What a phenomenal execution here by Code Unknown Horizon, and they were able to go for the submission up against the Blaziken, but it is still alive, finally taken out in the picture. It's only the Blastoise that is left with the support of the Vaporeon.
We're starting to see submission really coming in clutch for the team, but I think Code Unknown, if they want to keep this lead that they managed to slowly start to pick up, they're going to have to back out. Don't give any more experience away to Last Dance. They're still chasing that slow bro. PUACL definitely playing very far forward for the team. They're actually going to sacrifice that top goal zone, so that's not going to be available for that last 2-minute stretch, which I think Code Unknown are okay to sacrifice because they don't have to worry about their tier 1s going into that late game anymore. But down bottom, this is pretty big. That's a defense buff going in the way of Last Dance. There's no way Code Unknown is going to be able to stop this, so it's really going to come down to that final fight around that Kyogre. How do they play around that defense buff, and is there a way for them to either maybe go for a rip onto the Kyogre, or maybe, just maybe, it's going to come down to a very tactical submission?
It'd be a tactical one. They can't afford to go all out here. Grit has access to Fly. He could just go in and go out. There goes the Fly. It will drop down. The combo with a slow beat. Loves the play sweep. It's actually beautiful. We're going on Horizon. But the surf comes in as well from Last Dance. Last Dance gets the first KO against the Machamp. Gurren is actually low and he has to back away from the fight. But there's no time. He was knocked out in the picture. 3 members is the only one left for Horizon. And Last Dance is actually getting the Kyogre.
They should be able to get it. There's only a slow bro, unless the slow bro somehow steals this dang Kyogre again. This is Hey though, this is not Hey. And this time Last Dance, they do finally get the last hit onto that Kyogre. So their lead, they're looking to extend it 292 to 162. Code Unknown unable to go for a steal like they did in that first game. What a disaster in that central area fight around the Kyogre pits. And I'm not here to blame anybody, but I kind of feel, I don't know if you were paying attention to the Talonflame when Talonflame was being chased. I kind of wonder when Talonflame tried to go back to base, he ran through the same bush that Machamp was in, trying to teleport back home, and a Hydro Pump went in the way of that bush. I don't even know if they knew the Machamp was there, but I feel like Machamp could have survived if he was able to teleport home a little bit faster, or if it didn't take so long to go home.
Yeah, I feel like they were paying too much attention on the objective in order to steal the game away against Last Dance. I feel like that is what has been running in the minds of Horizon a while ago, which is a little bit of a double-edged sword. That's how I put it into words. You know, it could be great, but at the same time, it could punish you really hard. And that made, you know, Code Unknown Horizon collapse into that last fight in the Kyogre's pit. And it was actually the Machamp who did fail first, and then afterwards it was actually Gurren in the Talonflame. So I like the initial setup wherein the slow beam plus Fly and the flame sweep, they were able to isolate a little bit of the members from Last Dance, but it backfired against them.
I think they needed Fervor to be part of that fight, but he wasn't able to be there because he took so much damage when he initially revealed himself. I think you might have remembered, right? He was the first one to show himself. He had the submission buff going, so he had the movement speed, and he took so much damage. He was literally on a sliver of health before he tried to go back. I think if Fervor was able to contribute and maybe even throw a Unite in there, we could have seen a completely different fight in that pit to begin with. But they needed somebody to really start that fight. I think Fervor was really the only one that could have done that for the team. So it was a really tough call. It was a really tough call, and it just, unfortunately, they weren't able to, I think, find that golden initiation, like the golden catch on that one Pokemon to bring that fight in their favor. It was just really tough. It was just a very tough game.
I mean, if it's not Fervor, it has to be Hay, right? But you don't want to use the Dragon's Current for the engagement setup or for the first ones to dictate the game. You have to make sure that you save it once everyone is compiled into a centric position or into a specific region wherein you would reach everyone. So it has to be Fervor to start things off for Horizon, or maybe it could be Dawn if he managed to pull someone into the fight. Then that is going to be the follow-up for Horizon as well. And I think another factor that is making things difficult a while ago for Horizon is because of the defense buff that Last Dance actually got from the Regirock. So it makes things harder for them to secure those knockouts, especially when you saw Ray Slow Beam, the Fly, and the Flame Sweep as well. Those are a lot of moves used, but still wasn't able to convert the last hit, and PUACL has has access to recover some HP as well. It's just too difficult. Look at this. Piachu was slow beamed. It seems like nothing is happening because he has defense buff from the Regirock, and with the belly bash, it added another shield, another extra lifeline.
Yeah. Look, this game was just tough. I think we've already acknowledged this. The game was just very, very difficult from the get-go. Just too many things had to go right for Code Unknown. Whereas you can see Last Dance's lineup that they've picked a very self-sufficient lineup. Like a lot of their Pokemon have their own self-sustain. They don't really need to be, they don't need their hand to be held by that Vaporeon. They can be rather independent. Whereas for Code Unknown, I think the lineup, best way to describe them, it's like a clock. You need a lot of cogs to be moving at the same time for them to be able to pull off their combos, to get those knockouts, because they're not running... I don't want to say they're not running a classic lineup, but I think with the Machamp, you have to play the game differently to accommodate this Pokemon, because yes, he can do damage, but in a lot of cases, he really falls into that utility category that forces both Gyarados and Talonflame to really need to sit in that damage / follow-up chair. Because if they can't get the damage and follow-up through, you're not getting those knockouts.
Yeah, I think it's more on the composition of Code Unknown Horizon is taking their opponents by surprise instead of going for a very much consistent damage, which is what Last Dance is actually doing. They have consistent damage with the Mewtwo Y, they have Piachu and the Blaziken as well, wherein it's completely the opposite of Horizon. Yes, it could be consistent, but you need to take your opponents by surprise, maybe with a submission, with the Waterfall of Hay, or even the Fly of Kurin. So I think that is the pros and cons for both teams. I mean, Horizon, if you make the first move, that is actually phenomenal. But Last Dance, what they have been doing is just to run away. You know, run away right after Code Unknown Horizon uses everything and goes back into the fight and use everything that they have as well. And again, they have consistent power spikes. They could just use their moves over and over again, and it just overwhelms Code Unknown Horizon as a unit.
So what final adaptations are we going to be seeing from these two? Look, I think it was inevitable. You had to have at least one respect ban. So I think getting rid of the Azumarill is big, because now all of a sudden Piachu, we don't know Piachu very well as a player, so we don't know what else Piachu can play. But I think this does take some of the control away from Piachu, because he doesn't have access to such a strong early game with the Azumarill, having that self-sustain and having a very strong level 4 power spike. So keen to see what the adaptation is going to be for Piachu. In terms of bans, Last Dance's typical ban is Mega Gyarados. Are they going to continue with that Mega Gyarados ban? And it's a regular Gyarados. Are they taking Mega Gyarados themselves, first pick?
In a tournament setting, despite that you go for the orange side, you could modify it that they should actually go for the first pick. So,
yep, so Code Unknown.
Yeah, for those who are confused, because I was confused as well.
I was confused for a second too. I was like, wait a minute, no, this is a thing. So, okay, Mega Lucario. I'm fine with this. This has actually been the final ban for Code Unknown for all of their games up until this point. Ceruledge is the second ban, and Mega Charizard was their first ban as well. Okay, so I'm fine with the Mega Lucario. I think, hey, we've seen him, very, very capable player. So looking forward to seeing what he can do with that Mega Lucario. Mega Mewtwo Y, I think this is a no-brainer. Very solid attacker for the team. So I'm really happy that they've been able to pick this up for themselves. And getting the Slowbro, I think Slowbro has been doing wonders for Code Unknown Horizon. It's just finding the pairings to make that Slowbro work. And if we really get this Alolan Ninetales, I'm about to lose my mind. But we do get two legendary Pokemon on the side of Last Dance. We got the Miraidon, and we also have the Sword Doggo. So lots of damage coming out of the way of Last Dance, which I'm really worried about here.
Leafeon. Can we get the Leafeon? I think it is a good pick for Leafeon, especially that...
Oh, the Disco Pony's back, baby! This is also a buff too. The Galarian Rapidash. This Pokemon has been something from what I've seen so far, especially with the buffs. So this is also Piachu.
Piachu.
I wonder if this is worse than the Azumarill, honestly. I mean, we were gonna comment on the Zacian coming back in, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We got a lot of new Pokemon today. I'm so glad we get patch updates before tournament days, because we get to see new stuff compared to the old meta.
Man, well, all right. I'm trying to I'm trying to digest the draft here. So I think Last Stand still has the same concept from their draft in game number 2. It was just a speedster compared to an all-rounder Azumarill, but it does offer the same kit, and I think it blends well with Piachu because Piachu has been putting a lot of pressure a while ago, making sure that he's always in the front line, doing the damage, zoning out everyone, and that is what a Galarian Rapidash does as well with its move kit. So Dazzling Gleam in front, so that is very much expected, and just use its horn or agility to get into the fight.
I have to say, I'm quite surprised that Last Dance didn't decide to go back and pick up the Blaziken, because it wasn't really wanted to go for this really high damage. We are going to be in the game already, folks, so we've move forward in the first 30 seconds. So we're pretty deep into the lane so far. But lane matchups, what do you think about the change up here for Last Dance to pick up the Zacian instead of Blaziken?
I personally
Is it to compete with the Lucario, maybe?
I mean, that's a great possibility. When it comes to consistency, I feel like Zacian is one of the most consistent all-rounder. And, we all know that Lucario, at least on this game, is a basic Pokemon. You don't need it to sell for a Riolu. And, you just have to go head-to-head because Blaziken will take a lot of time to get the power spike, get the moveset that it actually needs, compared to Zacian, who has it already and, doesn't need to evolve.
Okay, we do have a bit of a start here from Respec. We do have the Galarian Rapidash coming through as well. Piachu just being a bit of a menace on that Disco Pony, doing quite a bit of damage, but the slow from the Speed Flux, just not enough damage. And all of a sudden, Code Unknown Horizon, they're going to turn things around. They took out 2 Pokemon. There is a Zacian here, maybe trying to go for a triple knockout. Oh, but so greedy. Respec going to be the next one to follow. And I mean, Piggiels, this game, this might be a Code Unknown Horizon game.
It actually is, because despite Azumarill and the Galarian Rapidash does offer the same concept, you got to remember that you are a speedster, not an all-rounder, and definitely you are much more squishier compared to an Azumarill who does have sustain and at the same time could regenerate its HP by itself. So that is going to be one of the hurdles that Piachu is going to deal with in this game.
And we're sitting on a level 7 Leafeon as well. Leafeon love Galarian Rapidashes, especially if they're isolated or if their cooldowns are up. So they will need to pay attention to where Gurin's position is to on that Leafeon if they want to have that success with the Galarian Rapidash. Now, they are rotating down bottom, so we are going to be seeing a pretty big battle very soon here for Last Dance as they want to secure this game number 3 to move on through to the next stage of the competition. And Slowbro is gone. We still have one more frontliner in Ray's Trevenant. But Code Unknown, I have to say, very confident to be able to stick around. But with the Miraidon doing so much damage, life is tough as a tree.
That is going to be very tough. But Last Dance, I feel like their Psyduck would be playing a huge role to support Piachu when it comes to putting some pressures and dealing the damage, because by itself, it could just get crunched in by the Pokemons of Code Unknown Horizon. It needs ample support, it needs sustain, because if it does overextend, that could be trouble. Just like that, Emerald 2-step from Gurin to take the Rapidash down.
That was my biggest fear. I knew this Leafeon was going to cause issues for that Galarian Rapidash. And I think Piachu learning a very painful lesson there to not mess with the Leafeon as that Galarian Rapidash, especially at a level deficit now, as he's 1 level behind that Leafeon. So this is kind of scary for a Galarian Rapidash, because as great as this Pokemon can be for that early to mid game, you need, and just like any other speedster, to maintain a level advantage over the competition so that you're able to stay ahead in damage output, build up your resistance as well as your health pool. so that you don't end up being a bit of a liability. This is something that has always plagued speedsters. They're great Pokemon when they're fed, but during a famine, speedsters are one of the last Pokemon that you want to have on your roster. So if they can figure out a way to bring this Galarian Rapidash back up to speed in terms of levels, then we can still see that Piachu being a menace. But you can tell right now he's focusing on levels. It's up to the rest of the team to hold down the fort as that Rapidash catches up.
Yeah, it does need to catch up, because if they think that the penalty could not catch up, they have to focus on the Zacian. But look at the Infinite Cyber being able to do a lot of crowd control as well. But Last Dance on the other hand goes for the follow-up with the Bright Future Meteor Storm.
My gosh.
And that was actually able for them to push back Code Unknown Horizon.
That... You would think it would have gone the other way, that Last Dance would have had their entire team swept. But the setup looked like it was there for Code Unknown. They just didn't have enough follow-through. And because they were all clumped up right in front of Last Dance's goal zone, they set themselves up to be hit with every single AoE damage skill on the side of Last Dance. Trevenant's going to go down. That's a lot of experience to be giving away, Pikachu's.
Yeah.
That's a lot of experience. And all of a sudden, this level deficit? Where is it?
We can't see the level deficit from Last Dance now, Daniely. And you gotta commit, it was a great setup for Code on Horizon, but you gotta remember as well that once you are sitting into your goal zones, you recover some HP. And when you sit on it, definitely a huge disadvantage. And Last Dance saw it through. They make sure that the AoEs from the Rhydon would land to all members of Code on Horizon, despite being pinched down by the Infinite Cyber of the Mewtwo.
You can see the Galarian Rapidash really focusing down that Mewtwo. Why will be able to go for that cheeky knockout. You do see some scores as well. And it looks like our Zacian secures a Registeel buff for Last Dance. So this game, when it looked like it was going to be going in the way of Code Unknown, Last Dance have suddenly brought themselves back into that driver's seat and pretty much thrown Code Unknown back into the back seat of the cars again. So...
Oh,
it's not over. The game is still very close in terms of points, but just looking at the condition of both of these teams, Code Unknown need to catch up on levels. They also need to figure out how to solve their team fighting issue, because there's a lot of AoE control on Last Dance. This might be a good example of how they might win this, having them grouped up and fighting in a bottleneck. Using Unites is what they're looking for as well. Get 2 knockouts, one on the Rapidash, one on the Psyduck. And now they're going to go for a pretty big push further, moving really far forward in this fight. But you can see the Zacian wanting to come in and fight as well. Catched out by Ray. The Woodhammer coming in handy, but the Trevenant goes down, still going to go for the battle here. Zacian, though, will be knocked out in the process. It's a 1-for-1, but a Zacian, it's a much better knockout than a Trevenant.
They need to give more XPs to Ray to get that health and defense power spikes from it. That Trevenant has been providing a problem to Last Dance in that fight. You know, just being able to use the Phantom Force at a big range into their side was actually phenomenal. But Ray just needs to understand the boundaries as well, because he can get punished by the hands of Last Dance because they have an attacking prowess just like this. But Ray was actually able to pull him down with a Horn Leash, but that Rapidash is so quick to retreat.
So quick, so agile, very difficult to catch. But still going to be a priority target here, maybe for Gurren on that Leafeon, who is leading the team at level 13 alongside the Mega Lucario. And on the other side, we only have level 13 on the Zacian. So Last Dance, they're not looking extremely healthy yet. They would like to get a few more levels in, but with 5 seconds left to go, those levels might have to come from knockouts rather than wild Pokemon.
Has to be the knockouts. But Ray is not positioned well. But they just have to defend. Mind to tell you, they are the ones leading here. But Last Dance, on the other hand, does go in for the fight. Unite Loop has been popped in by the Vaporeon, and Bright Future and Meteor Storm has been doing a lot of AoE damage as well. But the Galarian Rapidash falls into the fight, forcing Last Dance to be under in terms of quantity. But they have a great position into the Kyogre's pit. The Mega Lucario was actually able to reach the Miraidon in the picture. They were able to take down the Zacian as well with the Emerald 2-step. Phantom Force actually used, but this is not quite enough for Code on Horizon to wipe Last Dance out.
We've still got a little bit of time left, and it's last dance that has to get these points in. So it looks like Kyogre is going to be started, but you can see Code Unknown getting in position. Gureen goes down. That's a big one. The Leafeon is out of the picture. It's not over yet, though. Piachu still coming into the fight. Mewtwo wide trying to retreat. Ray still sticking around on that Trevenant, but he goes down.
No.
There's 3 Pokemon down. They've lost the Lucario. I think it might just be it here for last dance, unless somehow they lose this final objective, but they will get the Slowbro. They secure the Kyogre, and last dance. They've danced Code Unknown's last dance and will be securing their place in the upper bracket match against EVOS FXL.
That was looking favorable at first to Code Unknown Horizon, but Last Dance was able to isolate fights, was able to set their priority targets as well, and Piachu playing around beside the Kyogre was actually phenomenal to deal the AoE damage from the Dazzling Gleam, being able to make sure that those who wants to potentially steal the Kyogre will get affected by the AoE and be dealt with huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I originally thought Last Dance maybe went for a bit of a premature fight when we saw the Rapidash Piachu going in for that very early Triad Blitz. Yeah, they did manage to catch out a few Pokemon on Code Unknown, but very promptly got knocked out. And I thought, oh no, did Last Dance maybe go for a bit of a premature fight here? But I love that the team just retreated. They knew that they still had more opportunities to go for a fight. Yes, they lost the Glaring Rapidash, but this Pokemon is very fast. It can always come back to the fight pretty quick. But the ball was in Code Unknown's court, and I'm quite surprised that they didn't try to really press the issue with Last Dance when the Galarian Rapidash wasn't there. They actually, I feel like they kind of sat on their heels after that, and they thought to themselves like, okay, maybe we're in a good position, we're just gonna wait. But if you're waiting, you're letting Last Dance reset. So I think definitely thoughts are being thought in that place, but I think just maybe the right ideas didn't really come to Code Unknown Horizon at the right time. I kind of felt like the retaliation came a little bit late, and they kind of gave some of those fights away to Last Dance, because again, Last Dance are the ones initiating all of these fights. They're deciding when the fights happen, how the fights happen, who starts the fights. When I think in some cases you kind of needed Code Unknown to do that. They needed to be the leaders to decide like when, where, and how things were going to happen. Because if you let the other team decide, you're kind of letting them decide
the tempo,
how a lot of the fight is going to be. Yeah. Like you're kind of hoping they make the mistake.
But here's the thing, Danley, they have a Trevenant as well for Code Unknown Horizon. I think that's a Pokemon capable of doing the setups as well, despite having that side up from the get-go into the side of Last Dance. And you know, overall, I feel like Code Unknown Horizon wasn't actually able to maximize their roster, because they were supposed to be the ones applying the pressure into the Kyogre fight, because they are actually on the lead, but instead they were a little bit too defensive. I mean, that is totally fine, but you need to put pressure as well to the team who's trying to get the objective. And I didn't see quite a bit of pressure that much, because you know, it's just the trademark of Last Dance. They always put the pressure. They always go for the knockouts. They always go for the unlimited pressure. That's how I see it, because everyone is so confident from their team. They always look like a double-edged sword, wherein if they go in, they could win. It could backfire against them, but they are not totally scared, because they trust Cloud. Cloud has been a phenomenal defender and a healer as well from the team, and just believe in everyone. I think that's how they put it into words, because they're confident with the Psyduck and the Vaporeon available on the team. It could provide some sustain, it could provide some hindrances, and Piachu is just not scared, together with respect, to go for the damages.
Yeah, look, it was a tough game, I think, for Code Unknown Horizon. I think a lot of teams are going to struggle playing up against Last Dance, but Last Dance's next opponent, it's not a nobody, okay? They're going up against EVOS in their next matchup. That's going to be the biggest challenge for this team, and I think I'm really interested in this next matchup, because I want to see how, like, where this team stands. Like, are they at that same level as our invited teams, or are they maybe in some areas a little unpolished? Because we said this at the beginning of the broadcast too. Last Dance, there's no data at all online. for these players, or probably not in English. Maybe in Korean, there's probably something out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's very little known about Last Dance overall. So if they can actually play that well up against EVOS and maybe even win that matchup, I think we could be seeing another Korean team making that rise. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, "Oh, Korea's really good in Pokemon Unite." So,
Man.
Well, we'll have to leave it to the next matchup because we're getting ready for the next matchup, right, Pika?
Absolutely. And of course, we will be taking a little bit of a break. And after that, we will be back with more Pokemon Unite action between AFN Esports and Code and Symmetry. So, Pokemon trainers, don't go away. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Hello, Pokemon trainers, and we are back in Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament for APAC East 2026. It's still Big Heels with Daniel, and we are headed towards our match number 3. Again, this is going to be up against FN Esports, who is actually invited into ACL and the Winter Tournament, going up against Code Unknown Symmetry from the region of the Philippines. So another Code Unknown, not Horizon this time, but Symmetry, and probably, in my personal opinion, is sort of a team that you have to look forward to because there's just a lot of familiar names in this team.
Lots of familiar names. In the document, we got nothing, but it's okay. We got PQ's brain to kind of pick at. So I think it just makes sense you kind of introduce Code Unknown Symmetry. So who's in the roster and who do we know already and who's new?
All right, so I personally think there is no one's new here, but yeah, we have Ryu, Lance, Shua, Buds, and Suzuya, or also known as Lewis. And from the eye-popping names, definitely almost all of them competed way back ACL Southeast Asia in 2025. So I'm sure if you've heard of these names, will go way beyond, and definitely understandable. This is actually a team to recognize. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get an invite way back then in 2026 ACL Southeast Asia, but they're coming in really strong here in Winter Tournament.
So, I mean, we have a lot of familiar names. Now, the thing is, do you know how long this roster might have played with each other? Like, is this relatively new? Do we know maybe they've had like a month together? Because depending on how long this roster's been together, I think that's a question of how much synergy that they managed to build up until this point. Because, like, I think this has been a major talking point for us in ACL in general, synergy amongst teams, like how well the teams kind of mesh with each other. And even though you have an all-star team, for example, having an all-star team doesn't guarantee that you're going to end up with a good team, a team that understands one another.
I'm trying to recall how many months have they've been together. All right, let me think. They've been a team already ever since the off season of Unite. So
okay, so
that was around September.
That's actually good. Yeah, that's a good amount of time to be together. Okay, so I have expectations.
Absolutely. I mean, for a background to everyone who's not from the Philippines, this is actually the team who competed up against Team Nemesis in order to determine who's going to be the representative for the Asian Games. So they are coming in behind to Nemesis, but it's not going to be easy. This is Code Unknown Symmetry we're talking about. When it comes to experience, they totally have it. And by the way, Lance is actually in the roster of Symmetry as their all-rounder. So this is actually a player to watch out for as well. But for FN Esports, despite not having the best outcome in ACL Southeast Asia, definitely could be a team that, you know, who's been lurking around the dark, lurking around the island here, and just could take everyone by surprise because they did well in their playoff run. It just came short to Made in Thailand, but they did phenomenally well with their 3 games.
Okay, so we are currently in the draft, but I feel like we might need to go for a bit of a redraft here. I think we just got a signal for a potential redraft. We'll assume this is drafting unless the screen is cancelled. Yeah, I think this might be a remake. Hang on, I think we're about to get an update here. And yes, okay, we are remaking, folks. So please ignore the draft. This is not the draft. I want to assume the bans are actually legit. So let's just going into the next game. Bans might be real. We're not getting surf-etched. Okay?
We're not
don't panic. We're also, yeah. Meowth is playable, by the way, in case anyone is wondering. We did the math. Pikachu's did the math. It's actually 29 days, I think, since Meowth has been added. So we were a day early.
Yeah, 29.
That's fine. One day is not going to make much of a difference. I'm hoping someone picks Meowth, but I don't see this being a thing, unfortunately. But we are remaking the game. We had one of the settings was incorrect, so please bear with us as we do get ready to jump back into the game. It should take no longer than 2 minutes, but I guess we can continue with introducing the teams. We already introduced Code Unknown. FN. If you have not been keeping up with ACL, FN is one of the teams participating in ACL. Unfortunately, they didn't have the best run. It was a pretty tough league, to be honest. There were a lot of top-tier teams, or the top-tier teams within the APAC region. So I'm not surprised that there are going to be teams that did struggle. Although we did see a couple of moments, I feel, where FN was really starting to come into their own as a team. Like There were moments where I think they were starting to find out what their strengths were as a team, identifying what their weaknesses were, and whether or not they worked on that, we kind of don't have that insider information. But I mean, FN, I think if you just give this team more time, they might be a bigger contender coming into the World Championship qualifiers. I really do.
Yeah, and let's just not lose hope as well for FN Esports. I mean, just like what I've said, they did really well on their 3 games in the playoffs run in ACL Southeast Asia. They just came in short up against Made in Thailand, and they have almost 2 weeks to prepare at least for the playoffs in the winter tournament. Because who doesn't want the last slot to ACL Finals in Japan, right? That is going to be big to represent your team, to represent your region as a unit, and definitely for sure, their region as a whole is been eyeing on that last spot because they already have Team 1 representing their region into the ACL Finals by qualifying as the top 2 seed team in ACL Southeast Asia. So they just need another one. They just need to get that slot once again. But there's just a lot of teams. There's just a lot of contenders here in Winter Tournament. We got 4 teams from the Philippines. We got 2 teams from Taiwan and 2 teams from Korea. So a lot of things can happen, but we're not quite sure how they upscaled for the past 2 weeks.
How they've upscaled and what information do they have on some of these other teams, which I think in this particular matchup, I hope they've done their homework because they're not up against some nobodies. There are definitely some seasoned players in the opposite side. I think it's just a question of how much public data can they find, because unless you dig really deep and you know the histories behind these players, like this information won't be super publicly available. You've got to do a lot of digging. And we also don't know what the condition is of the team. Like, do they have access to a coach that can help them look up this information? How much time are they being allowed to dedicate to the esports team as well? Because esports, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of research. It's a lot of not only working on yourself, but also thinking about your teammates as well. Like, everything that you do on a team will impact your teammates. And you have to think like, what's the best for the team? Not necessarily just for yourself, because you don't win this game by yourself. You win this game as a team. So we'll see if FN Esports is going to be able to maybe overcome some of the issues. I think them firstly winning this set against Code Unknown Symmetry would be the first step to maybe us seeing big improvements. Because Code Unknown, they're talented players. I think we know a lot of the players here are very talented. It's just a case of, does FN have the teamwork capability to be able to take down Symmetry?
Yeah, everyone is not new on the scene here for Code Unknown Symmetry. We saw Ryu way back last year in Blacklist. We saw Lance a while ago with Team Nemesis and Talon. Suzuya and Shua with Elevate before. So everyone is not new in the scene here for Code Unknown Symmetry. It seems like they're looking as a super team here. But for FN Esports, everyone is not new as well. I mean, they have Chobo, they have Subak, probably one of the regulars already when it comes to the Pokemon Unite scene globally, not just in the region. So, this is just a battle between who is going to be the better team, who has the better synergy, who has the better draft, and I just cannot wait here. So, taking a look at the draft, it is going to be the regular Gyarados going for Lance here, and a Psyduck for Abad. So this is a good starting point, a good top lane indeed, especially that we cannot see the picture yet for FN Esports, because I personally think that this Mimikyu is going to be a central laner for the team. So how would FN Esports respond despite them knowing already what is going to be the contender in top lane?
It might be Mimikyu in the top lane instead for FN, because we've got the Galarian Rapidash. So top lane Mimikyu, bottom lane Mewtwo, Galarian Rapidash in a central area against a Talonflame. That's going to be the central lane matchup. Talonflame versus Galarian Rapidash. That first clash will determine who is going to be the dominant central laner for this particular game. I'm loving the love for Espeon that oh no, there's not Espeon, it's Empoleon. Okay, so Code Unknown going to be able to trick one of the casters. But okay, core lineup here: Talonflame, Empoleon, Gyarados. I'm pretty confident in Lance's Gyarados. We have seen him play this in the past with a lot of success. Talonflame is a Shuai classic, so I'm not worried for Shuai at all.
Yeah.
But Empoleon for Suzuki, I think this is the X factor Pokemon here. Like how effective do you think Suzuki is going to be in this particular game? Who's the focus here for Empoleon?
I think it's just being able to provide a splash damage with a Hydro Cannon. I feel like that is going to be the goal here for Suzuya. Especially, we have these Pokemons who are very much agile. Let's say the Galarian Rapidash is there, the Mimikyu, and this Hydro Cannon has access to stop those pushes that FN Esports could potentially do later in the fight. So, despite being an all-rounder, I personally think that it can serve as well as an attacker and very self-sustaining Pokemon. With the Torrent ability and the Hydro Cannon will create a little bit of a whirlpool that could actually sustain itself as an individual. So I personally think that Suzuya, despite being an attacker main, could definitely go in as himself, being able to make sure to maximize the Torrent ability, the Hydro Cannon, and just be a hindrance as well and support Codano Symmetry in doing the damages.
All right, we are in game number 1 here between FN Esports and Code Unknown Symmetry. Let's see who's able to take down this first game and assert their dominance in this best of 3 set. And well, it's a new 2Y lane. It's not going to be a super fun one here, as Autumn is being an absolute nuisance already. And I mean, there's only so much you can do on this bottom lane. I think it's going to have to come down to the rotation from that central laner, right? Like once you hit that Fletchinder, can you open up that lane for Piplup to be able to get the experience and evolutions? Galarian Rapidash is going down there as well, so it's going to be a battle of your central laners down there. But who's in trouble? It's going to be the Fletchinder who gets knocked out first, and the last hit goes to Mewtwo. Why? That's not the final hit that you want to be getting this early in the game, Pikachu's.
Definitely not the ideal, but at the same time, I'm quite surprised that Codano Symmetry didn't prioritize top lane as a lane to ambush, especially that they need that Gyarados open as soon as possible. So they're just leaving Lance and the others on the top lane to have a little bit of a breathing room and scale it as on its own face. They can't afford to knock out to land because that would be really, really bad for Symmetry if they decide to go for the ambush and gets countered immediately, and Gyarados will be delayed more.
Yeah, and if you see on the map as well, we've got Vaporeon actually pushing Fletchinder back into the bottom lane. Actually, so I believe it was Shua. He wanted to try and help that top lane, but after being zoned out, I kind of feel like Code Unknown there. They're kind of pinned at the moment with their current position in the game, because up top you have to deal with a Mimikyu. Not easy to knock out at all. Also very dangerous for those squishies. Down bottom, you've also got to deal with a Mewtwo. So it's quite difficult for this Talonflame to be able to really do anything until he's fully evolved. He's kind of stuck in that Fletchinder evolutionary line. So FN, they're doing such a good job with all the utility that they currently have this early in the game.
Have to scale as fast as they can, but Subak is actually at level 7 already, so everything is set in stone. The movesets are complete, but same thing with Shua. Does have access to the fly already, being able to make some scores at the bottom lane, but at exchange, there's going to be a Regidrago here for the Galarian Rapidash, and they might go in for the fight here. There goes the heavy slam, but the follow-up is quite missing here for FN Esports, and the Rapidash would just run away, and Lance has been providing a lot of pressure, a lot of damage with the backup of Codano Symmetry. This is looking good for them.
Yeah, Code Unknown, this early in the game, Gyarados is not really a target that you want to be taking down. He's very thick, he's got a lot of health as well, and all the damage dealers that were in the top lane for FN Esports, they were all Pokemon that only do close range damage. They don't actually do, if they had Mewtwo Y, maybe things could have been a little bit different. They would have had that big range damage to fall back to, but they would have had to put themselves in such a dangerous position to get that knockout that I think it just would not have been worth it. So FN, this early game has not been easy for them at all, especially with what they currently have to set them up. The Galarian Rapidash almost gets knocked out, will just live on a hair of health. They did get the Empoleon in the process. Oh, Schwander! Did he get blocked by the Crustle? I mean, they still got the Snorlax, but that could have been a little bit better. Slight miscommunication.
That was absolutely a miscomms, but still, they got a knockout. They were able to convert a bit of it, but just like what you said, it could have been better. So,
oh no!
A little bit of a retaliation here for FN. And Ryu actually did its job to go for a revenge there, actually zone out everyone from FN Esports and potentially get the objective. But here comes the full power CII, being able to be omniscient up against FN Esports. And FN Esports was forced actually to defend their go zone. Dragon's Current was actually used, but not quite enough to deal a lot of damage because of the go zone. But that Regulator keeps on putting pressure up against FN Esports. The Fly will drop down, not being able to take the knockout, but the Psyduck will do up against the Snorlax. But there is going to be an exchange. Lance falls into the fight, and FN Esports was successful to repel the Regulator.
It was a bit of a painful exchange. They really didn't need to give Lance up in that bottom lane. So for him to get knocked out and only to grab a Snorlax for that, a bit of a costly giveaway there for Code Unknown. So FN pretty happy with that successful defense, especially with the Galarian Rapidash coming in at just the right moment when it looked like Code Unknown were going to go for a jump on that tier 1 goal zone. So FN, they're absolutely not out of this yet, okay? They're not out of the woods, but they still have a chance to be able to equalize this game. They've just got to figure out their levels and also figure out this team fight situation, because if you compare the two teams, Code Unknown, they've got a lot of AoE damage, a lot of AoE disables as well. I feel like their composition is much more forgiving compared to FN as well. We are going to be seeing the Triad being used by the Galarian Rapidash to commit onto Ryu. He's so tanky, even going to use the Unite as well. There's Crustle is so thick and tanky that yes, they're going to get a Crustle knockout, but up top, that tier 2 goal zone is just being scored on for free. Now with a 240 points on Code Unknown and FN. I mean, was it worth it? I don't even think they got the crust to be teleported home. Oh my goodness.
And at the same time, that wasn't a big of a rewarding XP that they got. So actually, Kodomo Symmetry was able to buy a lot of time. But here we go. Power Nap was actually forced to use against 5 members of Kodomo Symmetry. But that is just not enough for you to buy some time and defend the fort. And here comes Kodomo Symmetry, complete as a package, taking out FN Esports one by one. And they are just being a hindrance to everything. FN Esports trying to push in, but it is not quite enough. Suzuya dealing a lot of damage. This is just too painful for FN Esports to handle.
This experience gap is looking a little bit too big here. FN, anything that they throw at Code Unknown, they just seem to be able to flawlessly absorb all this damage and just walk out scot-free. Whereas for FN, they have a lot of squishies on their lineup as well that are, unfortunately, they're just not doing enough damage to really threaten a lot of these very thick and tanky Pokemon on the other side. And so they're struggling in these team fights because it's not a case of not having enough CC. It's really a case of just not having enough damage to finish anyone off. And the issue is they don't have that classic support that's going to help FN sustain in these team fights. So it's a case of they have to go in, dish out the damage, hopefully get the knockout, and then they have to reset. But you can tell that Code Unknown, they don't let FN reset. They say, if you want to fight into us, it's a full commit. And you can see right here, just a classic example of FN. They try to go for the fight. It has to be a full commitment because retreating is not an option.
Retreating is not an option. Code Unknown is doing the job, taking everyone down from FN Esports, and every one of them has their moveset maximized before the final stretch. Level 13, level 12.
They didn't even use Unites. Pika, they didn't even need Unites to clean up FN.
That's the thing.
That just goes to show how dire the situation is for FN Esports. But, you know, Kyogre is always the X factor. We'll have to see if maybe things change around the Kyogre pit, because maybe, some way, somehow, they're still going to be able to pull a win out, albeit maybe it's going to be a very messy one.
We'll see. Execution still matters here. Ryu revealed the location of 2 members from FN Esports, and he is not scared to tank because everything on his items is built for tank Pokemons. But here comes Heavy Slam. It is going to land up against Ryu, but we haven't seen the conversion yet. But on the other side of the map, it is going to be Shuo and Lance doing a lot of damage. But on the backline itself, it's going to be Ryu with a Robin Rouser with the check button. Does well to go for a crowd control. Shuo takes the KO as well with the fly, and it is going to be the tanks that's left for FN Esports, and they are looking for the last block to push them back. The fly is actually here. Shuo will drop down, but not quite enough, but still, it is going to be Symmetry taking the last hit.
The Psyduck hitting the secure there for Code Unknown, and with the buffs, And with how squishy these Pokemon are on FN Esports, it's time to think about game number 2. 409 points to 166. And with 55 seconds left on the clock, and with these health bars just not looking like they're moving at all, yeah, I think FN, they're going to have to rethink their strategy going into game number 2, because I think it's... Do you think it was the laning stage where everything just kind of collapsed for FN? Because, like, yes, there were some good times for FN in that early game, but I feel like they needed more to happen in the laning stage before that mid-game hit. Because Code Unknown, they clap back so quickly.
Yeah, and I feel like for FN Esports as well, they weren't able to maximize the Rapidash because, yes, it was there, it was dealing damage, but they just couldn't convert the KO that the team actually does need for them to be ahead. And if you have a speedster in team, any speedster, you want to make sure that every ambush will be successful in order for your team to get the power spike that you actually do need. And not just that, they don't have a consistent special attacker or somewhat of a splash damage. It's just the Galarian Rapidash. And with Ryu's itemization, the Rocky Helmet, the Assault Vest, and the Focus Band, that is just a pure defender role. That is pure HPM defense, and that is just too hard to shred, especially when you don't have an item that could actually penetrate to its defense.
Yeah. So, okay. Game 2, FN Esports. What needs to go? Like, what didn't work? I think Galarian Rapidash has to go, especially with the draft order that we saw from Code Unknown. They start off with 2 very tanky Pokemon. They started with Psyduck Gyarados. Yes, they then revealed the Talonflame, but they also had the Crustle. So there's like 3 Pokemon already that are very tough for a Galarian Rapidash to compete with. And then the final Empoleon, that was inevitable. Unless they were going to last pick the Rapidash, there was no way that they were going to know about the Empoleon pick. I kind of feel like Rapidash, as much as it's received all these buffs and that can potentially turn it into that really early game monster, I feel like this Pokemon is still in the same category maybe as Dodrio, where it's a very niche last pick. Like, you've got to pick it if there's like 3-4 Pokemon that you are guaranteed to be able to feed off of. Because Galarian Rapidash, I love this Pokemon, by the way. I love the design. I love the concept of it. It's just... it doesn't do enough to be a reliable flex pick.
Yeah, I agree on that point. And here's the thing, I don't see enough reason for you to prioritize this Galarian Rapidash simply because that everyone from Code and Symmetry can self-sustain. I mean, the Psyduck would just sit around the back, and Shula could just get away with Fly easy as possible. And there's just no one left. I mean, you could do some damage, but you want to make sure that the combo would get a one-hit combo KO and, you know, be able to convert more for your team. But with Suzuya in the Empoleon, with Lance in the Gyarados, and Ryu in that Crustle, I don't see quite some potential for that Rapidash to get an instant KO by just running around using Dazzling Gleams. It's just too difficult for you to utilize such Pokemon in the composition that Code and Symmetry used in Game 1.
I think there's maybe a very narrow possibility of a Rapidash being able to outplay these Pokemon, but I think only in the case of we have games where Rapidash has gone into both side lanes to provide that support, and they've gotten knockouts in every single ambush up until that point, which unfortunately for Subak, I don't think he didn't get enough in terms of experience and in terms of pressure to really slow down the progress for Code Unknown Symmetry. Because Lance hit Gyarados at his regular timing, right? Like, top lane was more or less untouched. It was only really the Mimikyu up there that was really a threat, but it was a laning Mimikyu. It wasn't a central lane Mimikyu, so not as big of a threat as it could have been. So Lance being Lance, he's like, I don't care if I'm playing up against a Mimikyu, I'm still getting my levels, and he found them. He found those levels. And as soon as he hit that Gyarados, he was impenetrable. Though I don't know if he got knocked out. I think he got knocked out once or twice in this game, but you don't let Gyarados be Gyaradosing, man. That's just not cool.
Yeah, I heavily agree on that. And I'm actually reviewing the composition a while ago from Last Dance, the moment that they used the Galarian Rapidash. And it does have a lot of support in the hands of a Vaporeon and Psyduck, and he does backup damage with the Miraidon. So, I mean, they did have a Mewtwo a while ago, but I just felt like everyone is so tanky for Kyogre Symmetry. It is very huge for them to handle it a while ago. So I kind of understand where FN Esports is coming from, and I think that's the reason why they have been banning a lot of defenders lately with Blastoise, with the Vaporeon as well, because I really think that they want to run this speedsters as much as possible and be able to shred down the HPs of Kyogre Symmetry.
Yeah. First pick is going to be in the way of Code Unknown. So, interesting. FN Esports, they prioritized that last pick and also the second 2 picks. So, we'll see what they want to pick up, because they're going to lose this. Oh, they didn't lose the Psyduck, technically. Psyduck was Code Unknown's first pick in that last game. They're going to go back for Snorlax again. What's this second pick, though? Are they going to go for Mimikyu as their second pick again? Because that was their original. Mega Gyarados. Okay. So Mega Gyarados was banned in that previous matchup. It was the last ban for FN. It did slip through. The new ban ended up being... What's the new ban? We have a few new bans.
Mega Lucario?
Mega Gyarados is through. Mega Lucario is still banned, however.
Mm-hmm. So
okay, I'm not going to give myself a headache comparing bans.
It was actually the Mew who... no, Mew is still banned here, so...
Mew's still banned. Blastoise is also still banned. Cerule is still banned.
It's just an exchange of bans.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
I mean, okay, this setup here for FN, I think it's better. I like the Hooper pick. Hooper's been banned for a lot of these games as well. So Hooper is a nice pick. They have access to the portal, so they have the sustain, they have escape, they have the teleportation as well with the Unite. Snorlax, I don't think anyone's going to complain about Snorlax pick. That's fine. Mega Gyarados is fine. This is almost always banned, so to be able to grab this, I think it's a big win for FN Esports. This did come at a cost, though. Mimikyu is on the other side, and Mewtwo Y. So I hope they're ready to play up against some pretty big damage. They're going to counter with a potential Leafeon last pick here. They're hovering over it. We'll see if they lock it in or if they go for something else. It's Galarian Rapidash again for Zubat. Okay. Rapidash is back, but how are we feeling about the support in this game? I feel like there are more opportunities for Zubat to shine here.
Yeah, especially with the refresh from the hyperspace portal. So definitely it could just go back in action, use its dazzling gleam ahead of time, and just have to be very careful to get caught off by the play with me from the Mimikyu. But the good thing is that he's using full heal, so definitely could cancel the crowd control as early as possible, and Chobo needs a perfect timing to set up the portals in the form of hyperspace hole or rings and bound. So definitely timing would play a huge role here, especially that they need those refreshes. They need that support to come in order to give their team some second chance opportunity to get the KOs. And especially with the Mega Gyarados by Always, they have a huge potential to cut down the attacking prowess of Symmetry.
Yeah. I also want to add in here now, there is a lot more importance placed on those tier 1 goal zones here for FN because they have that Hooper. If they are able to keep those tier 1 goal zones up for as long as possible, they're going to have a lot of mobility, both top and bottom lane. They will be able to quickly reach those top and bottom lanes just because they have access to that Hooper. So I think there's now pressure on Code Unknown to, as quickly as possible, break those tier 1 goal zones to prevent FN Esports that free mobility for the entire team. So this Hooper pick, it's probably going to change things up a little bit, but we'll see how these lanes play out because it's really going to come down to execution here of who does their lanes better.
And that was an aggressive start for Kyogre Symmetry. Would you look at that? Suzuya dealing a lot of damage in the bottom lane, forcing everyone to go back into the goal zone. And same thing here at top lane. Always cannot get into his comfort zone because Lance and Abad keeps up punishing him down with basic attacks, with those moves, and just forces him to go back.
Always going to be leading the charge, and look at this, he's got the glaring Rapidash behind him. They're going to try and go for the knockout onto Arbud, but he already backed up at the perfect timing, so Psyduck's going to be okay for another couple minutes. Unsuccessful knockout by the Rapidash, but does reveal their position, I believe. The Schwa. Fletchinder is here. It's going to be hit there by the Dazzling Gleam. The Schwa very, very low on the Fletchinder, being pursued there by the Pixel Pony. The Pseudobuck's going to be okay. We'll zone them out with some damage, but without any knockouts, I think Code Unknown are happy with how things progressed in that top lane.
Yeah, and you know, it's just about consistency on what they need. Don't get some knockouts unfavorable for them, because they know that they have a Gyarados lurking and top lane. It's just a Magikarp for now, but it could really hit hard if they get themselves knocked out in that situation. So right now, Gyarados, it's online. Lanceby has to be more careful here. Waterfall is been landing around the corner, but still not enough. Always needs more aggression, needs more space to take some knockouts, but that's going to be a 1v1 for now.
Yeah, gotta be careful here, Lance. You're up against a Mega Gyarados, so if always just suddenly Mega evolves, that could cause a bit of an issue. But in the central area, though, pretty big pickup here for FN Esports to be able to get a knockout onto Schwa's Talonflames. That's going to be some good experience going the other way. So, FN looking much better in game 2. I have to say, I am impressed with how quickly they're snapping back in the second game. Because I think in game number 1, we did kind of see the team's mentality sway a little bit. Like, they became very hesitant. They were still trying to get these knockouts and make some of these very, very sneaky moves happen. But you can see they're a lot more confident now in game number 2.
FN Esports was looking so strong in that top lane refresh. Just made Code on Symmetry to go back into their position, have a little bit of a refresh as well, get the resources. But, you know, rotations are so quick because of the Tier 1 Go Zone still being available for FN Esports. You know, they could just get every objective for now in the first appearance.
If they have to bring anyone in, they have that Hooper, and you can see they've already finished the objective up in that top lane. So here come our big damage dealers, or at least the Galarian Rapidash that's going to be there. Does some damage to Arbud on the side up, still absorbing a lot of the damage, but Chobo, a bit too far forward on that Hooper, will be taken out. We have the block being used by that Snorlax, and we'll be able to walk into the hyperspace hole. So the reset's going to be there. The Subak is back again, and they do manage to get the secure. The Talonflame grabbing it for Code Unknown. They get the defensive buff, and that's a victory here for Code Unknown. And if they wanted to, they might even consider trying to push a little harder in that bottom lane, but instead, no, they decide, okay, we're going to take a small victory, let's get some more experience from these wild Pokemon, and then we'll decide where we go from there.
Just have to scale up as fast as possible, but Dragon's Current's forced to use by the Gyarados, and always Mega Evolves already. He knows that he can take down Lance, but with the backup of Code and Symmetry, can he get the job done? There goes play with me, being able to buy some time, always trying to chase for the KO, and with enough backup, FN Esports was able to do the job.
Oh man, always just too thick and tanky on that Mega Gyarados. Yeah, this is one of the main reasons why Mega Gyarados is banned in a lot of these games. This Pokemon not only is a menace on his own, but he is quite difficult to take down if you don't have the necessary Pokemon on standby to follow through. So I think Code Unknown, they're starting to realize that, okay, this is nothing like game number 1. This is absolutely a race to first place for this second game. And they're going to have to be a bit more calculative with their next moves moving forward, because if they fumble these next couple of fights, I think if you tip this game a little too far into FN's favor, this endgame might just be over. Kanade going to set things up. Only connecting onto one, though. Just the Mewtwo Y. Taking quite a bit of damage. The block has done its job. They do manage to use the Unite there from Autumn. The Espeon setting things up for the team. We have the Galarian Rapidash. Subak trying to set things up for the team. Will be able to avoid the Unite from that Talonflame. The Gyarados is down. Code Unknown still looking pretty healthy. Maybe thinking about wanting to continue for this battle. Subak, okay, it's not too bad. Good knockout there for Code Unknown Symmetry. I think they were looking for more, but they just didn't really have enough gas in the tank to be able to pick up a second or even third knockout. So best case scenario happening here for Code Unknown.
It is, and that is just not FN Esports territory. They don't have a lot of Unite moves available for the team, so just buy time. But look at the bottom lane as well. That's a big fight happening. Kyogre Symmetry just goes in for the dongs at the bottom lane, and they might be able to maximize this one. And the Snorlax just goes away. Abad here, on the other hand, trying to put some pressure against Always, but that bottom lane goal zone, it is looking pretty bad for FN.
Yeah, it's about to break. All it takes is maybe one more score from Code Unknown to be able to get rid of that. 17 points. Now, FN, they are trying to make this happen in the bottom lane. They're pressing the issue. Code Unknown's trying to fight into this as well. Crustal building up a bit more shielding with that Unite as well. Fly is going to be used to avoid the Dragon Current, but no, it's not going to be enough. Talonflame is now down. Psyduck is there being pushed by the block. He'll be able to make his way back to that goal zone, but FN, have they maybe overstayed their welcome? They pressed the issue all the way to the tier 1, and now they lose 2 of their own.
That is just a big difference in power spikes. Code Unknown Symmetry is really being felt as of the moment. And FN Esports a bit under level, especially their supporters. Level 9 only, that is not really the ideal, especially when you are already at the last minute before the final stretch. And it would take a lot of time for you to scale up those XPs unless you get a huge amount of KOs against Code Unknown Symmetry. And it's not looking great here. Code Unknown Symmetry, 2 of them are level 13, 1 level 12. Definitely, we are seeing here a huge difference.
It's a very big difference. Code Unknown gonna maybe go for a defense down here as Abad having to defend that bottom tier 1. It's still 80 points to break it though, so it's gonna be pretty tough if they wanted to try and press for this. But they will lose the Hooper. 15 seconds left to go. Hooper's gonna be back, so it's not too bad, but that's, again, more experience in the coffers for Code Unknown. And with 5 seconds to go, look at this advanced positioning here from Code Unknown. They have the advantage in terms of position coming into that Kyogre pit. And with the points advantage as well, FN, I don't know what kind of initiation they're looking for, but they're going to need a really good one to tip this game back into their favor. But look at the Rapidash, looking to actually position for a back cap. It's a risky play. We've seen teams lose games because of that strategy, but maybe FN can make it work.
Ryu actually did its job to go for the X-Scissor, and that would actually pinch down 2 members from FN Esports, and everyone had no choice but to follow up. But Kyogre Symmetry is cleaning them up. Cannondale, the only man left standing. Mega Gyarados is barely making it out, but still Code Unknown Symmetry, despite losing a couple of Pokemon, they were able to convert tons of KOs.
They got so many KOs, but it's not over yet though. We still have a minute to go, and both teams have effectively reset. There are no Unites available, however, so it's really going to come down to raw strength here for both teams. Another set of initiations, and Code Unknown, if they mess up here, this game could be over. It really comes down to the damage. Autumn is very far forward, might have gone too far forward. The Espeon gets picked up. Kanade catching out 3 Pokemon, but then the follow-through comes through. Hooper not doing enough. Look at Always though, this Gyarados and the Hooper going for the rip onto the Kyogre, but who's going to get this secure? What's going to be the side to steal it away? FN trying to go for the end game objective, not able to outplay a yellow duck.
That was a phenomenal execution for Code Unknown. Ryu started everything, and they are going to finish everything here, Daniel. The X-Scissor dictated everything on what's going to be the outcome of the game. I'd have to give the Ryu definitely the MVP of the last stretch.
I think every Crystal should be getting MVP. Crystal players are a completely different breed of Unite player. They can set things up for the team to win. In dire situations, you might not be in the best spot, but in this case, Ryu setting things up for Code Unknown to be able to sweep things back in under the rug and secure their position in that second phase of the competition. I will say though, it was definitely a messy fight for FN Esports because the positioning for all their Pokemon were all over the place. I mean, I think the biggest question for me was Espeon running so far ahead of the team, effectively being the first Pokemon to be knocked out. Didn't have Psychic Solaire, I believe. So I kind of wonder, like, maybe were they trying to go for a next level play? Maybe try and pretend Psychic Solaire was available, make Code Unknown scramble so that FN could get into position. There was a lot really happening in that final fight, and both teams acknowledging that this was a very high stakes battle for both teams, because there was enough time. If any team got wiped, there was enough time for somebody to actually go for a quick score.
And that was just FN Esports not running as a unit. There were a lot of opportunities wherein they could have won some team fights, but everyone is just scrambled around. Look at this. It's just Subak all around up against Code, no Symmetry, and the others was just backing away, have a little bit of a refresh. And I think personally that Hoopa wasn't maximized that much. The detail to the hyperspace hole wasn't really present. And I mean, it was being used, but not to an extent wherein the team could go for refresh, could go for second chances. I feel like the opportunities are being thrown away at them. And Ryu saw an opportunity, Code no Symmetry saw an opportunity for them to abuse that, because they knew that the hyperspace hole is being put into the ground earlier the way they want it, the way they expected it to be present.
Yeah. But in these replays as well, I'm not sure if anyone else is noticing, Ryu is just sitting in the middle of these fights and he's not being knocked out. It's just goes to show how great Crustle is as a Pokemon. Like, this is not just a Ryu thing, but I really think teams are, I mean, we're seeing more Crustle nowadays, but I feel like this is the beauty of Crustle. It's one of the few defenders in the game where you can literally sit in the middle of the fight and still be able to move, still be able to help your team with attacks, setting up those rock tombs, having your own Unite move, be able to not only stun but give you more sustainability. It's such a versatile defender that I'm quite surprised it's not ban material yet, but maybe that changes later in the tournament, who knows. But yeah, I don't think moving forward Ryu's going to have access to the Crustle. We'll have to find out, but look, Code Unknown, they make it to the next stage of the competition. I know they're very happy. FN will be kicked down into the lower bracket, but they still have a second chance. So we'll see if they have to make it through. The Pikachu's, we've got one more best of 3 in our round 1 before we jump into our next matchup. What's the next game going to be?
Going to be Team Nemesis up against KO the Known Fight-Ons. Again, Battle of the Filipinos. We'll just have to wait and see.
One.
It's going to be a tough one. So don't go away, everyone, because we will be right back in 5 minutes. Hey there, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. Still PQs with Danley, and we are in the last matchup of the first set. And we're just waiting for another team to qualify for the upper bracket semifinals. And our teams competing right now is coming from the Philippines or Filipino region. Kaya mga Pinoy, alam ko nag-iingay na kayo dyan. So, hey, it's going to be Team Nemesis up against Kyogre Fightons. And this is actually a familiar matchup as they have been going head-to-head in multiple tournaments in the Philippines. Could be the Asian Games qualifiers, World Championships qualifiers. So, it's just really exciting to see both teams from the same region go head-to-head for a final slot in Japan for the ACL Finals.
Yeah, and the fact that this matchup is even happening this early on, I feel, is such a disservice to both teams, because if you follow ACL, we all know Team Nemesis, they finished in the middle of the pack overall for ACL, so they've been doing pretty well. The team does have a few things that they need to iron out. As for Code Unknown Pythons, I think you said this already, right? They're second place in the Asian Game qualifiers to Nemesis. So they're very close rivals in terms of skill, in terms of how much they know each other. But did you bring up the point with me where we had this discussion off broadcast? Mm-hmm. Filipino teams kind of counter each other. Do you kind of want to walk us through like what that is? Because after you explained to me, I was like, oh.
All right, this is all I can say.
That explains so much.
all right. First things first, it was actually Symmetry who was behind the Team Nemesis in Asian Games qualifier, not Pythons. But yeah,
my bad.
Going back again at it, my point is that when Filipinos face each other in a tournament, everyone is so good. It is really hard to predict who is going to win. And if they're up against a different region, everything just shakes up. So definitely, we might see a different dimension of Pokemon Unite happening in this matchup. So it's really 50-50. I personally think that Team Nemesis is one of the strongest teams in ACL Southeast Asia, but they're up against Kyogre Pythons, and it's really hard to predict who is going to get the win. So starting things off, That's going to be a Mimikyu at the hands of the Phytons.
And this is surprising. Mega Charizard Y, I think, has been banned in almost every game up until this point. Until now. So I hope Pythons have a solution for this Mega Charizard, because clearly if other teams are banning it, this has been an issue for a lot of other competing rosters. Now, to be fair, Pythons, they did pick up some really fantastic Pokemon. They've got Mimikyu, they have Gyarados, they have a really great backbone that's also supported by a Snorlax. So the setup is really great here for Pythons, but the Buzzwole pick, I love it.
I
love Buzzwole.
Absolutely.
Very fun Pokemon to watch, and also a menace in lane. I feel like that's one of the main reasons why you're picking that Buzzwole. You want him to bully the heck out of that top lane to slow down the progress of the enemy top laner, and eventually, as you go into that late game, you set up for the rest of your team, which you have a Gyarados and a Mimikyu to follow up your Buzzwole. So lots of potential for Pythons to be a menace, and there are some squishies on the other side that they would love to get their hands on. But the X factor I feel with this lineup, it's the last Pokemon picked here, RBX's Mamoswine. Mamoswine is a menace against basically every melee Pokemon in the game. And have a look at what's on Python's side. You've got Mimikyu that is melee, you've got Snorlax that's melee, you've got Gyarados that's melee, Buzzwole that's melee. Okay, maybe Slowbro is the only ranged on the other side, but there are so many targets for RBX to freeze and isolate. So it's not going to be a case of Pythons being able to walk up to Nemesis and grab an easy Pokemon for a knockout. They have to also be wary of where that Mamoswine is going to be, because there's a lot of damage follow-up on the side of Nemesis too.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the draft of Team Nemesis here, I think this is the first time in a while that we see Dylan using the Mew. So a while before we have been using a lot of Mewtwo Ys, but this is actually quite a different story. And you know, for the record, Dylan has been a very consistent attacker overall for the team, especially with the synergy that Team Nemesis has been trying to build up. And by the way, a little bit of a trivia here, Tramp is not going to be playing for Team Nemesis, and Miva comes into their roster as probably the top laner of the team. So really, really interesting stuff here. Some of the audience might not see Miva, you know, playing for Team Nemesis, but he's there for a little bit, quite some time already. So there's actually nothing new if you have been following the Philippine scene for quite some time. But for the global scene, you know, there is not much of a change. That's how do I put it? But Golden Fighters, on the other hand, I would like to commend their draft as well, despite Rubik's having an easy access for the crowd controls. I feel like Golden Fighters could really punish them hard as well, especially with the consistency of the damage from the Mimikyu, from the Gyarados as well. So, this is a Pokemon and team to watch out for. But what I love about Team Nemesis as well is they do have the Mega Charizard Y, could put in a huge amount of area of effect with that Fire Blast, especially when it Mega Evolves.
And the Sync one as well. So we also know the kind of potential that Sync 1's going to be able to bring out of this Pokemon. So I think we're all kind of excited to see like what Sync 1 is going to be able to do, because this game might be an exhibition match showing why Mega Charizard has been banned in almost every single game up until this point. We do have, I believe, a tech issue currently happening with one of the teams, so we do apologize for the pause. We are trying to get this fixed as quick as possible. But if you are here, everyone, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. This is the final game for our round of 1 matches. Once this one has concluded, we're going to jump right into our round 2 games to figure out who's going to be going into our upper bracket final match, and we're going to determine from there who is going to be our first grand finalist. So we're still very early in the broadcast. If you think you missed out on too much, you missed out on a few games, but it's fine. You can go back, rewind and rewatch the VODs in just a minute. But this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I don't want to be that kind of person. I kind of think this should be a 2-0, but my heart wants a 3-game set.
I mean, it's quite possible. Again, I told this already a while ago, Natalie. When Filipinos are up against Filipinos,
yeah, it's very likely to be 3 games.
It's hard. That's what I'm telling you, and it's quite possible. You know what I'm saying? So we'll just have to wait and see what would happen here. But a little bit of an update on what's happening actually in the lower bracket, because lower bracket games are not going to be streamed except for the lower bracket finals. So at the moment, Code Unknown, Horizon, and DJ team is currently ongoing, and currently it has a 1-1 standing. So they're on their way to game number 3 to determine who would advance into the lower bracket and who would say goodbye into the winter tournament. While FNE Sports is waiting for the team who would be losing in this matchup between Team Nemesis and Code Unknown Python. So going back into the upper bracket, for our next matchup, we have EVOS XL versus Last Dance. And right after that, it is going to be Code Unknown Symmetry versus whoever wins this match between Pythons and Nemesis.
It's going to be a tough match regardless. Whoever makes it through, we know both of these teams are very capable of really bringing it in that second upper bracket match. But we are still trying to solve a technical issue, folks, so please bear with us. If you're in the comment section, however, for our YouTube stream, let us know who you think is actually going to win the set. Do you think it's going to be Code Unknown Python, or do you think Nemesis would take the set? And is it going to be a 2-0, or is it going to be a 2-1? Because, okay, honest prediction for this set, I do think it's going to be a 3-game set. Even though I said it's going to be 2-0, I feel like it's going to go, I think it's going to go 3 games. So it'll be 2-1. I'm about to jinx it, aren't I? It should be Nemesis, but I don't know. We'll see. But what do you think is going to actually be the result of this final game? Just based off of what we know from the players and teams so far.
It's really hard to tell. I don't want to jinx anyone.
You don't want to jinx? Oh, wow.
I don't want to jinx
I'll just solo jinx then.
Well, I mean, for the record, Finals has been doing phenomenally great, and this is actually a team known for doing Cinderella runs in the tournament. So,
oh, okay, that's an X factor. Okay.
It's a factor, Danielle. And again, I don't want to jinx any team, and I don't want Filipino fans to blame what's going to happen in the outcome. So I'm not going to predict anything here. So let's just wait for them to play. But Nemesis, on the other hand, when it comes to experience, when it comes to professional scenes, they've been probably the team that has the most experience in the Philippine region. And, it just goes to show how well-rounded this team is in general, the experience, and, it's just overall composure and personality of the team as a whole being able to work as a unit. And they have been together for so long, almost 3 seasons of Unite already, going 3 by the way. And even though there were minor changes into their roster, everyone just keeps on coming back into their roster. I mean, yeah, Lance might not be in Team Nemesis, but it was replaced actually by a seasoned pro as well with Miva.
Yeah, so I think I asked you this question. Yeah, I think I asked you this question at the beginning before the broadcast even started. So it's not live.
All right.
But I did ask you your opinion on Nemesis, like just with the recent changes for Nemesis. Like I said, did you think this was an improvement for Nemesis, or do you think that maybe this team has basically gone for a bit of a different trajectory? And do you kind of want to explain like what your thoughts are on Nemesis right now, like with the current team layout, who they currently have playing for them?
I think in general, it is actually a way to maintain the firepower of the team for Team Nemesis. But with the trajectory of Lance going to, which is Code Unknown Symmetry, I personally feel like Code Unknown Symmetry has really improved a lot and became a strong contender here in the tournament. So, Team Nemesis, they might have been in a stable platform here, but Code Unknown Symmetry, I feel like they have upskilled a lot the moment that Lance joined the team. So that's really exciting to see if ever Team Nemesis gets the win in this matchup, and we will be seeing that rivalry happen in live stream. But of course, Code Unknown, they don't want to drop anything here. Horizon might have dropped a while ago with their matchup, but hey, we still have 2 Code Unknowns in the upper bracket.
We got a lot of Code Unknowns.
Yeah.
So many Code Unknowns. Look, I mean, if they deserve it if they make it through to the upper bracket. At the end of the day, you got to win your games. You have to prove that you deserve that spot. So if you win your games, you win your games. I don't think anyone is going to be able to contest that. Just the question is, will Pythons make it through, or is it going to be Nemesis? Which, going up against Nemesis, that's already a lot of pressure. Yeah. It's a lot of pressure. I wonder if this might tilt Pythons a little bit, because just from the competitor's perspective, I do expect there to be a lot of nerves Python. Like, yeah, maybe they're used to playing against Nemesis and scrims, maybe they're familiar with the players, they could be friends, but when you're in a competitive setting like this, like adrenaline starts to kick in, and then at the end of the day, the goal is to win. So even though you play against your friends, you all have the same goal in mind, which is to win. And your friends can't win because if your friends are winning, you won't win. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of overthinking because of the current break that we're having as well. A lot of talking to figuring out how these lanes are going to work out. Maybe they suddenly change their mind on who's going to go where. Because I like what Pythons is doing with their lineup. I like just the look of the draft, but we also need to acknowledge, firstly, who Nemesis are and what Nemesis has on access at this point of time, which to have Mega Charizard Y and Mamoswine, and to a certain degree, Zacian as well. I feel like these are 3 Pokemon that you kind of don't want to have on the same roster if you can afford it.
Yeah, I mean, with the current power of a Mega Charizard Y, by the way, despite the patch happened, Mega Charizard Y is still the Pokemon as it used to be way back in the playoffs of ACL. So nothing has changed. I know Meowth did have some change, but not Mega Charizard Y. So, and the amount of impact that the Mega Charizard Y did provide it in the playoffs was really phenomenal. Being able to act as a defender and at the same time being able to have the capacity to zone out your opponents because of the radius of the flamethrower, of the fire blast. It's just a phenomenal Pokemon that can do everything.
Yeah. So Pythons, I hope you have a solution for this. I hope your draft is ready for this because they, to be fair, they did let it through. They let it through. They prioritized bans on Blastoise, Mewtwo Y, and Hooper instead, which, if we did the comparison, is Mega Charizard Y or Mewtwo Y the bigger threat? Who's the bigger Y?
All right, I'm taking a look back again into the draft, but I think we got a bit of an update here, Danley. So there has been an internet connection issue between the teams. So, but according to the officials, they will be using the same draft and same Pokemon. So they're just having a little bit of a refresh into the lobby and make sure that their connections are really working fine, enable for them to be on their maximum potential heading towards the game. So really interesting. So we can focus already on the draft that both of the teams actually did. So I personally think that Team Nemesis has a better draft simply because they have a ranged attacker, which is Dylan with the Mew, and could definitely do a lot of control in the game. So I think Nemesis has a little bit of an edge here, but if Golden Pythons, especially having access to that Buzzwole, could just catch someone off guard to Team Nemesis, that will be really tough, I suppose.
Yeah, I think I agree. So we'll see what happens. Mike already off to a really strong start on that Buzzwole, just going for a little bit of a bully there onto the Zacian. But look at the respect here from Team Nemesis. Like, Pythons realized that this Charizard is going to be an issue. They tried to go for the central area invade, but they had their supporters on standby to protect the Charmander. So Nemesis knew this was coming. Props to Python to try and make something happen. But I think this is just a testament to what you said earlier today, which was the Filipino teams know each other so well that the Filipino matchups can really just be anything. It's really in the air.
Literally anyone's game, and it is crystal clear. Code Unknown Pythons are putting a lot of pressure in top lane, making Neva and the others unable to move really the way they wanted it to. And Code Unknown Pythons saw what's coming through. They are following through with the rotations of Team Nemesis, what is actually doing at the central area. So this is really tough for KYY, but at the same time, Rubix has a successful Ice Fang there. Potential KO for Team Nemesis, making the Vaporeon evolve already.
That's going to help the Vaporeon greatly as I do finally get that first move. And is going to be able to chase down that Buzzwole. I wonder if they want to go for the dive. It looks like they're not going to press the issue. So a bit of a safer play here. But KYY, he's going to be able to zone Mike out, giving a bit more space to Miva on that Zacian. Which, unfortunately for KYY, going to be caught out there with the rotation of that Mimikyu, but I think it's a fine trade. You've given Miva a little bit of more space to breathe, hits that level 6 as well. Does get pulled back, however, though, and oh no, a little bit too late there. Does get caught out by that Mimikyu, so big pick off here from Pythons, but down bottom you can see Nemesis going to be turning their attention to that bottom lane instead, putting a lot of time, energy, and Pokemon to break this bottom goal zone.
And this is what we have been seeing so far by the Filipino teams. They always make sure that they have a trade in the map. They have a workaround. It's either if they get knockout, they get an objective, or they get scores landing in favorable to get those stacks up. And that is what Team Nemesis has been doing right after they got a knockout. But Seismic Slam is online before 7-minute mark, and that Fire Blast is doing its job, making sure that there is no regen of HP for Code Unknown Pythons while they are sitting at the goal zone.
Oh, Syncwan, he did get pulled back there. He will be able to just get on out of that battle in the nick of time, still burning away at Pythons. They're going to try and pace, but holy moly, the firepower coming out of Nemesis. It is overwhelmingly hot in here, PKUs. I mean, Pythons, I think they defended that the best that they could, but we're already just seeing the power of Syncwan once he manages to get the Unite into that Mega Evolution, that Mega Charizard Y, the range, the damage, the burn. It's gonna be quite difficult, I feel, for Pythons to navigate that Charizard unless they can maybe get a surprise catch with the Buzzwole.
And here's the thing, they are the team who banned Hoopa a while ago. And I personally think that Hoopa is actually one of the best supporters in game that could actually give you a second chance, especially when you have a Mega Charizard Y on the opposing team who is so consistent with AoE damages.
AoE damage, burn, and I think most importantly, this is something that is a little bit more Charizard-centric, the ability for Charizard to chase. You become so mobile once you start flying in the air. So for Pythons, if you want to commit to a fight into Nemesis, I think you really need to fully commit. Now the problem is, against other Seismic Slam, they do get to play with me, but doesn't really matter when there's going to be support from Nemesis. They get rid of that Mimikyu, Buzzwole is gone. It's only really the Gyarados and that Snorlax that can really front the damage, but it doesn't matter if you can soak up the damage. If there's no follow-through, then you're really just going to be giving away experience and knockout. So Pythons, again, sacrificing their second and last Tier 1 goal zone to Nemesis. And it's only 5 minutes in the game.
And Team Nemesis is looking strong here, Daniely, making sure that every team fight would get a reward for the team. 194 to 81. This is a little bit of a pressure towards Code Unknown Pythons, despite being able to catch up a bit in the XP department. But that level 12 Charizard is still a huge threat to the team.
Oh, man. It's a really big threat, but okay, here's the thing. How do you maybe turn this game around? Maybe catching RBX is going to be a really good start because you get rid of the threat of that freeze, but Pythons, they don't really get the angle that they're looking for. So again, it's going to be up to that Snorlax to be able to do something to catch out the Snorlax, and the freeze is there, the Seismic Slam as well, and Syncwan again burning through Pythons on that Mega Charizard. Why? He does so much damage. I don't think we're going to be seeing this Pokemon again today, Kiki. I think this is permanently banned.
Absolutely. It has to be respected, not just to Team Nemesis, but every team competing here at the Winter Tournament. And we are seeing the classic Team Nemesis strategy, wherein if they get someone off guard with the Ice Fang, they just invest everything that they do have and get the knockout. And right after that, it is going to be a follow-through. They have a lot of moves up in their sleeves, so definitely they could take knockouts if they want to.
They could. Okay, so what's the plan B here for Pythons? Because you look at the lineup for Pythons, they wanted to fight, they wanted to brawl, they wanted to have a lot of health bars to work with and a lot of disables, but it's not working out. So what's the alternative here for Pythons to be able to bring this game back?
Just take out Rubik's. That is going to be the first key here, but this is looking very tough for them. Ultra's Wall of Slam has actually been used, but Dylan on the backline has been providing a lot as well. The Seismic Slam, the Mega Charizard Y is still doing a lot of damage. And again, Code Unknown Pythons are being burned down.
Oh my gosh,
that's a lot of damage!
I think we're all keen to see what's going to be Syncwan's damage at the end of this game, because dang, they did manage to get a couple of pickoffs onto Nemesis's team, but once the gas ran out of the canister for Python, it was just basically Syncwan going ham, basically inviting everybody to a barbecue. and everyone ate good. So I think Pythons are really doing the best that they can with their Pokemon, their resources, and their current levels. But I think it's really going to come down to that Kyogre pit. They have to be really careful with how they start these fights. Can they get that pick off onto their primary target? I think what the original call for taking out Rubik's is pretty important. You get rid of the Mamoswine, and all of a sudden you get rid of one of those major frontliners for Nemesis that also practically freezes whoever they catch forever. That's one of the scary things with Mamoswine. You get caught by the Ice Fang, you feel like you're stunned for half the game.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Captain Fighters, they have been doing a lot of follow-through the moment that the Ice Fang lands, just like that. No need to use the Unite move yet. And level 15 Charizard at 2 minutes left. This is going to be huge for Team Nemesis. And they actually did go for the Seismic Slam. And they want to take out the Buzzwool as soon as possible. No more Ultra Bees in the picture. Heavy Slam comes in inside the Kyogre's pit. The block is actually present. And there goes Miba securing the Kyogre. And this is going to be a barbecue party for Sync 1.
Nemesis, they win the engagement, they win the Kyogre, they crushed the lanes, they destroyed this mid-game. This game felt like it was just a setup for this final moment here for Nemesis. Game number 1, a showcase of why Mega Charizard is just not playable, but I think also a testament to Nemesis's skill as a team as well. They played really well in lanes. We saw the team was very well coordinated. Their targeting was really on point too. They're always prioritizing key targets in those fights. We didn't really see any moments where it got very messy and it looked like maybe multiple players were targeting different Pokemon. The Nemesis are coming into the tournament today with their A game. I do fear for Pythons going into game number 2 because they had a very interesting lineup, which I did have my concerns about, but I think if played right, could actually take down what Nemesis had. It was just Nemesis, I think, played them better from the get-go. And that really didn't help, especially going into the mid-game with the level difference and especially with how some of these Pokemon function. Cough, cough, Charizard Y, you give that Pokemon a head start. It's kind of difficult to slow it down. So, yeah, Pythons, I hope that they're not demotivated after this game. They very much have the capabilities of being able to beat Nemesis. I think they're just going to have to rethink the draft going into game number 2. Probably banning out Charizard Y. If not banning out Charizard Y, what can they pick that is of equal strength that is probably not going to be bad by Nemesis? I think that's the question here.
Yeah, I personally think that, you know, despite we have been seeing a lot of spotlight for Sync 1 with that Mega Charizard Y, I personally feel like Rubik's was actually the key to success as well. You know, those Ice Fangs are phenomenally beautiful, being able to set up the plays. And look at that, 121k!
I knew this man was going to go over 100k today. 121 is the damage to beat, ladies and gentlemen. 121k is the damage to beat. There's no way. There's no way this Charizard goes through for the rest of the day. I think everybody just bans this. This is an auto ban. You do not let this Pokemon through. Sorry, Charizard Y fans. That was the only game you're going to be getting today. So, game 2. What changes for Pythons?
Ban it. That's how it goes. You know, ban the Mega Charizard Y.
Obviously, you ban that. But you also have to think, like, okay, they have to consider, like, what's Sync 1 going to be playing next if it's not Mega Charizard Y, which, if anyone follows Nemesis, probably going to be the Metagross. Yeah. I feel like that's the only other thing Sync 1 plays. I'm joking, but he does play a lot of Metagross.
Yeah.
So, assuming it could be the Metagross for Sync 1, how do you kind of prepare for Sync 1's Metagross, or whatever this man is going to be playing in game number 2? Because it's kind of hard to play and basically focus on knocking out one player when you've got 4 other people on the same team that are just as deadly.
Well, I mean, if they are going for the Metagross and the Mega Charizard Y ban, okay, first things first, ban the Mega Charizard Y. And if they manage to force Sync 1 go for the Metagross, then I think the best defender that could actually go with it is going to be the Crustle, to just have the potential to cancel out the Unite move of the Metagross. I personally think that's the best defender. or maybe a Slowbro. But I think definitely not the Snorlax, because I think Snorlax you have to engage more, and definitely it would just be an opening room for the Metagross to go for the Meteor Mash, especially when it has its stacks full. You know, it would just shred down every single HP that it sees around the fray.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at bans for the previous games. So, if Code Unknown are banning Mega Charizard Y, they either let through, if they want to go for the same bans, they either let through Blastoise, Mega Mewtwo Y, or Hoopa, which out of the three, it's probably Mega Mewtwo Y, right? You gotta give something away. I think Blastoise is probably too important. Hoopa might be too much as well, so Mewtwo probably is banned. But I think if you ban the Mega Charizard Y, Nemesis would catch on to the idea that, like, okay, Pythons are preparing to play up against Sync 1's Metagross, and they start banning things that effectively do well against the Metagross. The Croc would be a ban here. Keep in mind, Nemesis's previous bans for this game was Mega Lucario, Psyduck, and Mega Gyarados. So those are the bans for Nemesis last game. So I want to see, like, what's the adaptation here for both of the teams. Who gets first pick? Nemesis. Okay, so Code Unknown are going to get second pick, and they're also going to get last pick, which I do like.
I think it's a way to check in Team Nemesis what Sync 1 is going to use. But I think for the record, majority of the time, whenever Team Nemesis is on the first pick, they always go get the Talonflame for Sync 1, which is probably the safest central area in general, because it could go away into the team fight, it could surprise anyone into a team fight, and you know, it is very much a self-reliant Pokemon. So I think that will be the case here, but Mega Charizard Y is not yet banned.
So big changes already. Mimikyu banned for Nemesis. This was not banned last game. Mega Lucario is going to get a repeat ban. Mega Mewtwo Y is banned for Pythons. I thought they were going to give this away. Blastoise also banned. Vaporeon was available last game, now is banned. That means Hoopa is potentially going to be let through. I think Pythons are now panicking. What do we ban last? Charizard? It's gone. It's gone. Okay. We have a game, Pikachu. We have a game.
I'm not going to be surprised if there's going to be a Hoopa first pick, but
I wouldn't be surprised too. I think that's a very, very, very likely possibility. KYY loves Hoopa.
5 seconds to decide, but there's a lot of open Pokemons as well, and Psyduck is going to be the priority pick here. So Nemesis did ban the Psyduck a while ago, and right now they will be using it for their team. So this is interesting. This is a safe first pick for Team Nemesis at least. In general, definitely Psyduck could provide a lot for the team when it comes to hindrances.
Tita. Give me a Tita. I would love to see a Tita. I think it's been a century since we've seen this Pokemon. Is this really Tita? Miva, please don't play with my feelings. Please, Miva, please. Oh, it's a Blaziken. It's definitely the Blaziken. Yep. All right. Well, I mean, Blaziken's not a bad pick, so that's fine. And wow, okay. So both supports already get locked in here for Team Nemesis, so they're keeping the options open for core Pokemon. And Pythons, this is a deny pick. They're about to take away Rubix's Mamoswine. I do like this. Mamoswine, fantastic defender, really great at catching out all of those very close range Pokemon. Blaziken needs to be very wary. Snorlax also needs to be careful. And Cerulege also gets locked in too, so okay. I like the adaptation so far.
I think a Miraidon would be used here. Miraidon or Mew. That's going to be...
No! Are they about to let the cat out of the bag?
Uh-oh, there we go!
It's Cat Cafe time! Let's go! We got the double cat strats.
Okay.
Oh no, come on. Sync 1-2. This man, I swear, is about to open a cat comedy cafe. Oh, I love it.
Okay, so I think, you know, in general, Code Unknown Pythons did have some adjustments, but same thing goes for Team Nemesis. And I love the adjustment here, because they will be needing that range as much as possible too. So they have the range, everything in general, because They do have Viva with Focus Blast. They do have Dylan as well as a ranged attacker. But for Sync 1, definitely, I think this would be a Payday, but it's going to be a Payday moveset. I'm not quite sure, but I feel like it is going to be a Payday and Assurance. I think it is going to be Assurance for the additional mobility.
I think we just leave that up to Sync 1. You don't pick Meowth in a competitive game unless you know what you're doing. So I think we're about to learn what's going to be the meta Meowth build in just a second, thanks to Sync 1. It's a central area Meowth as well, so this is going to be a very, very wealthy cat, if I do say so myself.
Wait, I'm trying to think of it. Like, I studied Meowth, but I'm not quite sure what will be the impact here for the competitive scene. But for sure, there's not going to be a Millie. And if this is going to be a Millie Meowth, I am going to be surprised because there is a threat from the Mamoswine. So I think this is going to be a Payday and Assurance. If not, I am going to be very surprised, and I am not going to doubt what is going to be the decision of Sync 1.
Yeah. Well, we are in our second game here, folks, between Nemesis and Code Unknown Pythons. We have our first Meowth today as well. We also had our first Mega Charizard Y in the first game of this best of 3. So if you'd like to see how Mega Charizard is and why that Pokemon is officially banned in every other game, do recommend you go back to the VODs and check that match out after this game. But Pythons, they need to win the next 2 games if they're going to be able to take this set away from Nemesis and to stay in the upper bracket. But eyes on this Meowth right now. I think we're all keen to see what Meowth is going to really do in this game, what the moveset's going to be, and what Sync 1's role, I suppose, will be for the team.
Right, and we are seeing Sync 1 has a potion from the pickup ability. So this is actually an added possibility for you to sustain yourself. And Shedinja Doll was actually used.
Oh, that's the item.
Yeah, it was actually a way for, let's say, for you to avoid the big fights. And I think it wasn't really the item. I think it was from the pickup ability, because as far as I can remember, it was an eject button. I'm not quite sure, but I think I'll have to roll that one back again.
Okay. Interesting. Just seeing how this Pokemon plays out. Cerulege, though, going to be able to get a nice pickup there onto the Psyduck. So, yeah, Pythons, they've got a long road ahead of them, especially for the Cerulege, to really set Pythons up to win this game and hopefully force a game number 3. Piloswine not going to be too happy here, though, being pursued by 3 Pokemon, and even full commitment there by Sync 1 to grab that. Clefable tried to go for the heal, but unfortunately, not going to be enough to keep their teammate alive. Dylan, as well as Sync 1, they do go for some pretty big scores. Mew, unfortunately not successful, but Sync 1 did get his points in. So, small victory there for that Meowth. But already Nemesis, even though playing with this Meowth, they are leading in points. 43-5 points.
And not just that, Sync 1 is still ahead in XP. Level 8 Meowth already. This is going to be big if the momentum keeps on falling for Team Nemesis.
He's got X attack as his stolen item. He's going to use it. Yeah, I kind of feel like this Meowth is going to be a pick that really messes with Python. I feel like this Meowth is going to really mess with them. I don't know if anyone's really practiced to play up against the Meowth, because we did kind of have a discussion before the tournament saying, like, is Meowth going to be a threat? My perspective is it's going to be that X Factor pick. Like you kind of last pick or you surprise pick with the Meowth. I kind of feel like Pythons, they didn't really know what to expect. And there's the Unite move to the Gold Coin Barrage. I mean, it was a very short one, but it did the job. So I kind of think this Meowth is going to be a problem this game for Pythons.
Yeah, especially when you haven't practiced that much with a Meowth. That is going to be a big problem for a team like Pythons. And probably this is the first time we've seen it in a competitive setting. Not sure what happened in the qualifiers, but this is going to be a shocker for all the teams competing here in the winter tournament. So Regieleki has landed officially in the top lane. Team Nemesis has access to it. Mifa is just waiting for an opportunity to dunk that 40 points. And KYY actually did its job to do some crowd control. But Tallins, on the other hand, goes for the Ice Fang. It was successful, but the follow-up is not present for Code Unknown Phytons.
Yeah, and Python's being slowly pushed to their side of the map as they've lost both of their tier 1 goal zones. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to navigate the map now, losing the speed flux both in that top and bottom lane. And with Nemesis invading their central area, even experience is going to start becoming a very rare commodity. Unless Pythons are able to somehow make their way and break through this wall that Nemesis has really built up on the opposite side of the map. But just with Miva appearing, that's already very dangerous. Toll Lane's getting caught as well. This Pilot Swine just having a really rough game. Even Ceruledge having to unite to go back to the goal point, and he doesn't even survive. That's just how tough the game is. Oh man, Nemesis, they're having their A game today.
And the unitement from the Ceruledge, I don't know if you saw it, it did nothing. No damages. Despite having the area wherein you could deal it. So this is actually a huge problem for Code Unknown Phytons. They still have 5 minutes, but they are so under-leveled compared to Team Nemesis. Yes, they might have been able to catch up in the supporters, but they need more than that. And Team Nemesis, they have been controlling this game flawlessly.
Yeah, they've done a really good job at isolating Pythons and really forcing them into fights that they don't want to jump into. We do see the Unite there from Snorlax trying to set up with the team. And yeah, Pilot Swine is already gone. The supports are down. I repeat, the supports are down. We still have the cores trying to do what they can, but there goes the Empoleon. We still have Mykit doing the best that he can on that Mega Gyarados, but really, I just don't see them being able to out-secure against a Mew. And Python's completely wiped in that bottom lane fight and also losing the objective. We're starting to reach code red here for Pythons.
And look at that. Still a Pilot Swine for Tallates. Just evolved into a Mamoswine at the last 4 minutes of the game. This is not looking good.
Tough. It's a really tough game. Yeah. Really, really tough game. I think at this point with Pythons, you know, you're kind of banking on Nemesis making mistakes, getting a bit too overconfident with some of their moves, maybe getting a couple of single knockouts. If they can on key targets, that would be ideal. If they somehow get a level 14 Meowth, that would be fantastic. Up top though, maybe this is what they're looking forward to. Ceruledge going to secure the Regieleki in the top lane. Yeah, but Barrage gets used, and again, Pythons, the entire team is about to get wiped. Oh my gosh, Sync1 does so much damage on that Meowth. He does so much damage.
Team-wide 4 KO from Sync1 at level 14. And this is just the 3-minute mark of the game. This is completely the same case when he was actually using Mega Charizard a while ago. He is about to hit level 15 before the final stretch.
It's crazy. Our first Meowth game, and we're going to be seeing a level 15 Meowth at this Kyogre fight. That's insane. But Nemesis, I think this game is just really just to showcase how polished they are coming into the tournament today. Clearly a top contender, if not the team to look out for in today's game. So, yeah, Nemesis, they're going to be a really tough team to beat, but you know, I think it's a really great challenge for our remaining teams. It might even be EVOS to play up against them in that final if both teams somehow manage to make it that deep. So we'll see. It's going to be a free Reg Ice.
That was quick. A flip! A flip might happen. Look at Pythons.
Oh,
look at them go.
I don't think it matters, because look at this Nemesis. They're just going to score home base. They're gonna score home base. As soon as they see Pythons take that Kyogre, they're just gonna score. Yeah, entire team. So Nemesis, the Pythons take the Kyogre, and they now need to maximize usage of that buff. So they've got to score everything. They've got to dump all their points. They've got to grab more points while the buff is still active, and they need to take over. So Nemesis, this was a risky play. I hope it pays off for you though, because you are about to Meet the wrath of a very angry team.
Uh-oh, there we go. The block has commenced, but everybody's going in and pushing in for Code. No Pythons. Overheat does land, but the Heavy Smack as well will be missing a lot. Tollies on the other hand does go for the Ice Fang, but not quite enough. Defense from Nemesis keeps on pushing, making the offense into a defense, and every HP is shredded down. And Pythons, they are already out. It's just the Fairy who's left alone.
It's just that poor Clefable sitting on home base. I just think Nemesis in this situation they'd out-strategize Pythons. Pythons were expecting a Kyogre fight, but Nemesis knew that they had the level advantage, that even if Pythons had the Kyogre buff, would they have been able to beat them in a fight on top of their goal zone, even without the goal zone buff? Clearly not, right? So, yeah, Nemesis, they just read the situation perfectly, gave away the Kyogre, win the fight, game is good. So it's just 2-0. I don't think it's unreasonable to say it's a 2-0 for Nemesis here. But yeah, Pythons, I think they really did the best that they could have. I don't think anyone really prepares to play up against a team that's just going to go for a 5-man home base score.
Yeah, and that was really unexpected. That's automatically a 500 points from Nemesis a while ago. And yeah, I mean, Code and Pythons, they did a really great job once they have their positions already at the Kyogre pit. But at the same time, Team Nemesis got a Regice. It is actually almost identical to what a Kyogre can give. It just doesn't have that quadruple scoring prowess. So I can't understand where Team Nemesis is coming from. They have the HP regain, so they just gambled it out. They are confident that a 500-point lead, or even more than 500-point lead, actually is not enough, even though you get the Kyogre, because they believe that they can do the defense because they have a Psyduck, they have the Snorlax as well, and Miva with the Overheat. There's just a lot of defense available for Nemesis, and they're so confident that they could shred down the HPs of Codon on Python simply because Sync 1 is already at level 15 without hitting the final stretch yet.
Yeah, I think something to add on to this as well, this is the Kyogre effect. The fact that Kyogre does not provide the same buffs such as Groudon, such as Rayquaza, I think that may have been a completely different fight if the attack buff was present, right? Like if the attack buff was present, then maybe that fight could have tilted in favor of Pythons because they would have been able to cut through all of this extra health and bulk that was on the other side. It was just the fact that Kyogre's buff is great too, you get a lot of sustain, but because the team was already under-leveled, that they already had a bit of a damage deficit, and there's only so much extra healing can do for your team in a team fight where if you can't finish the job, you can't finish the job. So a Kyogre's buff in that situation is really not helpful.
That's almost 500. It's not totally 500, but almost. And if you saw that team fight probably at the last 3-minute mark, level 14 compared to level 11s, that is such of a huge deficit. We can definitely confidently say that it is Team Nemesis' game already. I mean, I think if the Mamoswine had an opportunity to use the Ice Fang against Sync 1, it could have been a major factor for them to get those XPs, get that cooldown before Sync 1 goes back into the fray. That could have been a big play, but we did not saw it. Very unfortunate. There was just a huge amount of pressure towards the side of Code Unknown Pythons because everyone from Nemesis has been dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Nemesis just read the situation perfectly. I think that's really the best way to summarize this entire game. They played the early game great, they played the mid game perfectly, late game they could have risked it and potentially maybe fumbled a fight around the Kyogre pits. They just decided, let's not risk it. We dunk our points in, we've got the level advantage, we're just going to defend on the goal zone, and it worked out for them. So, yeah, Nemesis, I think they're just happy with their 2-0 win. Now they just got to get ready for their next upcoming matchup, which is going to be against, second place team, the team that almost beat them at the Asia Games. So I think that's going to be a really exciting matchup here, Peaky Eels. It's kind of a rematch between these two Filipino teams.
Yeah, and that is going to be a stacked game. But at the same time, Code Unknown Horizon would have to exit the tournament as they just lost in the best of 3 series up against DJ team. So we'll get to see more DJ into the lower bracket. Unfortunately, not live stream, but we're hoping this team could make a deep run. But on the other side, FNE Sports and Code Unknown Finals would happen momentarily right after this break off stream. And we will be broadcasting EVOS XL and Last Dance right after this, and followed by Code Unknown Symmetry and Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are very excited to see this next game because, as I said, it's going to be EVOS going up against Last Dance, which I think we all know who EVOS are. We know what this team is capable of, so I don't think anyone is really surprised about what's going to potentially come out from them. But I think now is a question of Last Dance. How good is Last Dance really? We will find out in this next best of 3, but only after this very short commercial break. So if you need to do anything, go do it now. Go to the toilet, grab your snacks, drinks, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because this next best of 3, this is going to be something special. We'll see you after this, trainers. trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. It is day one and the only day for APAC East as we figure out who is going to be taking that slot to the ACL Finals. We just finished up our first round of matches, so all 4 round 1 games are done. Lower bracket games are currently underway. We are not broadcasting those, unfortunately, but we are broadcasting all of the upper bracket matches, meaning we are going to be jumping into our second round of upper bracket matches. It's going to be a very exciting one as well. EVOS XL going up against Last Dance. We all know who EVOS are, okay? If you're keeping up with ACL, EVOS is a team with a lot of well-known veteran players. We don't know wwho they are. You have Shindy, you have Z-Ray, you have Slash. If you don't know those names, welcome to Pokemon Unite Esports. It's very, very fun here. I think you're going to enjoy your time here. As for the opponents, though, Last Dance, we're still figuring out who Last Dance are because it's a team from Korea that is, so far from what we understand, full of a lot of players with not a lot of history online. We're not 100% sure if they're really completely new to competitive Pokemon Unite, or maybe if it's some veterans that decided to go for a bit of a name change, but they won their first round pretty significantly, and I think it surprised a lot of us. So I think we're all now interested to see how high or how closely does Last Dance rank to our invited teams to today's games. And EVOS is going to be their first challenge, so I'm kind of excited. I know Pika Yules is also very excited as well, because I think we're going to be in for a really, really interesting and surprising game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of surprise picks a while ago. If we're gonna be rolling back a bit of what happened a while ago between the matchup of Last Dance, they have been using Azumarill a lot. So I don't know if we get to see that Azumarill ban for this matchup. Especially, I do believe that EVOS XL did their assignment. They really did watch. I mean, again, Slash was actually watching the broadcast a while ago once they were on break. So they have a little bit of an idea what is coming when they're up against Last Dance. They have been a big fan of a Blaziken and an Azumarill. So it's within expectations that it might get banned unless EVOS XL has something that we haven't seen yet that could actually nerf that very aggressive Azumarill from Piachu.
So I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I think EVOS want the Azumarill to pop up. I think that's what they want. I think Slash and I don't know who makes the full decisions. I think it's probably a combination of Slash and Shindy. They probably want the Azumarill to pop up because they at least will be prepared for it. Right? Like they already saw it in that previous matchup, so it's not really going to be a surprise. So there's a very good chance that they're going to be drafting Pokemon that would actually be able to not only outplay the Azumarill, but maybe even survive and outlast it in that late game. And look at this, right? Piachu already for a adaptation, going for that first pick Ceruledge alongside the Mew. So we're not going to be seeing Azumarill at all. They've actually gone for a complete pivot. But I think this is out of respect because they know they're playing up against EVOS XL and Azumarill has already been revealed.
Oh my god. Last Dance is a team that's making me speechless. Like, normally we get to see first picks for defenders and supporters, but attacker and an all-rounder this is making things interesting for Last Dance. I'm not quite sure what they have in mind, especially locking in that Ceruledge. I mean, yes, it could penetrate some shields, it could penetrate some defense, just like Slash having that Snorlax in his hand, but they're adding a little bit of a tankiness here with the Alcremie.
Z-Ray, come on, Z-Ray, please.
Oh?
Please give us the Alola Raichu. We are about to have a rainbow drop today with all these new Pokemon. Please.
Come on. Lock it in.
He's thinking. He's like, guys, come on. We gotta add something new to the pool. We gotta innovate as well. And he does innovate! Yes, we got the Alolan Raichu. Welcome back, buddy.
There's just a lot of surprises in Winter Tournament, Danley.
Let's go. Come on, I'm all for it, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally fine with this. It's making an absolute cinema. That is how I put it, because we have been seeing a lot of Pokemons going back into the fray. But let's analyze the draft here. Both teams are looking well-rounded, but I feel like this Ceruledge could be a threat for EVOS XL, knowing that this could penetrate defenses, especially, for how well-rounded the Ceruledge is in general. So I think I'm expecting a Phantom Force here and a Bitter Blade, because that has been the recent buff that Ceruledge received, unless there's a different toolkit here for Last Dance. I'm not quite sure, but for EVOS XL, I think personally that they forecasted the draft. They knew, because they for sure they knew that the threat of Ceruledge is already available, and with Z-Ray, the splash damage that Alolan Raichu could do without getting so much close intact into the fight, I feel like this would play a huge role. And Z-Ray has been one of the most consistent attackers in the Unite scene, so I feel like this would put a lot of space for EVOS FXL and just dismantle the position of Last Dance. We all know Last Dance is so aggressive, but with those Electro Balls, I feel like this is going to be Electro Ball. With those Electro Balls, I feel like this is going to give Last Dance a tough time to force or bruise their way in against EVOS.
No, I agree, because they've got 3 Pokemon that need to figure out a way to get through all those Electro Balls, right? Like, you need to be very careful with how you navigate the terrain, so yeah, Last Dance, maybe they have a plan. I don't think anyone was expecting the Alolan Raichu to be picked, because this is just a Pokemon that has been absent for such a long time. So for Z-Ray to whip this out, maybe it's kind of changed some of the play that could potentially happen here for Last Dance. But speaking of Last Dance, they love to fight though. So this is something that has been pretty important, I feel, for the success of Last Dance. They do get the wild Pokemon, and they will be able to sneak on out of there. So I do have to say, really great navigation here by Last Dance to avoid a potential knockout by Xingdi.
And here's the thing, like, if you remembered, like, one of the trademarks as well for EVOS FXL way back before in the Unite scene, they are known for being an aggressive team as well. So I wonder how would that result into this game, especially both of the teams have a much more identical play style from way back then. The EVOS was actually resembling the identity of Last Dance right now, but EVOS FXL, they're more of a disciplined team right now. They know their boundaries, and they do not overextend the fights that they know that they might lose. So this is going to be a bit of a comparison. Can Last Dance be able to convert those aggressiveness into a win, or EVOS FXL, with their refined knowledge in team fights, be able to take down this pressure building capabilities of Last Dance?
So we did also get confirmation it is Electro Ball for Z-Ray. So they will have the potential to not only scout with those, but also cause a little bit of problems for any Pokemon that really rely on navigating the terrain in these battles. Now, Respec not looking too good. You know, he was caught out, the Buzzwole getting picked off, and Ivy also realizing there's no way this Alcremie is going to be able to escape. So going to give its position away. This does leave True to protect that top goal zone, but Crostal, as if this Pokemon had no health. Yeah, I know we praised Crostal earlier today for being such a tanky Pokemon, but I think against 4 players, I think it's still... there's only so much a Crostal can do.
Yeah, and this is just a tough game for Last Dance. We are not used to seeing them being the ones put into pressure, because EVOS FXL, they have been applying a lot, and Chin barely makes it out. The Electro Ball hits, that's a sure hit from the Mew, and this gave Last Dance an opportunity to start the Regice, and EVOS FXL would have to give this one away because they have a Regieleki trait at the other side of the map.
I was a little bit scared there because I thought it could have been stolen away by 94, but we do have the Regice buff for Last Dance. They're looking to press the issue, and I think EVOS, yeah, they're realizing this is probably not the best fight to go for, so they're going to give that away. Whilst that is all happening up top, we do have Xingdi and his Snorlax going for a score themselves, because they did push the Regieleki up there, so points have been scored, more levels onto that Mimikyu, and now maybe these teams are gonna think about battling it out in the central area. Snorlax gonna start being slashes there. Cloud is very low. There goes the Crustle. We see the power up, the nut being used by the Snorlax. We're gonna catch out a few Pokemon, both of the support and the defender, out of the picture here for Last Dance. And with just a Mew down in that bottom lane, I don't really think there's much Hosea is going to be able to do outside of just throwing out a couple of ranged attacks. So More goals being scored here by EVOS, and they slowly but surely extend their lead in game number 1.
Cloud is just being shredded down. Everyone from EVOS XL has been doing a lot of damage. This is so difficult for a defender like a Crustle to sustain those kind of damages, especially that EVOS XL was able to get their power spikes before 5 minutes off the game. So this is looking great so far for their team. And Last Dance, on the other hand, they need those fire powers to come up. They need to level up that Cerulege and Mew as fast as they can so that they have something in return and be able to provide splash damages on the Pokemons of EVOS.
Yeah, 77 doing a fantastic job scouting for the team, just providing vision and letting the rest of the team know where Last Dance are currently camped out, especially in these bushes. And Slash can be caught out by the Buzzwole. The blocker's there, able to absorb a little bit more damage. We'll be able to flail out of there as well. And EVOS, they're ready for this. Now, even though Last Dance do have the tier 1 goal zone here, this is not going to guarantee them a successful engagement down here. They've got to be quick because any moment actually could come down, but oh my gosh, already the Alcremie going to be sniped. In the meantime, though, they do manage to catch out Z-Ray, but they also lost the Buzzwole as well. That's going to be another frontliner out of the picture here for Last Dance. And it's only the Mew. It's a Registeel. You can tell Hosea wants to go for the steal, but beautiful zoning from 77 Chin guarantees the Registeel buff there for EVOS XL. They're still looking to try and go for a push to break that goal zone. Surf does buy them some time, and it does force EVOS back, but Cerulege has been forced his hand, and that's going to be ambushed completely by all of EVOS XL. And they're going to turn things around. Play With Me is going to be used too. That's going to be both the Cerulege, the Mew, and the Alcremie taken out. That's a guaranteed tier 1 bottom lane tower for EVOS XL.
This is looking strong for EVOS XL, and not just that, 77 Chin was actually able to pull the Alcremie a while ago, making them have an easier access to the bottom lane. So this is actually a Pokemon that Last Dance has to watch out for. Slash has been providing a lot of blocks to dismantle their position to push them back, and this Psyduck, 77 Chin, could just pull anyone up and let his teammates KO that Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to see the strengths and weaknesses of this build, of this lineup here for Last Dance. They have great team fighting capabilities, but their chase, unfortunately, is a little bit weak. It relies on the Cerulege to do all of it. Oh my gosh, Z-Ray, though, turning things around for the team. Alcremie, Mew, Cerulege, all taken out. Didn't even let me finish my sentence there. But Last Dance, they're a great team fighting team if you're up against a team that doesn't want to retreat, that they want to fight into you and that they want to go for that full commitment. Their chase is not the best. Their lockdown is not the best either. They have a little bit of everything, but nothing that really helps this lineup excel. Cerulege has to do all the work himself to fully commit to get that knockout. Mew has to do a lot of work as well to dish out that damage. Buzzwole and Crustle, I feel, great Pokemon, but they're really struggling to be able to do what they're supposed to do, which is catch and set Pokemon up for the rest of the team to finish, because, dare I say, all the range damage coming out from EVOS XL is causing them so many issues. And look at this! Z-Ray from the outskirts doing so much range damage and poke that Last Dance, you can tell they're just not confident fighting into this.
But hey, no Unite move for Xingdi. This could be a problem for EVOS XL. That knockout was so rewarding for Last Dance. Level 13 on Cerulege, and they are going to start this Kyogre at a bit of
it's
a
going
time.
Down so fast.
Full power
secure.
Everything's
going out. They don't have it. The Last Dance, you know, they got the last hurrah, they got the last hit, which is all that they needed. They are losing Pokemon though, so this could be where things collapse for the team. 94 though, caught in that Crystal Tube, very, very low, just a little bit more. Do they have the damage to follow through? They got to score some points though, because they've got to make the most of this Kyogre buff. They're going to start scoring right now, so that's going to be 100 points by the Cerulege. They're still behind though. EVOS XL sitting on 410 points compared to the 256 of Last Dance. But look at this. Last Dance, I guess they're just looking to regroup as a team. Maybe they're looking to just swamp one of the goal zones and try to win that way. And Slash, doing a great job just buying time for the team. But you can tell, right? EVOS XL, they're getting ready for the battle of their lives.
Oh no. Cloud was actually able to make the Hundo, and they just need another Hundo. A lot of Pokemon still has to buff, and they have the Hundos ready as well. Cloud needs to push back the members of EVOS FXL. The X-Scissor needs to be perfect. We were just waiting for the opportunity. Can Cloud do the job? There goes the Rock Tomb. No one is advancing yet. Slash goes for the block. Piachu! He's attempting! It's not yet happening, but there goes the Alcremie with a Unite move. Can Hosea do it? I think he does!
They got it!
And there goes the Hundo at the 72! The Last Dance was able to clutch things up with the Kyogre buff.
They managed to do it in such a great way as well. They could have rushed it. They could have tried to go for that 3-man push right up to the Kyogre and winning that team fight. But this is where patience and just restraining yourself really comes in clutch for the team. They regroup. They know their team fight is incredible, especially with the Alcremie. Alcremie loves these goal zone team fights, especially if the Alcremie feels that they're not going to be in range of being knocked out. So Last Dance, I think they did the best thing possible around that Kyogre pit. They could have committed to the fight against EVOS FXL, but they also realized that really for them to come back, it was going to be the Kyogre, and they had the Pokemon to get that final secure. So Last Dance, surprise, surprise, going to be taking that first game away from EVOS FXL.
That was a beautiful flip off the game. No one expected that. EVOS FXL has a phenomenal draft in order to just out-draft, Last Dance as a team, as a unit, but they were able to do the assignment, they were able to do the job done, and that was really phenomenal. And Piachu, on the other hand, I think I have to give props to him as well. Being able to make sure to, crush the defense of EVOS FXL as a unit. And Cloud, on the other hand, despite not the ideal start that a Cross Soul would have, but he was actually able to do his job at the last minute of the game, being able to set up some Rock Tomb, being able to push back with some X-Scissor. And not just that, the Alcremie as well. Ivy has been doing a lot of poke damages as well, despite being a supporter for the team. So EVOS FXL, they did well, but Last Dance, on the other hand, being able to outplay them at the last minute of the game was just phenomenal.
I think we also need to kind of address a bit of an issue that EVOS kind of ran into as well, right? So right before Kyogre spawned, we had Xingdi in a really difficult situation. He just got knocked out. He was still down when the team was fighting around the Kyogre pit, and he had already used his play with me. So they had already lost one of their biggest assets to be able to win this game before Kyogre even spawned. And you can tell, right? Like Last Dance, they knew that, okay, Xingdi is down. Yes, they still have a very strong remaining cast, but I think without the Mimikyu, I think they felt a lot more confident to just decide, let's go for the grip. There's no disables. Like, there's nothing that Z-Ray is going to be able to do to stop us. Maybe a little bit from Psyduck, but they just didn't have enough to threaten them to not make that play happen. So again, this is where having that game sense, knowing that when finding the opportunity to make those risky plays happen, make it happen. And that was where Last Dance, I think, just going for the rip, best play possible. But I think now you also have to look at the other side of the spectrum for Xingdi, right? Like, what happened? Were they maybe trying to cut off Last Dance before Kyogre spawns? So maybe if they get a couple of knockouts before Kyogre's there, they go for the rip themselves to try and deny that opportunity for them to come back. We really don't know what happened, but I do think that itself probably shook EVOS. Like, they probably went into panic mode thinking like, oh god, we've lost Xingdi.
Yeah, I think they were eyeing for a vision for the potential flip that Last Dance has been eyeing to do, because they have so many last hits. They have Piachu, they have Hosea as well, and could actually use the Rock Tomb as an alternative last hit as well. So Last Dance still has a lot to offer in the final fight into the Kyogre, and they were able to navigate down what they had to do, which is taking down and forcing Xingdi to use its Unite move. And that is actually a big XP rewarded as well to the side of Last Dance. That's a level 14 Mimikyu that they just took down, and it boosted the levels a lot. So that was a huge execution for Last Dance, being able to make sure that the comeback would happen at the last 2 minutes of the game. So right now, EVOS XL, they are pivoting to ban the Vaporeon, which is actually not used or was just banned by Last Dance a while ago. But Mimikyu for Last Dance, it's already banned.
What? Wait.
Mega Charizard Y?
Mega Charizard Y is open. Mega Mewtwo Y is open, which I think is quite surprising. So EVOS, no, please, no. Oh my lord. I hope.
No.
I hope EVOS was planning for this. I hope from the bottom of my heart this team was planning for this, because I need to see my cardiologist after this game. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's not over. It's not over, folks, okay? Well, everyone at home, don't panic. Just because you have all the strong Pokemon, it doesn't mean you win this game. It still comes down to skill, okay? You gotta use your brain. But it makes it so much harder. Okay.
If Last Dance locks this in, they have a huge edge against EVOS XL.
I'm not mad. I'm going to be honest. I'm not mad. Xingdi's on Leafeon, which I think is really good. So yeah. Xingdi is on a very early game Pokemon that can pressure a Mega Charizard Y before it even becomes an issue. So I think Xingdi is now going to be hard pressed to go for a jungle invade and really just bully Piachu out of the lane. Hosea, I'm just looking at the lanes here. It's going to be Zero on that Mew going up against Hosea. I think that's probably a lane that they have to give away. I don't think there's a way for Xingdi to shut down 2 Pokemon at the same time. And between the 2 of them, I'd rather pressure the Mega Charizard Y. But now with the Blaziken in the picture as well, now I think he's got 2 targets. You've got to pressure Respect whenever you can, but I think Piachu is probably the priority here. There's Mega Charizard Y, because if you let this Pokemon get its experience, get those levels, unlock the ability to Mega Evolve, there's nothing aside from... Actually, no, there's nothing on EVOS XL that is going to stop a Mega Charizard Y.
And here's the thing,
they didn't even go for healing. They went for self-sustain. They didn't even go for a healing lineup, so they can't even out-heal the flamethrowers and fire blasts that are going to be coming their way.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You talk about the invades, right? And
yes.
I feel like this is going to be a battle of invades. I mean, yeah, Xingdi can invade probably by himself. If he does need help, definitely Slash or Chin is really present. But here's the thing. They have Ivy from Last Dance as well. This Mr. Mime is so good in buying time, doing a little bit of crowd control into the early game, making sure that he babysits the Charmander, wait for it to evolve into a Mega Charizard Y. So I think that they might leave Respect in the Blaziken in top lane and just try to babysit that Mega Charizard until it evolves into a Charizard. So I think that is going to be the plan for Last Dance if EVOS XL wants to hard press this little Charmander.
Oh man, this is going to be such a crucial game here for EVOS, because they can't afford to lose from now on. They're already down a game. They have to win 2 games back to back, and this second game of theirs, I would be mentally demotivated already, but that's why I'm not a professional player. So let's see if EVOS can bring this back. It is very possible. It's really going to come down to how they manage those lanes. And if you look at the map already, you can see Xingdi barreling his way down towards that Charmander. He says, I am going to get him. He has to get him.
Ivy does know what's coming. He is going for the respawn. Actually pushes back Xingdi. That was a good call for Last Dance, making sure that Xingdi doesn't get the KO that he wants to.
And you can already see up in the top lane, they have also sent both the Charmeleon and the Torchic up there. So at least they're going to try and slow down 94's Magikarp. He's getting quite close to evolution. Not comfortable yet, but Xingdi, he's there as well. He's looking to try and go for a knockout. A triple here would be perfect. That's what EVOS really need. They get the 1 on the Charmeleon, so they get something out of it. Getting the Torchic would have been a really nice double whammy, but I think with how things are going right now, Xingdi is just happy if he gets anything.
Yeah, I mean, that is a level 5 Leafeon already, almost at level 6. That is a huge edge as well for EVOS XL. And not just that, they have been winning bottom lane as well. Level 6 Leafeon compared to 4s and 5 of Last Dance. This is looking good for Xingdi, and he might be able to take another KO. And that is actually a phenomenal response here. They are hard pressing. They are the ones putting the pressure against Last Dance, and these Razors actually did a lot of.
Zaya! That was crazy. He went for the full commitment to chase down Z-Ray, and instead he walks past Xingdi. Oh man, that is. I mean, this is not what you're really looking for. Is that Mega Mewtwo Y? But look, this is how EVOS want the game to go. This is exactly what they want. They're trying to power level their core Pokemon right now. So as long as things continue the way that they are, EVOS have a really good chance at just out-leveling and out-brute forcing Last Dance. But at the same time, they have to make sure that they don't give away any cheeky, free knockouts, experience, so that they don't give Last Dance an opportunity to pull back a potential comeback, because that is very possible, especially if some of these core Pokemon accidentally get knocked out.
And almost a steal from Ivy attempting to get the Regidrago. Not going to be successful though, but EVOS XL has been running a great start here at the game. First 3 minutes, they were able to limit down the Swinub evolving into a Piloswine before 7 minutes of the game. That was actually great, but Cloud needs more attention, needs more XP to get that Mamoswine online as early as possible. So they're eyeing on the Regieleki. On the other hand, EVOS XL wants the top objective as well. So this is going to be a beautiful trade. It will be better if EVOS can steal this away, but they found the Charizard, and 77 Shin was actually able to pull him down.
I think that's a trade I would take any day. Yes, I give the Regieleki away to Last Dance, but you've given away a level 8 Charizard to EVOS XL. So that was a big injection of experience to basically EVOS's entire lineup. And look at the level gap between these two teams. This is what EVOS wants. They want to starve this very greedy, very powerful late game lineup. If they can keep this going, this is how EVOS XL is going to win the game. You punish the team for going for such a greedy yet powerful lineup.
Not looking good for Last Dance now.
Xingdi up top, going for the solo onto Blaziken, and he gets it. We don't catch it on screen, but that was an Emerald 2-step commitment. So this is exactly what you're looking for. Exactly the perfect game EVOS XL are playing right now. And they're looking for the Charizard again, who's in Nomaz at Piachu. He's got 2 berries, he's got some support, but we're going to commit the Unite here as well. Oh, I managed to throw the Unite at the right time, but he's on the Speed Flux. That's going to be the Unite gone and his life as well. More experience to EVOS XL. Honestly, big turnaround for EVOS. I am so impressed that they're able to bring this comeback, even though after witnessing probably one of the most tragic game ones that we've seen so far.
And they are mad. They want to secure this game. There goes the 27 points for 94. And they want to push more into the bottom lane. No defense available yet for Last Dance, but they are trying to outscore them in the top lane, making sure that the Mega Charizard Y would get enough experience and be able to deal some damage later on. But Xingdi is going in for the hunt once again. Piachu, goodbye to you. Razor Leaf lands. This is Xingdi we're talking about.
I'm kind of curious to know what's Piachu really doing in No Man's Land, because yeah, he's trying to push that top goal zone. He's not with his team, he's level 10, but he kind of just surrendered himself to Xingdi. Are they maybe realizing this game might be lost? Are they maybe waiting for Kyogre? I don't think so. I don't want to think that this team has just had a complete mental boom, but you know, they're struggling. I think that's the least of their concerns right now. The team is struggling because they did go for something extremely greedy for that early game, and EVOS are punishing them for this. Now, the thing is, Last Dance are searching. They're soul searching right now for anything. They do get the Seismic Slam onto one so far. It's a pretty big target. That's a level 12 Xingdi. So, yes, it's a big commitment there for the Mega Charizard Y, but they desperately needed something. So, we do get an injection of experience, and now we're getting a pretty big push here for Last Dance because Xingdi isn't here. We still have the buff there for that Mega Charizard Y. There's no drought, however. He's finished his Mega Evolution, and Last Dance, I think after realizing that it's over, I think they're just going to relax now, find experience where they can. It might really just come down to that final fight at the Kyogre pit here for Last Dance.
at least they were able to get some experience after that KO against Xingdi, which really does boosted the level of the Mega Charizard. Why already at level 12 at equal footing up against Xingdi and the other Pokemons of EVOS XL. But I think that the other Pokemons as well needs to level up here for last dance, especially that Mamoswine only at level 9. It could not tank every damage that EVOS XL could actually do. Yes, if you were able to make the first move, that would be great, but Mamoswine needs the melee Pokemon to go inside and go for the Ice Fang as quick as possible. Though this is going to be a huge problem. And the Seismic Slam was actually used at the 3-minute mark. They got a KO, right, for sure. But would they be able to Mega Evolve at the final stretch?
I want to think that they do, but maybe they just go for a very risky play. They have the buff there, so it's Mega Charizard while doing so much damage, life stealing off of EVOS XL. They do catch Xingdi. That's a big knockout for the team. They do manage to get the freeze though onto 94 with that Mamoswine. Last Dance, still soul searching, about to go for a big score on that bottom tier 1 goal zone. Oh, EVOS, I fear for this team. They did force an early Mega Evolution from the Charizard, but I think it might have been what Last Dance needed to really bring back this level disadvantage back to square one.
There's no disadvantage already in the levels, Danley. Everyone is on equal footing, and this is going to be very tough again for EVOS XL. They can't afford to do the same mistake, and they want to rush things down. They are zoning it, but not knowing that Ivy is just lurking in the tall grass. Are they going to make the move? Slash actually misses the Rumble Rouser! But still, Xingdi was able to get it. There goes the Mega Evolution. Seismic Slam. Fire Blast. I cannot see it yet, but there it goes. Xingdi is actually taken down into the fight, but 2 Pokemons are the only ones left for last dance, and Pikachu was forced to back away.
Oh my goodness. EVOS FXL, beautiful execution there. They slowly poked and prodded the Kyogre, trying to force Last Dance into a fight. They baited them into a fight that they wanted so badly, and they challenged them to a race against that Kyogre, which I think was such a smart play. And after Xingdi, you're Leafeon. Leafeon is one of the best Pokemon for getting secure, if not the best Pokemon on the lineup, maybe aside from the Mew. Oh my gosh, EVOS.
They're going to win.
I think they made a lot of people in the chat just kind of have a bit of a panic attack here, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Yes, they have to make a defense here, and Xingdi is defending the top lane because they know that only one back-cap is enough to flip the game. But they don't have the Mega Evolution. That's why the HP of the Mega Charizard Y is being shredded down, and Xingdi might be able to take the knockout. But on time, off the camera, Mega Charizard Y is online, but the Gyarados was able to make the 100 points. And everyone is chasing for the KO. Pikachu wants to take down Xingdi, and he actually did. And right now, he's marching all the way to top path. Wants to make sure he scores the huddle, but Slash is in the base as well. Gyarados defending it. There's no time for Last Dance to score, and we will be having a game number 3.
Game number 3 is officially happening between EVOS FXL and Last Dance. I think a lot of us were so concerned just seeing the Megas pop up for Last Dance to begin with. I think we all thought, oh no, is this going to be a battle of the Megas? But EVOS, I think the people looking at their draft thinking like, where's your Mega? They didn't need a Mega. They did not need a Mega. They knew what their objective was. Crush Last Dance's early game, and they knew their limitations going into the Kyogre pit. So I think once they realized that they were in a better position around that Kyogre, they used the Kyogre as that bait. Eventually, when Last Dance came in, EVOS FXL, they just hit the acceleration button. They're like, all right, it's a race to Kyogre, and I don't think Last Dance was expecting it. So what a panic attack of a last moment for this match. But game 3 is officially happening. Can we guarantee we're going to be getting another Battle of the Megas here for Last Dance in game 3? I doubt it. I think EVOS are going to be expecting it. Oh, but what a game 2. That was scary.
Yeah, it was actually scary, and props to EVOS XL taking care of the early game, making sure that this Mega Charizard Y would not punish them from early to mid game. That has been the key to success, forcing this game number 3. But I'm quite curious if what will be the actions here for Last Dance. Would they revert back to the Azumarill strategy that they have been running in their first set of matches, or are they going to rerun this Mega Charizard Y? Because it's just the early game concern that they did have. They were able to claw their way back from the mid game up to the late game. It's just they didn't have an opportunity to wipe out the team of EVOS XL in that last fight. And actually, Pikachu as well was forced to use its Mega Evolution before the final stretch, so it was actually missing. And the moment that they got the Mega Evolution back online was the moment that EVOS XL actually had the Kyogre already.
Yeah, so look at the positioning here, right? Like, they baited with the Kyogre, they did see movement, they just went for the rip. They went for the rip, Xingdi went the full commitment onto that Kyogre, and once they had everything, they blitzed through Last Dance. So I don't expect EVOS to rely on this strategy again in this next game. I think this is just a one-time strat. So going into game number 3, I hope they have something else up their sleeve. But I want to say the same thing here for Last Dance. I want to think that Last Dance, like, this is not a one-trick pony team. Like, this team we've seen so far has been very capable of pulling off multiple strategies with multiple kinds of Pokemon. So maybe Azumarill comes back, we don't know. I'm going to do a quick check here. I don't know if we do have access. No, we don't have access. So we won't know who's going to get first pick, who's going to get second, and who gets the last pick. But if I'm going to make an educated guess, I think Last Dance is going to go for second and last pick. I don't think this is a team that is going to prioritize first pick. I think first pick is going to be EVOS again, because Last Dance is going to want to have the advantage of last pick. So if they want to maybe pull out the Azumarill, it's going to be a last pick. And if not Azumarill, I hope they have something else crazy up their sleeve, because they're going to need something really, really special if they're going to take out EVOS in this upper bracket match.
I mean, I said this a while ago in the casters chat. I want to see a Gudra for today.
I want to see the kind of Pokemon for a comeback, but who knows? You might be onto something.
I dare any team out there use the Gudra. I want to see those nerf damages from the muddy water. So, come on, pull it off. But hey, I don't see anything wrong as well with the draft of Wild Code during game number 2. But here's the thing: they already knew what's coming into the draft, or maybe into the game, if they are going to execute the same draft. So that is what you meant, right? By, they can't do this again. They need to have something extra special to overwhelm their opponents for both teams. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to rerun the Azumarill, because the Azumarill has been so consistent for the record. For the Galarian Rapidash, I'm not quite convinced to use it, especially on a team like EVOS XL.
Yeah, I don't think either of us are really convinced with the Galarian Rapidash, right? It's been a very hit or miss pick for teams. Like, it's not consistent, which is the one thing that's kind of holding this Pokemon back. So I'm not a fan for any of these teams, but for the sake of Last Dance, I do kind of hope it's not the Galarian Rapidash, unless there's something about this Pokemon that, like, hard counters Xingdi or hard counters Zero. Like, I don't see that Pokemon being able to give them the win. We do have a match update for our lower bracket game though. So it's going to be a 2-0 win for Code Unknown Python against FN. So we do have results for that matchup. So we're going to be seeing more Code Unknown in that lower bracket. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the games because of the lower bracket. But Code Unknown fans, rejoice! Pythons are still in.
Absolutely. So 2 Code Unknowns are still alive in the tournament, namely Phytons and Symmetry, who's actually in the upper bracket. So I do believe that a lot of fans from Code Unknown is watching the broadcast. And of course, huge as well, huge thanks to Brian, who's actually the owner of Code Unknown, who has been supporting a lot of young talents in the Philippines, making sure that they were able to showcase themselves in Pokemon Unite. But let's set aside Code Unknown for now. Let's focus on EVOS XL and Last Dance. Last Dance actually did go for the first pick here, Danilee.
Okay, so they want first pick, but what are you first picking? Are they hoping Mega Charizard Y is available? What is there anything in the pool that, aside from Mega Charizard, that's like first pick worthy? Maybe they want to steal the Psyduck?
Psyduck or a Vaporeon, but I think they haven't
so
ran
far. Hang on, let me just.
They did ran
Evil's first pick
Vaporeon.
Psyduck. I think they maybe want to steal the Psyduck. Okay, is it Mega Charizard Y or is it Psyduck? What's the play? What is it, Last Dance? What are we picking?
What if Xingdi uses the Mega Charizard Y?
Well, okay, if I'm Last Dance, I would be thinking like, okay, that is a possibility. Okay, Vaporeon. But that leaves EVOS to pick up the Psyduck themselves.
And a Mega Charizard Y. Mewtwo Y?
No, they're going for Mega Mewtwo Y. I mean, I do think this is the better play for Z-Ray. I feel like he's so consistent on this Pokemon. Like, I'm not angry, I'm not mad. I think this really suits Z-Ray's playstyle. But for Last Dance, they did highlight the Mega Charizard Y. Are they hoping they can get it later?
All right.
Okay, it gets locked in. Okay, so we do get it on Last Dance's side, but they stole the Mew. But Mew wasn't going to be picked for Z-Ray anyway because it's on the Mega Mewtwo Y. Hang on, let me check. Hosea. This is the bottom attacker if Hosea is really playing the Mew.
Do we get a Mamoswine here from Cloud or a Crustle? I feel like it's going to be a Crustle.
I was going to say Crustle is probably a really good pick, but that depends if Cloud... that's not the kind of Crustle we're looking for. We're looking for Pokemon with shells, but this one's blue. We want the brown one. Okay. So we get the Lapras. Okay, why Lapras though? I'm trying to think. Why do you want Lapras here instead of Crustle?
I am a bit confused and concerned as well from the Lapras pick. I'm trying to invent a concept on what is going to be the role here of the Lapras aside from tanking the damages, because if you're going to take a look at the moveset here, so I don't know if this is going to be a Perish song, but I feel like it would be.
Wait.
Oh, no, it's not.
Wait, this Hosea. Hang on, it's Hosea on the Lapras.
Cloud at supporter Mew, or they might have just changed roles.
I want to think they've changed roles. Hosea is going to take this Lapras down bottom. They're playing a attacker Lapras with... Sorry, who was on the Mew again? Cloud.
Yeah, Cloud.
Because Cloud was the Mamoswine player. I'm confuddled. Maybe this is what they want. They're just like, okay, let's confuse EVOS. We're gonna do something absolutely outrageous and surprise with these picks. Look, I would love to be able to read Last Dance. The fact that they have confused me, I think that's what they want. They want EVOS FXL to feel the same way. But this is not new though. Like, Attacker Lapras isn't new. We've seen Z-Ray play this in the past in the ACL group stage. So...
Okay. There's nothing much of an SP attack item aside from the Incense, so I'm not quite sure if this is going to be a Perish song, since in general, I think Perish song is a great move, especially if you can't get the guaranteed knockout against EVOS FXL. And the moment that you had that threshold HP with a Perish song, it just makes it easier for Last Dance to get the KOs that they actually need together with maybe a Bubble Beam. I think Bubble Beam is going to be the second move option here for Last Dance. So it's still confusing here, Danielle, but what do you think?
I think we just gotta leave it to fate. Let's see what this Lapras' role is, and then I think from there we're just gonna have to see how it plays out, because I'm not the biggest fan, unfortunately, of this offensive Lapras, but maybe I think in this particular game there is a role for this that might really threaten EVOS FXL. I think it's really gonna come down to the build. So Hosea, you gotta show us what's the play here, because a lot of us at the moment we're a little bit confused. But for now, the goal is to just protect that goal zone, because what else can you really do? Cloud is still hovering around You can see Slash is there to zone out the Mew, so there's not really much they can do in that bottom lane. 94 on that Gyarados is evolved, so he's going to be causing some issues for the Buskin. Unless they can maybe tag team and get a knockout, that would be huge. Really nice push there from Ivy, but do they have anything left to catch him? No! 94 just swims on out of there.
Great swim away. But Last Dance is looking for more Pokemons here. Ivy providing a lot of vision, and he just did go into the premises of EVOS XL, and Piachu is actually pinched down here by 94. So he's just going to run away in circles, use the flame thrower to maybe get away. Unfortunately, that is not going to be quite enough, but at least he did a lot of damage against 94.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to play the Charizard, honestly, because when you're that Charmeleon, you're at that awkward stage where you don't really do damage. You're really just there to get ready to evolve into that Charizard. So I can understand wanting to go for the invade, thinking that the enemy team's not going to be expecting you there, but this is EVOS that we're talking about. If the Charmeleon isn't about, somebody's probably going to go looking for him to try and slow down his evolutionary progress. So yeah, EVOS, they're very, very well prepared for what could potentially come in this game. It's just a matter of, can Last Dance punish them and force them into making some mistakes? And I think for the most part, I think EVOS fans feeling pretty good about this game. We're not really seeing many mistakes being made at all by EVOS. If anything, they're making the correct plays happen.
And they were actually able to put some pressure as well here at the bottom lane, but Last Dance saw it coming. Reason why they're making a trade here at the top lane, but it seems like that Gyarados 94 is giving them a tough time to push down their limits or maybe secure the objective, but no problem. The Mew secures it actually for the team. They have attacking prowess, but they decided to retreat back knowing that the threat of the Psyduck and that Gyarados might be available. So Zaya was actually left alone, decides to give away the gold zone at the bottom lane, and the Regieleki would just be at the reward here for EVOS XL.
Yeah, so again, a case of EVOS really just taking this game in their own hands, which is how this team likes to play. They love to be in the driver's seat to dictate how fast a game is, how much experience they get, and even to a certain degree, forcing their opponents to play a certain section of the map. So EVOS, they're doing everything that they can to keep this game under control. It's really up to Last Dance to try and press the issue, to try and open up the map for themselves. We are seeing a bit of a skirmish in that central area so far. It looks like Mega Charizard Y being punished there thanks to Xing D and 77, so big knockouts there. Psyduck will be knocked out in the process, but I mean, I guess it's not that great if you lose Xing D too. He did get knocked out, and even Gyarados was forced into using the Unite to get away. So, yeah, I think EVOS, I think they're realizing, oops, we're making a couple of mistakes. We can't really afford to give too many of these away.
Yeah, I mean, at least they were able to convert some scores after those mistakes that they have been doing all around the map. So, still, EVOS XL hanging in there, making sure that they were able to fix the mistakes. But at the same time, they are looking aggressive here, getting knockouts here at the side of Last Dance. So, Last Dance forced to defend this gold zone in top lane. Not going to be quite successful. But Piachu actually doing some damages as well, but not quite enough for them to get a KO against EVOS.
Yeah, and the fact that Slash was able to walk out of there as that Mr. Mime was crazy. But again, it was all just big teamwork coming out from EVOS, especially with Xing D to get that knockout onto the Blaziken to deny the free experience. So EVOS, they're taking this game very seriously, leading by 213 points to 54. They just gotta keep choking out Last Dance, prevent them from getting experience and all that stuff. They're forcing a Unite move on a Psyduck. That's when you know a game is getting pretty serious, when your Mega Evolutionary Pokemon are going after supports.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's only a Psyduck on that lane. I'm not quite sure if that was actually a rewarding KO. I mean, yes, you did get some XPs, but you want to make sure you get the highest level Pokemon when you're trying to go for the KOs. So I think that is just a way for Last Dance to claw back their XPs and be able to stand as the same ground with EVOS XL.
Yeah, and you can see right now EVOS, because they know the Mega Charizard Unite is on cooldown, that they're actually feeling pretty confident to go into a fight here. Emerald Two-Step being used, but Mew forcing out the Unite just in time to be able to survive that onslaught. The Last Dance, are they really thinking about forcing something here? It's only 3 Pokemon. Vaporeon is not there. Lapras is guarding the base. So it would be a bit of a broken up team fight if anything did happen. And instead, both teams going to go back to looking for those wild Pokemon, maybe going for those knockouts if they can find anybody. But look at the map. The map is bare. It is dry. If there was a drought, this is the drought.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking tough for Last Dance. Power spikes, I'd have to give it to EVOS XL. Everyone is leveled up consistently, 11 and 12s, probably would max out their moves before the final stretch, while Last Dance, on the other hand, needs to claw that XPs into their favor. They need a knockout at least to grant XPs to their defenders and supporters, because it's not looking good. It's just going to be Pikachu dealing those damages, while on the other hand, EVOS XL has everything what they need.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm still unsure of what Last Dance is really looking to do in this game, because right now Hosea has been the dedicated bottom lane protector, right? Like he's been stuck down there guarding the bottom tier 1 and tier 2. They're both gone now, so we're finally going to see this Lapras in action. I want to know, what is Hosea's game plan here? Like, what's the role? Is it maybe to catch Pokemon out with any kind of disable? It's going to be the Ice Beam build as well, so they do need to be very careful of where that Ice Beam is on the ground, because if EVOS get caught in the freeze, that can cause them a lot of issues, especially for some of their squishies. But I like the positioning here for Xingdi. He is positioned himself in a backline bush, so he's got options. He could go for a score in that middle lane, or he could join his team for a Kyogre battle.
Oh, there goes the pull from the Mega Charizard. Why? Pikachu goes in for the Seismic Slam, being able to avoid the Infinite Cyber that actually came in from their team. And this is an all-out bro. Look at those burn. Look at the damages. But Slash is still online with the Showtime, being able to trade some knockouts here. 2 members left for EVOS XL, while Last Dance still has 3. And that Charizard is still in full health. This is looking great for Last Dance, but they weren't able to finish the job. Slash is still online, guarding the Kyogre, and still the Psyduck is online as well.
They've got to figure out a way to deal with the supports. The walls from Slash are causing so many problems from Last Dance. They're still there though. But who gets the final hit? It's the Blaziken to secure that last hit for Last Dance. EVOS, they have one job. Stop this push. They have a minute to somehow slow down this massive push coming out from Last Dance. 193 points with the 100-point dunk. If another 100 goes through, that is going to be it. Last Dance are now leading in terms of points, but look at Xingdi. He's in the middle of the map. He's thinking of trying to go for a backhand himself, but is it going to be enough if he even tries? I don't think so. The points are there. Last Dance are leading 581 to 284 points. With 30 seconds to go, can EVOS somehow claw their way back into this game?
No way! The Fire Blast is sending everyone back, pushing them back into the base, and there's just no room for EVOS XL to outscore them. This is going to take a while. Slash, on the other hand, is still on top, but those scores are not enough for them to overtake the win. And Last Dance pushes EVOS XL to the lower bracket.
Oh, this is not a result a lot of people were expecting. Last Dance. Is this the power of Mega Charizard Y? I do believe there are elements of this in the Mega Charizard Y. We saw how much power Pikachu was flexing during those final 2 minutes when he got the Seismic Slam off, the damage he was doing with the Flamethrower, the Fire Blast, even his basic attacks. And it was so hard to chip him down as well because he's life-stealing whilst he's doing all this damage. Yes, it's not going to be a crazy 121k damage like we saw earlier today with Nemesis, but it's still significant enough because I feel like most of that damage probably came from that final fight around that Kyogre pit.
Yes, and actually, that game number 2 compared to game number 3, I personally feel like the Mega Charizard Y from Pikachu had more breathing room compared to game number 2, making it possible for them to have an easier access to level up and at the same time be able to overcome a little bit of a team fights as well. Yes, EVOS XL might have been controlling the game from early to mid, but Last Dance, they were able to claw their way back, just being able to hit that level 10 and level 11 and actually looking for a breathing room as well. And it was actually a beautiful timing as well for Pikachu to avoid the infinite cyber by Z-Ray by using the seismic slam in order to mega evolve, and everyone was grouping up into a certain spot, which actually gave the Fire Blast a room to burn down the HP of EVOS XL.
I think, are we finally going to ban this Pokemon? Because I feel like it's a crime to not ban Mega Charizard Y, especially after that we've now seen a few games of this Pokemon in the competition so far. Like, it seems, I don't want to say it's an auto win because there is still a lot of strategy involved in even getting a Charizard up until this point, being able to ensure that it doesn't fall behind, and also being in position to not only deal damage but avoid being caught by any major crowd control abilities. So are we going to be seeing more Mega Charizard? I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot more. I think there will be a lot more respect shown to this Mega Pokemon. But I do hope there is a solution found for Mega Charizard Y, because I don't think banning it forever is really going to be the best way to deal with this Pokemon. If there's a way to shut down the Mega Charizard Y, I'd like to see it. I'm pretty sure someone is experimenting, maybe someone has a plan, but we'll have to see if anyone's successful, because so far this Pokemon, it's something.
I mean, definitely we'll see more Mega Charizard Y, but on the ban list. I think that's going to be the case for today. Maybe that will be the case. But wow, that was a phenomenal performance from Last Dance, and they will be advancing into the upper bracket final. So we will determine their opponent after this short break, because right after this it will be another Battle of Filipinos between Team Nemesis and Code Unknown Symmetry. So Pokemon trainers who's watching, don't go away, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. This is Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. And this is going to be the last match for upper bracket semifinals between Team Nemesis and Code Unknown Symmetry. So this is going to be a rematch. I mean, Team Nemesis is already going to Japan, not for ACL Finals, but for Asian Games. But the question is, will they go to Japan twice? Or will another Filipino team go to Japan for ACL Finals? Or will Last Dance win the whole thing? That's a big question. A lot of questions is still possible to answer, but you know, we just got to focus on what's going to happen in this matchup. So, I mean, for the record, Team Nemesis, or rather their roster, has been dominating the Philippine scene for quite a lot, almost 3 years, and the members from Code Unknown Symmetry is always at the back of their head. So, I'm not quite sure if there will be a change already here. I mean, I have to give my props to the analyst of Code Unknown Symmetry, Kyogre. Kyogre, you know, I know you did your assignment. You did watch a lot of VODs the moment that we casted together in Asian Games. So I personally think you did the job done and definitely know how to win against Nemesis.
Yeah, okay, how long ago was this game? I just need to know, okay, how fresh is this game that they've had together?
All right, so let me check the calendar real quick. So as far as I can tell, it was before ACL playoffs. So that was
so it's before playoffs. Okay.
Yeah, so 3 weeks. 3 weeks. There we go, 3 weeks.
Okay, so I thought it was maybe like a last week thing, but now that you're telling me it is before. Okay, so they've had time to cook.
Yeah, they had time to cook.
Time to bake their strategy. I'm just thinking. Okay, let's look at the teams first. No Mega Ys. Okay, Ys are banned. Ys are OP. So apparently we're not going to be seeing those. But we do see defenders. So it's going to be either Psyducks or Vaporeons, unless you see something a little bit more unconventional. I don't think Nemesis is that kind of team to do that. And yeah, they just go Psyduck, Psyduck and Vaporeon like the first 2 picks. But they meta for a reason. Really great defenders and supporters for the team as well. Just really great and tanky, provides a lot of utility. But what is the follow-up with the Vaporeon for Symmetry? Do they want to set up their support duo now, or do they maybe want to pick up a cool Pokemon to pair with the Vaporeon? And oh wow, right off the bat, Schwa going straight for the Ceruledge. I have to say, a bit of an early pick. I would have expected something like this to be a little bit later, but to see the Ceruledge now, it makes me think that they're trying to hide their cards for their next 2 picks. So if Ceruledge isn't the weirdest pick in the lineup, it makes me wonder what's going to be coming up next.
So, Snorlax. So there's a high chance that Sync 1 is not going in for the Metagross. I'm not quite sure, but on the other side, Abad, I think that would be a supporter type of Vaporeon, unless they trade it to Ryu later on. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it will be a supporter type of Vaporeon, and Ryu would have to stick with a Crustle. So yeah, Kyogre did his assignment. Kodono Symmetry did its assignment as well. They know already what will be the concept of Team Nemesis, but that was 3 weeks ago. A lot of things has changed.
Oh my gosh,
are we going to get to see the Meowth again?
No! There's that blasted cat again. I mean, I think we're all kind of excited to see it at the same time, okay? I might be like, oh no, it's the Meowth. But deep down inside, I think we all just kind of want to see this Pokemon in competitive play. So, look. This is not the first time Nemesis have pulled this out. They pulled it out in their previous game. So I'm pretty sure Kodono Symmetry, they probably saw this and how Sync 1 likes to play it. The question is, in the span of a few hours, have they figured out how to deal with Sync 1's Meow? Because, okay, let's rewind back to when Sync 1 actually played this Meow. We also have to talk about Dylan playing Galarian Rapidash, because I think this is also something pretty interesting to talk about. But did Sync 1 really play Meowth that differently? I kind of felt like he just played like a standard speedster. Like he didn't really do anything special with his Pokemon, so it's not really him just being like, aha, you know? It's like he's just probably using the unpredictability of the Pokemon to throw a lot of his opponents off guard. Because like, who's practicing Meow? Honestly, I don't think anyone's really practiced for this Pokemon.
I don't know, but how do I put it? It seems like Sync 1 was using Sableye in a speedster form. That's how I saw it a while ago. It just does random things. It just shows up in the fray, doing some damage, and that's it. And with the current draft of Symmetry, I mean, I don't see a Pokemon that could catch them off guard aside from Ryu with a Crustle. So Ryu again would have to play a big role here, and I have to say this, Natalie. Kodono Symmetry's draft is looking great, at least in my perspective. I mean, they could stop the forces of Nemesis despite having 2 speedsters, and at the same time, a lot of squishy Pokemons are available for Team Nemesis. So will Rubix and Neva be able to push them back, or Kodono Symmetry would just bruise their way with Lance, with Shua, and Ryu available in their lineup?
No, I 100% agree. Like, I'm not saying that Nemesis is like invincible with this very weird lineup of theirs, but I think they did try to go for this very weird element of surprise, especially with their choice of Pokemon. So let's see how things go for the lanes. At the moment, you can already see that, you know, Arbad's not having the best time as that little EV, unevolved Vaporeon, but that's fine. You know, life is good when life be lifing in that lane. But they've got to figure out a way to deal with Miva, because Miva is actually doing really well on this Magic card.
that rage meter is being filled up as quick as possible, and there hasn't been any major fights happening in the top lane, and I feel like that would be the priority for Symmetry, in which they want to delay that Mega Gyarados to be online as much as possible. That is going to be the fight breaking through in the top lane. Same thing with the bottom lane, and I feel like Sync One wants to go in for the KO, but not going to be successful on the KO against the Piplup. But there will be scores straining from left and right, which is actually looking great for both teams.
And we do see Gyarados fully evolved on the side of Nemesis, so that's going to be a bit of a threat here for Code Unknown Symmetry, especially if they try to go for some of these steals, and they will unfortunately lose the Vaporeon here, so Synquon's also going to contribute to this, so a bit of experience going all round. And Code Symmetry, what is the plan here? Because they're still trying to get those levels on the Combusken, getting very close to Blaziken, but with Miva here, it's going to be quite difficult to find anything in lane. So they're going to rotate the Ceruledge in. Maybe they can do something with Shua here, but it's really difficult to chase a Gyarados that has access to that waterfall. But Lance does get the evolution off though. So at least both top laners for both teams, they've hit the mark, they've really hit the levels that they're looking for. It's just a matter of being able to find more, because as you can see on the map there, Regidrago getting secured by Dylan on that Galarian Rapidash, so they pick up an ejective themselves. KYY, nice eject button there to go back onto the goal zone. Symmetry really pressuring the goal zone, getting a quick score as well. Having to eject, but Let's going down there. That's a bit of a mistake. Really nice knockout there by Miva.
Yeah, and I think Abad focuses more on scoring, which gave actually a room for Miva and KYY to go for the KO against Lance. So that's actually a good call as well for Miva to catch up in the XP department, because he was losing a level behind against Lance in that matchup. So a good response from Nemesis, and they were able to get a positional advantage in terms of the first set of major objectives.
Ooh, look at the map though. I'm seeing a lot of Symmetry going into that top lane, looking to shut down Miva, but Nemesis, they've got their own Pokemon up here as well. It's a Regirock, so it's going to be a defensive buff here for Code Unknown Symmetry. If they want to go for a fight, they will have the sustain to do so. Block is there, looking to go for a cheeky knockout, but Miva, very, very risky to go for this. Somehow not going down yet, managing to get a 3-man waterfall. Blaziken gets taken down as Synquon comes in for the rotation. Dylan's here as well. How in the world did Nemesis manage to survive that? Oh, the Unite misses!
Synquon avoided the Unite move from the Ceruledge by dashing away. That was actually a close call. It was almost a guaranteed knockout, but not going to be quite enough. But Lance, on the other hand, just did the job, take out Synquon in the picture, and was actually rewarded by a tons of XP.
Oh, that was insane. They did eventually get Synquon, but it did come at a pretty hefty cost, unfortunately. Lance in the middle lane, though, going to be attacked by 2 Pokemon. Will be finished up, though, thanks to Dylan committing his Unite move for that as well, so preventing the Blaziken from leaving. And Abad all on his own on this Vaporeon. Gonna try and delay this as much as possible, but there's only so much a Vaporeon will be able to do here. Trying to buy time. We're actually really wasting time, because if you look at the map Symmetry, they're focusing that bottom lane instead. They're either looking to pressure Synquon, or they're looking to take this bottom tower instead. And the Unite being committed by this Meowth gets cancelled early because Synquon sees the number of Pokemon barreling his way, trying to go for the attacks there onto Suzuka, but will be going down, unfortunately. So realizing that, okay, if I'm going to go down, let's try and get a sneaky knockout. But yeah, there's just too many Pokemon down there for Synquon to really be able to grab that singular knockout.
And this is actually looking better for Code Unknown Symmetry, despite losing a little bit in the point department. They have been able to get a lot of trades, and were able to respond in what Team Nemesis is trying to do into the fights. And I also love the strategy that they were trying to do is doing for the cross-map trades. Once Team Nemesis is grouped up in the bottom lane or in the top lane, they go to the opposite side and make sure that there is an objective trade, because as easy as possible, they can repel back that Regieleki. They wanted the buffs coming in from the other Reggie, so making them a much more formidable Pokemon when they come into fights.
Yeah. All right. We are getting quite late into this game. Abad, they're being pushed back by the block. Does try to sneak on out of there. Will have to commit the Unite to escape the shielding. Buying that little bit of needed, but the heavy slam connecting onto 2. 3 Pokemon knocked out in that bottom lane. Big commitments there by Nemesis, but they get the knockouts, and they're looking for a pretty big overdunk here as well. 37-point overdunk by Miva, pushing the scoreline 335 to 209 as Shua goes for a little score in that top lane to try and get himself a little bit more experience. And, well, if I'm Symmetry, okay, let's have a look at the experience status here for both these teams. Nemesis are leading in terms of their core Pokemon. They got 3 level 12s, whereas for Symmetry, only sitting on the Ceruledge in that level 12 position. Do you think they're that far behind? I kind of feel like Symmetry, they still can very much catch up. They just got to find a little bit more.
Yeah, they just have to find an opening. But Miva was the one actually who had the opening. But nice counter from Ryu, being able to send it back with the X-Scissor and the Rock Tomb. And KYY was actually taken down and the pitcher as well. And this is forcing Team Nemesis to go all into the fight. But Cecilia is actually a little bit tanky here. But the support from Rubex is actually phenomenal, making Synquan and Dylan be able to reset their HP a bit. But everyone from Symmetry is looking formidable, is looking so tanky, and Abad was able to support his teammates into its maximum capabilities.
Oh, look at Shua. He's going so deep for this. I mean, he probably knew he was going to get knocked out. But Ryu, on that crosswalk, I kind of feel like this man was the MVP for that fight. He had the Dream Rock Tomb. He had the Dream X-Scissor. Not only buying time for himself, but setting up for his team to come in with the follow-through, getting some really big knockouts. I hope we see that in the highlight because I feel like that was so important for Symmetry to be able to come back with such amazing setup by that Crustle. Again, a reason why we keep talking about Crustle. This Pokemon in the right situations can do so much to essentially win the game for your team. We are about to hit that last 2-minute stretch here, peak Yule. So there's dire strengths now for Symmetry. They're not behind. They have the levels. They can win this team fight. They just have to hit the money Rock Tomb.
Uh-oh. I think Rubix is starting things off here. They're going to go very rapid dash. Heavy slam once again was landed, and Lance has to back away and barely made it out alive. And Rubix is not stopping. That Rock Tomb actually assisted Team Nemesis, and they were able to pinch down Lance. This is not looking good for Symmetry. Abad is doing his best to push back every single member. There goes the eject one of the rubble rounds in order to stun them down. And everyone from Golden Oak is forcing their way in. But it is not the way they expected it to be. It backfired against him deadly.
The wombo combo coming out from Nemesis was insane. And it all started because of the Psyduck. KYY catching out Lance 2 times. Back to back, 2 times, catching out the Blaziken. Koda no Symmetry going into panic mode. They tried to save him, but as you said, the Rock Tomb basically setting up the tombstone for Lance. Oh, that's crazy. It's not over yet, though. We still have a chance for maybe Symmetry to come back. But the thing is, can they try and do it with the Kyogre? Do they have the gas in the tank? Who's going to get the final hit here? Ryu's the last one left for the team. Does he have anything in the tank to steal? Oh, not this time, he says. Team Nemesis. The end game. Everything that Nemesis needed to go right went right. And it was all because of the Psyduck, the first pick for this team.
Man. I mean, I got the concept of the Rock Tomb a while ago. It was actually a way to hinder Nemesis going into the fight. And it backfired Symmetry a lot because the block and the heavy slam combo from Rubix was actually enough to pinch down Lance and the Rock Tomb, making it possible for Nemesis to get the first KO and the fight, and everything was just a follow-through. Yes, there were beautiful setups from Koda and Symmetry as well. Let's not deny that. That eject button Rebel Rouser from Ryu was phenomenal. Same thing with the Gimmick move coming in from Shua. But they were lacking on the damage. They needed Lance in the fight, and he was not present in the picture. And Team Nemesis, they have their supporters ready. They have Rubix. They have KYY. Everything is ready for them.
I wish we could just slow-mo the beginning of that fight and just watch KYY on the Psyduck. Back-to-back grabs on Lance. it could have been different if it did not hit Lance at all, right? Like if it grabbed a different Pokemon, that at least they wouldn't have been able to dish out so much damage on a single player. But to get Lance twice, and we also know that Lance actually plays a really important role for this team because, like, yes, they have Ceruledge, they have Empoleon as well to come in for the follow-up damage, but I feel like, you know, you really needed that Blaziken as well to be able to not only provide that supplementary damage, but also be that threat to force Nemesis to not play at these small bottlenecks, because Blaziken loves bottlenecks as well. He does so much spread damage, it's insane. But here, this was where Ryu absolutely insane player. 2-man Rock Tomb X Scissor sets up on 2 key Pokemon on the enemy side. Like, this was the praise I was giving Ryu. The Crustals everywhere clapping their claws, but hopefully, I think in this next moment, watch the side up.
Man,
watch that side. Look at this. Watch this criminal. That was the second one as well. That was another pullback before that replay. If I could replay the replay, I would, but we don't have that power here. So.
Yeah.
But you have to understand, like, how crazy that is. Like, the skill level of these games is insanely high. You will never see these play in your public match. So it's just really a testament to the skill level and the dedication that these players have to the craft, which is Pokemon Unite.
Man, and might to tell you, Miva was actually up the whole time, being able to support his teammates in the damage department. It could have been different if Codon Symmetry was actually able to knock out Miva a while ago, but unfortunately they didn't. So it's just very unfortunate for them, because Miva is primarily the main damage dealer of the team that has self-sustain as well. Because if they manage to take out Miva, then definitely everyone left would be squishy, just like Dylan, just like Sync1. It's gonna be a different output, but man, the combo is just too beautiful for Team Nemesis. Yeah. KYY just both slants in, Rubik's with the heavy slam plus the block combo, and they managed to convert that Rock Tomb perfectly to their favor.
Look, it was beautiful. But that's only game 1, folks. We still have another game of this best of 3.
Yeah.
So that's just, if that's a taste of what's to come for the next 1, maybe even 2 games, I'm all for it, okay? These are really fun games to watch. But we do have to also talk about some of the changes that are probably going to be happening in this next game. So let's start with Code Unknown Symmetry, because they're the ones currently behind. They have to win 2 games back-to-back if they want to stay in the upper bracket. What changes? Is there anything on their lineup that you feel probably needs to be adjusted? Like, are there any Pokemon that has to be subbed out?
I'm not quite sure with the Ceruledge pick by Shua. I mean, Ceruledge is a great Pokemon overall. It could deal damage, could burn down those shields, but at the same time, I don't feel like there was a lot of impact with its Unite move a while ago. If you saw the last fight, as if nothing happened right after he used the Unite move. So I think it could be replaced by a Speedster at least. I mean, I totally understand that they got the Ceruledge before D-Limp and Sync1 locks in the Speedster. So that's totally understandable. And they don't have access to Mimikyu or even a Mega Charizard Y. So I'm thinking of another central laner that could be very beneficial for Codon Symmetry. It's just what to pick.
Leafeon, I guess? I mean, Leafeon's been pretty popular today as a central laner. It doesn't really require too many resources, and I believe Shua's also played a lot of Leafeon, so this is not something that would be new. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Leafeon. Hang on, what else could we make me see?
Oh, Meowth is banned.
Now, I think at some point that had to happen, so no more Meowth.
I mean, at the same time, I don't see Team Nemesis running that composition again, because personally, I think it has a huge risk.
It's a one trick, I feel. It's like you pull it out in game number 1 and that's it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Right, Vaporeon.
I'm just trying to think now, because I think we're both probably thinking for Code Unknown at the moment, because they have to force that game number 2. So they're probably thinking like, okay, what's Sync1 playing? If it doesn't get picked now, it's going to be the next 2 picks. And I kind of wonder, like, is Sync1 going to go back to his classics, the Talon or the Metagross? They're gonna save it for the last 2. Save it for the last 2. So they're probably thinking like, okay, let's see what the next 2 picks are, and then we'll pick that pick for Sync 1, but I'm questioning, like, what are you really going for here? Because, like, I'm happy with Neva on the Mega Gyarados, that's fine. Rubik's on the Snorlax is fine. KYY, keep that man on the side, okay? Don't take him off the duck. And
smart.
Deny pick. They're denying Sync 1. I wonder if they're trying to pigeonhole him into the Metagross.
That's actually possible, and Ryu could just lock in the Crustle. But I think I saw that steal coming in from Kyogre and Symmetry. That was actually smart, simply because Suzuya is using a Mew, and probably the best central laner that they could actually use is going to be the Talonflame. So smart move by Symmetry, forcing Team Nemesis Sync 1 to get the Empoleon and dealing with the Galarian Rapidash. So I think this is going to be a switch from Sync 1 and Dylan.
It might. I feel like that is a possibility. Maybe they're keeping their options open depending on this last pick. You said Goodra. No.
Goodra?
No, we are not seeing Goodra today. Okay, so we're seeing Lapras.
Almost.
I think I'm fine with Lapras. Hang on, let me think. Where is everyone going? So we got Lance on the Gyarados. That's top lane, guaranteed. Schwaz on the Talonflame. I don't think there's any way that goes out of central area, so that's stay. So that means... Is this support? Is Ryu a support player for the team? Hang on.
Defender. Yeah, defender.
Yeah, okay, so he's a support. So it's a support Lapras, not the attacking Lapras that we saw in our previous set. Okay. Is Lapras that good though?
They haven't switched. So would this be a? I think this is going to be a central lane Empoleon, not going to be the Dylan Empoleon version. So I'm thinking if they are going to switch the moveset, since Hydro Cannon is pretty much reliable when you're in the attacker lane, but if you're in the central area, I mean, the other moveset could actually work, which is going to be the Whirlpool and the Metalclaw. So I think that could be an X factor as well, especially when you're going into the central area. You want that consistency when it comes to the special attack. And in general, once you get into the fight, if you bruise your way, definitely it's going to be the Whirlpool that is very much reliable. But if they want to set this one as a central laner attacker, then they'd have to stick with the Hydro Cannon and Aqua Jet combo.
Well, I mean, it is guaranteed at this point, right? Sync 1 is on that Piplup in that central area. We'll see what the build ends up being, because we've seen this man do alternate builds as well on other Pokemon. Especially with the Metagross, he does change it up every now and again. So maybe you learn a new Empoleon build, you know? Sync 1's like, okay, central area Empoleon, let's go. We'll see if it works out for the team, though. Now, Kodano Symmetry, they do have a Talonflame on their lineup. It's a Fletchinder at the moment, not fully evolved yet. We see a battle happening down there. We'll have to see if there is going to be a potential knockout, however. It looks like it's just a trade. Nothing too crazy down there, so you can see lots of respect being shown across the board. Both teams knowing if you make a wrong move, that is going to be a free knockout. So I'm not surprised actually that Nemesis are playing it a little bit safe. Even though they're a game ahead, they could try to go a little crazy for game number 2, but I think it's just safer. Just be safe. Don't be sorry. Get 2-0. So you're guaranteed the upper bracket final.
And we did see the Whirlpool, as far as I can tell. I'm not sure if I saw that one correctly, but let's have a little bit of a rollback a while ago. Oh, not yet, because level 7 is going to be the Whirlpool. So I think that it was actually the Aqua Jet that Sync 1 did get in the kit, so we just have to wait for the next move. But on the other side of the map, there's going to be KOs landing, Rubik's taken down, and I feel like Lance and Abad is trying to do their best to outmaneuver and outplay Neva here, knowing that the Moxie is pretty much reliable here, increases the attack buff as much as possible, and Symmetry is looking for more KOs here in order to get the upper hand.
Ooh, we've got both central laners here ready for Regidrago. There's a Mew hovering and a Psyduck as well. So you can see both teams thinking about taking the objective. KYY revealing his position. Sync 1 as well. They find the Mew Suzuya being zoned out. So Nemesis really prioritizing the objective. Oh, Dylan so close. The Solar Beam almost clipping his main. He will get finished off by the Vaporeon coming in from that top lane. So we already have our first knockout. Abad though, as well as the Lapras regretting their decisions as they're being rained down by Sync 1 on that Empoleon, and I think it's already been confirmed, the moveset here for Sync 1.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon has been doing a lot of damage and self-sustain as well. Look at that! What a way to use the Heavy Slam to cancel out the Flame Charge right after the fly has been dropped down. And here comes Team Nemesis. They're applying more pressure. Rubix, on the other hand, goes for the Heavy Slam to push them back once again. And Code Unknown Symmetry is having a bit of difficulty to push down the limit and push back Nemesis.
And we still have a battle of the Gyarados in that top lane, the Mega versus the Regular at the moment. So it's going to be really a 4 versus 4 situation down here until somebody decides to make a move.
There we go.
Reggie still on the line though. This Talonflame so low, having to commit the fly as well. Oh, it gets knocked out mid, it unites, so there's no more Talonflame to worry about. And it looks like Speed 1 securing the Reggie Steel for the team. That's going to be an attack buff here for Team Nemesis. And with a numbers advantage in this bottom lane, this should be a relatively easy score for the team, and they're going to go for a overdunk as well. 29 points there from the Snorlax, so pretty big overdunk. 25? Am I mathing? Well, we're kind of mathing here. I don't normally mental math, so consider it a privilege.
I mean, we have a 27-point lead. That's all I can tell. That's all we can discuss right now. And they're fighting for the Regieleki, and definitely for sure, I think Shua would be able to secure it with the fly and the flame charge. And Neva was actually forced to go back into the goal zone and maybe have an opportunity to repel back this Regieleki. But Lance is actually forcing his way to go in. There goes the full power Sai to push them back. And Neva would actually go for the Dragon's Curse to Mega Evolve to take down Shua. But will Neva be actually to make it out alive? I don't think so, as Lance gets the KO. But here comes Sync 1 as well. The other members of Team Nemesis being able to push Lance as well and get the KO eventually and repel back the Lecky.
That was very expensive from Code Unknown Symmetry. Like, they could have backed out a little bit sooner, but I wonder if maybe they got a bit too overconfident pushing with that Regieleki in that top lane. They're going to continue though onto the enemy goal zone here. Nemesis fighting on the orange goal zone, but they're not really losing anything in the process. You know, they're being chased, but so far no one is going down. KYY probably is going to be the one to go down. The Psyduck is super low. Ryu does eventually get it though. Lance trying to find Dylan wherever he can, but this Galarian Rapidash is so elusive, constantly throwing out AoE, but they do get 2 big knockouts. 2 core Pokemon are gone, Rapidash and the Empoleon, leaving this top goal zone completely exposed to be scored on. And we do get the full overdunk as well, so that's going to be closing this point difference between the two teams, 193 to 169.
Yeah, and Dylan, despite a little bit under-leveled, just making his presence felt with the Dazzling Gleams, being able to make sure to deal a lot of damage up against Shua, which is quite expected, especially a speedster like a Talonflame is so squishy. So Dylan would play an important role as well later, going probably at the backline damage or catching Shua off guard in the later fights of this game. So there will be a huge role for every Pokemon from both teams. But Code Unknown Symmetry, they're eyeing for the Regice. They want that HP regain. Dragon's Current actually used here by Neva to Mega Evolve, but everyone is pinched down here for Team Nemesis, and Code Unknown Symmetry would have to push them back. Full power Sai is actually used. KYY does go for the potion to heal himself, and that is going to be the power nap used in order to buy some time for his teammate. And here comes Dylan. He's going into the fight. There goes a Dazzling Gleam, making a night move as well. Being able to take a KO for the team, but Lance actually did go as well for the Dragon's Current, making everyone suffer at the hands of Nemesis, and Symmetry would push the bottom lane.
The Rage Ice buff being too powerful for Nemesis. I mean, we saw them throwing out so many moves to try and cut through Symmetry's HP, but everything that they did, yes, they got knocked up, thrown around like plushies, but if you aren't knocking these Pokemon out after committing all of these moves, they even used the Unite move from Dylan. So big commitments there on the side of Nemesis to really get nothing, and if anything, just feed experience away to Code Unknown Symmetry. And now just comparing the two teams in terms of experience, we're really back to square one here, as they are more or less equal in terms of levels, in terms of experience. And so these battles, it's going to favor the team that effectively has the better late game. Now, the thing is, who do we feel has the better late game composition? Are you leaning more towards Nemesis, or do you think Symmetry might have the better late game potential?
I personally think that Symmetry has a better, especially that they have the range at the hands of Mew. So this Mew will play a pivotal role, has to be stable in the backline. Do not get off guard, but here comes Nemesis. They want to get the head start. Lance has to back away. He's so low in HP. Rubix wants to go back into the fight. Goes for the heavy slam, not going to be successful on the second one. So they would have to wait for the Kyogre to appear. Dylan goes for the reset. Everyone is playing tag.
Everyone's playing tag. Unites are up as well for both teams. So I think it's a question of who manages to connect their unites first. We've got the block. They're going to be missed out. Lion Rubix. The side duck is very low. KYY. We're trying to burn down the side duck. The shield is there using the unite too just to survive that onslaught of damage. The side duck is still there. They managed to catch him with the size reset. They've also used the solar beam. And I think Nemesis, the entire team is being ripped through, cut apart. It's just the Snorlax left in the corner. I mean, if this steal happens, it would be incredible. Rubik's hiding in the bush. Goes a little bit too early. And the secure is there by the Mew. So Code Unknown Symmetry take the Kyogre for themselves, are ready to force that game number 3 after a very tense set of battles in game number 2.
Defense not going to land on the tier 2 gold zone and the top lane. A minute is left, but Miva is actually going to fall down. And Sync 1 tries to go for the defense, but this is not quite enough. And Team Nemesis would have to give up game number 2. Symmetry, despite having a good setup from Rubix a while ago, it backfired once again, this time against Team Nemesis. The moment that the heavy slam happened, it gave a lot of room for Symmetry to target other members of Team Nemesis.
Yeah, they forced out a lot of preemptive abilities too. So Rubix missing the block was, I think, a pretty big key, as you mentioned. Then having to use the Unite move on the side duck, I think that was also very crucial because that was used to keep KYY around. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out there, and Nemesis would not have had access to the side duck. So some pretty big mistakes were made there by Nemesis, unfortunately. And this is just how the game is. This late into the game, especially in a tournament setting, you can't afford to make these small misplays, because if you make the small misplays, you give the opening away to the enemy team. If they identify the mistake, you're in trouble.
Definitely in trouble. And I personally feel like Code Symmetry did a really great job trying to take away the Talonflame from Sync 1 by, just locking it in before Sync 1 gets the Pokemon that he needs to, because Sync 1 actually does go for the last pick as always, because there's a lot of Pokemons that he can use, a lot of situational Pokemons as well, and as long as Ryu is actually using that Crosso, there is no way, or there's a less possibility that Sync 1 would go for the Metagross. So I think that this is actually a good strategy for Code Symmetry in able to take game number 2. But the question is, will they be able to take game number 3 as well? Because Team Nemesis, for sure, there will be readjustments in their trap. I personally feel like this Rapidash could be replaced by a better attacker, but we have been getting consistent bans by the Pokemons that are being used by Dylan. I mean, Mew has been taken away by Code Symmetry. We did get the Mewtwo Y ban as well. So what are the options left for Dylan? Could have had the Empoleon, but Sync 1 was actually the ones using it this game.
So I'm just trying to go through my memory bank in my brain. Hang on, it's a little bit dusty up here. But some of the Pokemon I recall Dylan using back in the day, these are probably going to be very unmeta Pokemon as well. We have seen Dylan in the past play regular Pikachu, as in full-on damage Pikachu. I also recall him playing Miraidon. This is also something that he can play. It wasn't banned in any of these sets, so Miraidon is available. Have a look at the list here. What else have we seen him play? I guess Espeon. Espeon is actually a really classic Dylan Pokemon as well, that he hasn't really dipped into recently.
Look at the Dragon's Current. Everyone was swimming around.
Now, off the top of my head, those are 3. Sorry, I'm also missing the Alolan Raichu. I believe he's also played Alolan Raichu. So there are options for Dylan. I think it's just a question of, like, in this current state of the meta, does he feel comfortable actually playing these classic attackers? Because like at the moment, right, we're not really seeing classic attackers outside of our Mega Evolution. So your classic attackers are Mega Mewtwo Y, which was, I believe, banned in that last game.
Yeah.
Mega Charizard Y, which promptly banned. Not surprised because that should be banned. Okay, that's just not Pokemon that needs to go through. So aside from that, everyone's just playing all-rounders. They're playing all-rounders, or we're getting some really interesting speedsters. I think for a period of time, I think last year, attackers were also playing Leafeon. I actually kind of wonder if Dylan has that Pokemon in his arsenal. I don't think it would be a bad idea for him to maybe even consider the Leafeon if he really insists on playing the speedster style.
Absolutely.
I think it's Inteleon. If you want to play Inteleon, that's also a Dylan Pokemon back in the day. So there are options, but I think it's just a case of, does he feel confident playing some of these old school Pokemon in the current state of Pokemon? Like, can you afford to play them? Because like, I'm not expecting him to pull out a regular Pikachu, okay? Pikachu has problems. So I don't know if you want to pull it out in a game where it's a game deciding match of whether you're going to be in the upper bracket or lower bracket. So I hope there's something that Dylan has practiced that isn't going to completely cripple him in this final game. Because like, I do agree, I'm not a fan of the Galarian Rapidash. I feel like it just doesn't do enough. And at the same time, it's such a risky Pokemon to play.
Yeah, especially with the composition that Code of Symmetry had way back in game number 2. It's just too risky. It's very hard to execute. And who are your targets to begin with? Who is going to be your target with the Galarian Rapidash? Yes, it would be great if you catch that Talonflame off guard after dropping down with the Fly, but there's just too many things to consider. What if you get X-Scissored by Ryu in the hands of a Crustle? So there's just a lot of things to consider as well. So I think the adjustment here for Team Nemesis is to actually read the draft of Code of Symmetry and go for the second pick, go for the last pick as well, and take away that Psyduck and avoid being used by Symmetry.
All right, Blastoise is through. I repeat, Blastoise is through. This has been a ban. I don't remember last game. I know game number 1, though, it was banned by Code Unknown themselves. So for this to get first picked, and it's Lance as well, I hope Nemesis have some plans to deal with this Blastoise, because we do know Lance loves to play this Pokemon.
And actually, there could be a last-minute adjustment as well, depending on how Code of Symmetry would draft this game. So they could probably switch in later on for a defender and have a much more reliable all-rounder for Lance. That's a possibility. But knowing that this is going to be a Gyarados pick for Miva, I personally think that Lance is confident to handle this.
Now, I kind of want Lance to play the Blastoise. He's a very, very well-experienced Blastoise player, so I think he knows how to position himself to play up against a Gyarados. The question is, what's the supporting cast for Nemesis? And I think this is where we could have some trouble here for Code Unknown if they don't have anything to complement the Hooper pick. And I'm really glad that we're going to be seeing a healer here for Arbad. So picking up the Eldegoss, we've seen a lack of healers today, so we're finally going to be seeing a lineup with healers. Seeing Wonder going back for the Ceruledge. Is this really a thing?
I'm thinking of a Metagross. No,
he's going for it. He's like, okay, guys, I think it's time. We've got to pull out the Ceruledge. I mean, he's got targets. You've got Shua, you've got Mew, you've got Eldegoss. So 3 Pokemon that could be targeted by the Ceruledge. You've got to pay attention to where Lance and Ryu is going to be, though, because these 2 defenders can really ruin a Ceruledge's day.
I'm still thinking if... Alright. They have refreshes with KYY, so I think that is enough to sustain this Ceruledge into the fight. Same thing with Miva. And the only thing that I'm quite concerned is Rubik's. There hasn't been enough bruisers for Code of Symmetry, so he would have to Earthquake on his way in to get that Ice Fang to connect, or even maybe wait for Shua to drop down with the Fly, or, you know, just wait for Lance to come in and he is going to be the priority target for the team. So I'm a little bit worried with the composition of Team Nemesis, but I mean, for sure, they're coming in with a plan, and definitely there's a lot of possibilities as well. The Rings and Balance could be popped in at the middle of the fight, and, Rubik's just comes in, goes for the Ice Fang. There's just a lot of things to consider. There's an ample crowd control from Team Nemesis with Miva and KYY, so I don't see a little bit of an issue for Rubik's to pull off the Ice Fangs later on. It's just a little bit harder, but, Rubik's could actually pull this one off.
Yeah. No, I agree. I do think it's going to be quite difficult for Rubik's to get into position, but I think he's played a lot of Mamoswine. We've seen him play Mamoswine in so many games, so he'll probably find a way into the fights. I think it's just really how Code Unknown Symmetry react to the Mamoswine as well. Like, are they going to play keep away from the Mamoswine, or do they maybe just run into him? Maybe run in, just finish him off. The thing is, there isn't a lot of burst damage on the side of Code Unknown Symmetry. I will say that. Like, Mew's pretty good for damage. Blastoise is generally a pretty good damage dealer. You've got burst from a Talon, but it's not the traditional kind of burst that we're used to seeing. So I actually don't think Rubik's going to have an issue just looking in there and finding someone with an Ice Fang.
There's a lot of pressure as well being thrown at the bottom lane, so it's quite understandable. They want Rubik's to be underleveled as much as possible compared to a reliable Blastoise at the hands of Lance, so they don't have to worry about it unless they want to drag down Miva by a lot. I think that's pretty much understandable, but I think that Rubik's would play a pivotal role here as well, making a priority target for Code Unknown Symmetry.
But down bottom, so far, this battle of the central laners has been pretty slow, pretty methodical from both sides, just to try and get experience for their bottom lane attackers. Up top, though, we could be seeing a bit of a kerfuffle here, as we do see a rotation from the Cerule Edge, maybe to try and provide some support there in that small skirmish. Hooper does manage to go home, and Cerule Edge is like, no, I'm going to go back to central area, so no danger, apparently. Bit of a slow early game, I have to say, Pika Yules. Lots of respect from both Symmetry and Nemesis in this early game.
I mean, they have to be careful, especially this is already a best of one. Whoever takes the win would go to the upper bracket, and whoever loses would have to crawl a lot, I would say, into the lower bracket. So they don't want that scenario to happen as much as possible. But here's the thing. I feel like Team Nemesis, they are a little bit pressured here because Code Unknown Symmetry is actually putting up a lot of aggressiveness into these ambushes. But at the same time, they were able to convert some objectives here in the hands of the Raged Drago. So Sync 1 has a scoring prowess here, so they need a powerful opening here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, they do need that opening. Bud's going to come back for the heals. He's like, oh, guys, I'm injured. It's scary. Let me heal up before we go in for this team fight. We've got 20 seconds to go, though, but it looks like Nemesis, are they really trying to press the issue? They got rid of the Elder Gods right off the bat, so that was very quick, though. The fly, a bit too slow, caught by the Ice Fang. Rubik's, this Piloswine, he's looking for Pokemon. He's looking for knockouts. He's got a pretty big one there, looking for another one. Earthquake misses, ejects backwards. They have the Elder Gods coming back in, but they do have the portal there to bring the team back. The reset is there. Yes, Rubik's might have missed this one, but I think the next bus is coming real soon. So he will be able to get healed soon. Nope, we go back. Might be knocked out instead. That also works out, but the reset's there again. The magic of Hooper. This is why Hooper hasn't banned in a lot of these matches. Hooper making it so easy for teams to just go in, teleport out, come back at full health. Elder Gods is a healer, but it's a progressive healer. It's not like a Hooper where they can regenerate a lot of health in such a short period of time.
This is looking great for Nemesis. They were able to get some refresh and avoid getting knocked out as much as possible, being able to avoid granting XPs to Code Unknown Symmetry. So this is actually one of their win conditions right now, avoid getting knocked out and be able to convert some knockouts as well. So hasn't been any knockout, so there goes the Unite move coming in from Sync 1. Piloswine was able to get a knockout, and that is going to be the overcap coming in from Sync 1 after making that Regieleki land at the bottom lane.
So big successful push here for Nemesis. Code Unknown, unfortunately, need to be so careful with their positioning. Like, even Rubik's, yeah, he's having to come into Earthquake and grab some of these Ice Fangs, but at the same time, he's also getting some really unconventional ones where I feel like you shouldn't really be in position for Mamoswine to be able to just walk up and grab you. So, yeah, Nemesis, I mean, they're doing the best they can with what they currently have. It's just for Symmetry, they have to find a solution to either get rid of this Mamoswine or maybe just knockout Pokemon before Rubik's can set up for the team. Oh, Lance is so low. He gets taken out. He doesn't even have the Unite available. Health bars blow up. We just have the Talonflame left. But what can a Talonflame do against an entire team of fully healed Pokemon? There's not much.
Rubik's didn't even need the hyperspace hole to go back to the Pokemon Center. He just needed the Mammoth Mash to sustain himself and be able to provide a setup for his team, making them get a quad knockout in the picture of that fight. So not only they were able to take the objective, but as well as take the goal zone and the top lane.
Things are looking pretty dire here for Conan and Symmetry. I really worry for this team because they're falling behind in terms of experience. Their points are looking pretty tragic as well. Rubik's catching out Lance. He's still very tanky. Surf is there and he connects onto one. Sync one though. It's a very big target. They do get the catch onto the central laner though. So that is a huge knockout onto Sync one. And Lance catching some big surfs for the team. Surfs up as this Hawaii. Big plays from that Blastoise to help bring Symmetry back into this game by securing crucial knockouts.
Securing crucial knockouts indeed, but I feel like Team Nemesis wants something in return. There goes the Unite move coming in from Sync 1, and Neva tries to go for the Mega Evolution, and he is trying to take down Suzuya, but the other members from Symmetry, it is actually eyeing on the prize, which is going to be the Regieleki. Rubik's comes into the fight, but no problem for Symmetry as they get the objective, but the reset happens with the Hyperspace Hole. Here comes Kai and Rubik's being able to send reinforcements, but there's no backup damage that the team needs. Can Rubik's do the job here? They're eyeing for more refresh. KYY was able to go back home. But where is the attackers? Where's the damage dealers from Nemesis?
They're not even bothering. They're just like, guys, go deal with Aleki, go farm some experience. It's okay, we're fine, we've got a bot. 5-star Uber right there. Oh my gosh. Oh, insane. But that's, again, I said before, this is the magic of Hooper. Hooper is such a crazy good Pokemon if you're up against a team that doesn't have the burst to punish you whilst you're waiting for the hyperspace hole to kick in. Oh, Nemesis. KYY is playing this Hooper to perfection with the placements, the timing, being able to support his teammates. We have that Lapras leading the charge, trying to tank for the team, but caught again by Rubik's. The portal is there, and we do manage to get the Gyarados out just in the nick of time. And now Nemesis tailing Symmetry, looking for more knockouts. They're going to leave them alone because the Reggie Ice is theirs. 30 seconds left to go. It's almost Kyogre time.
Neva actually smart to use the waterfall to go back into the hyperspace hole as quick as possible to get the refresh in case that Symmetry would go for the KOs and the fight. And Kodo Symmetry as well, really props to them. They saw it coming. They just did go back into their goal zones, try to protect their goal zones, get those resources in the forest at the middle lane, and be able to make sure that their Unite moves are up, they are scaled up as well before the Kyogre fight starts.
Got 10 seconds to go. Looking at the positioning, okay, hang on. Miva, you're on your own, Miva. You are isolated. Your team is not there with you. They are towards the southern side of that Kyogre pit. If Miva got caught, that would have been tragic. But right now, both teams just hunting, looking for the catch, and whoa!
Kai!
Whoa! KYY! This man has a dream.
Dream indeed. No one's making the first move. But Symmetry has to. They're the ones trailing in the game. Neva is actually going in for the backup. And Kodo Symmetry does know, so there goes the go signal to put the pressure against the Kyogre. Hyperspace will be there. There goes the Infinite Cyber to buy some time. Rubik was actually pushed out with a surf by Lance. And look at the opportunity that Kodo Symmetry does have. Still, the Unite moves are not being used. There's a lot of possibilities that could happen here. Dylan is dealing a lot of damage towards Suzuya. This is not yet enough. A minute is still left. Team Nemesis manually did go back to their bases. Here comes the Dragon's Current. It will go up. Neva goes for the Mega Evolution. They were actually able to take down the healer. But here comes Golden Symmetry. They're eyeing on the prize. But Lance was actually pinched out by 2 members of Team Nemesis. This is not looking good for Golden. And Ryu will have to push him back. And there we go. There goes the knockout. Hydro Typhoon is already. Lance is doing his best to push everyone back.
Look up top. 100 points scored by the Talonflame. Still not enough for Code Unknown to come back, but is this now going to be a battle of teams just trying to score points? 25 seconds to go. I don't think there's time to score points anymore.
This is going to be an all-out defense. 20 seconds left. Symmetry looking to sneak in some goals with 15 seconds left. They don't have enough time. And
they don't have enough time. Does anyone have any micro scores? Surely has 1 point. That's not enough.
5, 4.
Everyone is locking down the goal zone. 34 points. Not going to be quite enough. The perfect timing from the ice bang.
I think Nemesis might have done it. They have bought themselves time. Symmetry can't take the Kyogre. Nemesis, they win this battle of endurance essentially around that Kyogre pit because Symmetry, they just couldn't get their hands on the objective. They couldn't get that dream team knockout that they're looking for. They didn't have the damage output to be able to go for the rip onto the Kyogre. This was such that was such a frustrating endgame to watch, especially for someone that is rooting for Team Symmetry because you want them so badly to be able to take the objective. But with the limitation of their lineup, they just couldn't make it to the end.
I mean, KYY did give a lot of problems to Cold on Symmetry. The mobility of the team, the healing that it could provide is way beyond limits compared to the sustainability of APAC could offer for the team. Just imagine you could just instantly go back to the base, come back into the fight at the exact same spot where you left from. I mean, yeah, APAC for sure could give some movement speed decrease, could give some healings for the team. But this Hoopa has been causing them a lot of problems, making sure that Team Nemesis was able to go back in action as quick as possible. And not just that, I mean, Rubix, we were doubting a while ago, how can he pull this one off? But those earthquakes, those pushes from him was actually phenomenal in order to convert some crowd control and still at the very last seconds, able to deny those 8 goals.
Oh, it's in that endgame in general, I feel like was just absolutely crazy. So crazy for both of these teams. But at the end of the day, you know, the results speak for themselves. Team Nemesis will continue in the upper bracket and will in fact play in the upper bracket final against, is it effectively Last Dance?
Last Dance, no.
Is it Last Dance? The final challenge? Last Dance versus Team Nemesis? Oh, that is going to be a crazy game. But unfortunately for Code Unknown, they will need to drop down into the lower bracket game, which is not a bad thing actually, because they still have that second life. So as long as they can win their games down there, things are going to be okay. But we do have a status update, PQ. So what's the result here for EVOS and Code Unknown's game down there?
Landslide victory. In terms of the match 1, we're not quite sure what happened behind the scenes, but EVOS XL were able to continue their journey here into the winter tournament, and we'll be waiting who is going to win between DJ Team and Code Unknown Symmetry. So their game will begin anytime soon off live. That is very unfortunate for us, but we will be seeing Last Dance and Team Nemesis in just a moment later on, and this is going to be a big matchup. Though here's the thing, Daniel, if this is the same Last Dance, or if this was the Team K that we've witnessed before, we saw this matchup already. And Last Dance was able to push Team Nemesis B4 through their limits. There was a bracket reset that happened before.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen? Look, I think both teams are sweating bullets. They're just like, oh dang, okay, we've got this again. Look, we're going to have to give the teams a little bit of time, not only to prep for this game, but I'm pretty sure they're having their emergency team meeting right now, getting ready for this game. So we're going to give them some time, but that also means we get some time to get ready for this. So as usual, we will go for a short break. Snacks, toilet, call your friends. Make sure you are going to stay rooted for this next best of 3 because it's going to be a very exciting matchup. But we'll see you all in 5 minutes. I don't think we're ready for this, guys. We'll see you after this break. Bye, trainers. What is up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026 tournament. We are at this point of time in the tournament where we're very deep. We're starting to see our front runners. We're also starting to see some of our underdogs and even some teams that could be some potential dark horses. And at the same time, we've already had to say goodbye to a few teams because we are running a double elimination format. It's a one-day tournament, so you lose your 2 lives, you are out of there. But we have our front runners at the moment, and they are about to play their game. It's a best of 3, and it's between Last Dance and Team Nemesis. And I know a lot of people were expecting this to be Team Nemesis versus EVOS XL, but Last Dance danced EVOS's Last Dance, and we are about to see what they're capable of against Team Nemesis in this best of 3 game. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some comments in the comment section for anyone that might be new to the broadcast. What's with the Meowth ban?
I mean, yeah, we did see the results a while ago from Sync 1 with the Meowth, so I'm not surprised it's banned, and they're targeting the Hoopa as well, which did a lot of impact, by the way, in the last game that they had up against Code and no Symmetry. So we're getting a lot of respect bans here, and at the same time, meta bans as well, that would really drag down Team Nemesis' strength as a unit. But that might tell you, they have a lot of Pokemon skills that they could actually use, so there's just a lot of things that, you know, Team Nemesis could actually pull this one off. But for Last Dance, I think we're focusing too much on Nemesis. Last Dance, they have been using a lot of unexpected Pokemons a while ago with Azumarill, with Galarian Rapidash, but I think they would have to stick on the much safer pick for now, which is going to be the Psyduck.
The Psyduck, I think we also need to mention Mega Charizard Y ban. Yes, this has been pretty common across all of our games for today, but I think in particular for Last Dance, we saw them get away with 2 Mega Charizard Y games, and I think we were all reminded why this Pokemon has been a 100% ban for a lot of teams up until this point. So I think Nemesis are also trying to make sure they've got their options open, so they're not going to be letting that through at all for Piachu, because we saw Piachu pull off some really crazy shenanigans with the Mega Charizard Y. So this does force Piachu back onto his Ceruledge. I do believe we have seen him play this Pokemon as well. This is one of his, I suppose, signatures we could say at this point, because it's one of the few we have seen him play for today. Pretty reliable. Maybe not as reliable as his Azumarill that we saw earlier today, but we did say this before as well. The Azumarill was probably a one-pick wonder. You know, it's something that only appears in one best of 3, and then it either never appears or it's a surprise last pick, which instead of Piachu being the last pick, they might be prioritizing Repeck instead, because Repeck, he's been a pretty consistent top laner for the team. So I'm keen to see like what they want to go for here. They are hovering over the Buzzwole and the Gyarados.
Big possibility, and there we go.
There we go.
I mean, there's no need to, let's say, overthink it, because Miva already had this Mimikyu on his hand, so very understandable that it's not going to be the Gyarados. But Sync 1 does actually an opportunity to get this Talonflame or maybe the Metagross that he has been using for quite a while in ACLC, so... And it's going to be the Talonflame. That's going to be the decision. And I really understand this simply because of the Psyduck and the Mew being present for Last Dance. So there are already 2 targets from Sync 1 already, which is going to be the Psyduck again and the Mew. So priority targets from Sync 1, it's already crystal clear. But at the same time, Miva as well is present with Play With Me. So there's a lot of things that this could actually do. And with KYY using this... Eldegoss could really provide a consistent healing and movement speed reduction as well. But look at the itemization though coming in from Hosea. That is a tenacity belt, and we are used to seeing a Rocky Helmet Gyarados. So what are your thoughts here, Danielle?
I want to think I know how this team thinks, but the problem is Last Dance, I think, is so new to us. I feel like they kind of see Unite differently compared to the standard, I suppose, for Pokemon Unite, because Korea, it's... This might be a bold statement. I feel like Korea at the moment, they are sort of really intertwined with Japan. That's some of the things that I've been hearing from this region. Like, Korea tends to get, like, they tend to scrim with Japan, and we know Japan can be very open-minded with some of their item choices. So let's let the item do the talking first.
Yeah.
And I think halfway through the game, then we can kind of discuss, like, is it working? Because, like, I want to say, like, I know why, but I think sometimes you have to see something in action before you can really comment on it. So, yeah, I think that yeah, I'm going to keep my opinions to myself until we start to see how this is probably going to play out. I think I prefer the Rocky helmet, honestly, but that's a personal opinion.
All right, I'm actually recalling the hydro pump. Was it actually a hindrance that it gives?
What, the hydro pump?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall.
It's a pushback for hydro pump.
Yeah,
it's a pushback. I guess it is considered a hindrance because you do flinch, like you can't move.
Because here's the thing, like the benefit of having a tenacity belt is you need a hindrance. You need to be inflicted by a hindrance in order to raise your defense. So if that hydro pump would offer a hindrance, then that could be the maximization value. So instead of inflicting your opponent with a Rocky helmet, then I think it's a way for them to raise their defenses.
But the thing is it really for the Blastoise, or do you think maybe it could be for the Mimikyu? Like when you get caught with the Play With Me, you would have the increased sustain instead. Like that's...
Yeah.
I mean, I can see the value. The only problem is that this is a lineup that's not running any heals. Like I would suspect you go for a lineup with sustain if you want to try and increase your defenses. Because yeah, I just... It's for 3 seconds. Play With Me is quite long. Surf is also quite long. Hydro Pump's pretty quick, so I can see that probably working if the interaction works that way. Flame Sweep is a hindrance, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of things to consider as well, but I think they are adjusting according to the draft of Nemesis as a team. So I think it's very much understandable they did go to the one of the most reliable items in the game, despite not seeing it very much consistently. But I think in general concept with a draft of Nemesis, that might actually work. But speaking of working, Sync 1 actually does get a knockout out there. Piacho, on the other hand, would try to bruise his way and get a knockout instead. KYY taken down. Nemo was actually able to go for a respawn with a play rough, but not going to be quite enough. It's just putting a pressure, nothing much of an impact. And I do believe that Nemesis, the best option now, is to refresh their HP because this is not looking good for them. Last test already has the power spike, especially with that Cerulean from Piachu.
Okay, so things looking pretty even across the board, honestly. I think both teams are doing really well with the laning stage. There's no dominance, right? Like it's pretty even across the board. Players and teams, they're getting their levels. We're not really seeing anyone crush their lanes, aside from maybe that pick up there onto the Mimikyu. That's a pretty big knockout there for Last Dance. So top tier 1 goal zone taken out. That's pretty big. That means Team Nemesis might focus more on those bottom lane objectives instead. We still have the Gyarados hanging around, but there's not really much Gyarados can do unless there's some kind of follow-up. Oh, the Surf, if that actually landed onto Hosea, that could have been pretty good. The team is rotating down bottom. Look at the damage there from the Cerulean. Oh my gosh, cutting through health bars with their butter. And Rubik's is really, really low. Surf is there onto 5 players trying to buy time. Mega Evolution's there for Dylan. The basic attacks are being thrown out. But there goes the Blastoise. Cerulean just super low. Dylan getting very greedy, wanting to try and go for this knockout. He will get it with the basic attacks. Oh, wow, Dylan. Very ballsy play, but I have to commend him for this confidence of his.
I think he is actually going in for the reward of the XP that the team might actually get from it. So making him go up until level 9, that is actually a huge thing, especially as an attacker. That is a very much needed knockout. And he's actually well confident because he has the teleport. He can go back away after getting the knockout. So really huge props to Dylan after getting the KO.
Yeah, this is also why we see a lot of teams ban the Mega Mewtwo Y from Dylan as well, because you can see how comfortable he is to make these aggressive plays. He's been caught up by the Cerulean though. That's a pretty big knockout. And it's a level 11 Cerulean as well, heals. So Last Dance, this is what they want. They love PUACL being over-leveled because that means he's able to just play the game his own way. Buzzwell, though, right in the middle of Team Nemesis trying to catch them out. We do see the Dragon Current being used as well. This Mimikyu, though, being left on his own will be finished off by the Gyarados. And Team Nemesis, they've lost the Regieleki. They've also lost control of that top lane. Last dance. You know, this might be Team Nemesis's last dance in the upper bracket.
Absolutely not looking good for Nemesis if you're a big fan of them, but Last Dance, on the other hand, has been pushing everyone through their limits. And mind to tell you that Last Dance is not relying on the meta, especially with PUACL. It is actually using the Psycho Cut and the Flame Charge moveset. So Psycho Cut actually narrows down the defense or increases the defense reduction of the enemies hit by the move. So it is actually really, really great, especially when you are dealing with a Blastoise. So definitely we can confidently say that this can actually cut down into the defenses of Team Nemesis as they actually secure that Regice for additional regaining of HP. But there is going to be a handshake in terms of KOs here at the bottom lane. And Last Dance, they are looking scary.
Looking really scary. They got some pretty big knockouts in the process as well. Hydro Typhoon was also deployed, so that's not going to be available for basically, I think I'm about to do like Kyogre now. So Last Dance don't have to worry about being caught by the Typhoon unless maybe, we're not going to try and jinx it, but maybe if they go for like a preemptive 2-minute and 30 fight against Nemesis, you know, I don't think there's a chance that we're going to be seeing that again. So now it's just time for Nemesis to start catching up on levels. If they can take over the level lead from Last Dance, I think that's the best case scenario here. But they do need to keep tabs on PUACL. I really feel like PUACL, if you let him just go overboard. Oh, Rubik's! Beautiful surf eject combo, catching out 2 players on the wall. That's the Psyduck and the Buzzwole gone. 2 huge Pokemon to set up for the team. We do get the Dragon Current being used. The Typhoon is going to be used by Rubik's. The surf, unfortunately, does not connect, though. Will meet his team back off of the goal zone. PUACL is trying to defend with the Gyarados, but the surf. Rubik's is causing so many problems with the Blastoise, the hindrance, the stuns, the CC. They just simply can't move.
That was an execution that Team Nemesis actually needed to, despite not getting the goal zone, which is actually the primary target here from Nemesis in order to put down those leads. They were able to repel back Last Dance and not being able to grant some knockouts on their team. So a great call as well for Team Nemesis, being able to shift down their focus or their attention. You know, if they cannot take the goal zone, just take the Regieleki and avoid getting knocked out, and do not reward any XPs as much as possible to Last Dance, because look at them, level 13s, level 12s compared to the 11 and 10 coming from Last Dance. Despite that Cerulean is really up on level, this alone could not carry the team fight.
I fear now for Last Dance, right? Because so far it's really been PUACL to cut through for the team. They're all grouped up though. Talonflame managed to get the steal there onto the Reggie steal. That's going to be an attack buff for the team as well. Team Nemesis looking to fight again. The service from Rubik's just casting out Pokemon left, right, and center. That's going to be no Psyduck as well. PUACL, he was caught by that surf. He was able to get out of there, but dang, Rubik's is carrying Nemesis on his shoulders on the Blastoise. His shell's feeling pretty heavy, but I think he's also feeling light at the same time. Eva, I think he also used to play with me too. He's going to be caught in the middle of the fight. But Rubik's is there to support Team PUACL on the backline, trying to go for the knockout. But the team is there. They get rid of the Cerulean. Last Dance, it's down to all of the utility Pokemon. It's the Mew, it's the Psyduck. But can these 2 Pokemon win this game alone?
Not quite here. Ivy's gonna fall down, and it's all left to the Mew to save the day. And Team Nemesis has already an access to the Kyogre, and they would actually secure it. They just need to put down the points in order to take this game 1.
Oh my gosh, incredible team play coming out from Nemesis, but Rubik's is having the game of his life today. The multi-man surfs, the multi-man typhoons, the multi-man hydro pumps as well. He's just cashing out everybody on the side of Last Dance. It's just the accuracy he has playing this Pokemon. If he's not banned last game, if this is not deny picked by Last Dance going into the next game, I think this team is probably going to be asking to lose that next matchup. I think Rubik's has to be taken off the Blastoise. Too much utility, too much damage, all wrapped up in one Pokemon.
I heavily agree on that, Anthony, because it has been providing a lot of hindrances to Last Dance despite having some itemizations that could really help them. And despite the Cerulean being helpful in shredding down those shields, this is just too much to handle, especially when you already got the Kyogre buff.
It's too much. It is far too much. Nemesis. I mean, if they're flexing, they definitely flexed in game number 1 here. But Last Dance, unfortunately, are going to be down 1 game up against Team Nemesis. Now, we know, I think a lot of people, and us included, we did expect Nemesis to be the favorites to win this best of 3. The thing is, after seeing this game, there is going to be room for Last Dance to amend their draft, to maybe rethink their bans. Okay. I would swap that I would swap out that Meowth ban for a Blastoise ban in a heartbeat if I'm Last Dance. I think the Meowth would have been much easier to deal with compared to Rubik's, who, mind you folks, this is a support. Support Blastoise, 78k damage. 78k, that's a support. I want to remind all of you. So, ban, probably. I don't think we're going to be seeing this again unless maybe Last Dance get their hands on it. Let the Meowth through. I don't think the Meowth has the same level of value as a Blastoise. Back onto the question for the Gyarados, right? With the Tenacity Belt. I think with how that game went, the idea behind the Tenacity Belt makes sense, right? Because you have the extra defense and special defense. But if your Gyarados isn't capable of moving because of all the Hydro Typhoons and like anything, I'd rather have the damage reflect, because at least you're doing some damage to the attacking Pokemon rather than just spending a little bit more time being stuck to the wall. Okay, I think it might have been a little bit more valid, but this is also a game-by-game cases. I do think there will be situations where the Tenacity Belt would be great. I think with just how this game went in particular, probably didn't really help out Hosea as much as he would have liked it to have benefited him. But the idea was there, like definitely there.
And that was just a scary game, at least for Last Dance. I mean, they were able to create the job done into the early game, but when the mid game happened, I think bit by bit their team collapsed as a unit. And Pikachu, on the other hand, he was doing a lot of damage during the early game, but it went quite missing a while ago, especially that KYY was actually able to move around the map, dish out the healings for the team. So there's just no Pokemon in their team that could actually take KYY out at the very least. So that's causing some trouble. I mean, yeah, the Unite move to Cerulean might actually offer a lot of range, but to what extent? KYY was sitting so behind. He was actually on the safe zone, and if not, Rubik's on the other hand is just gonna push you back. So they need a Pokemon that could actually chase down KYY, because KYY has been providing the lifeline here for Team Nemesis.
Either providing the lifeline, or I'm just trying to think here, what else would you really do for Last Dance? I really think they just need to give themselves more room to be able to function as a team. Like, okay, just going off of their last draft, I don't really think they had the best draft being able to set up for themselves. Like, they had damage, they had a lot of mobility, but do we have a lot of opportunities where they were the ones to start the fights, to be the ones to initiate and be able to follow through and get those knockouts? We saw it a couple times, but eventually when Rubik's came online, he was the one sitting in the middle of Last Dance and just controlling everybody, getting 2 to 3 man serves, 2 to 3 man hydro pumps, 4 man hydro pumps, which should be illegal, by the way, but apparently can happen. So I think first things first, remove Blastoise from the equation. You cannot let that Pokemon. That's got to go. I think reevaluate the priority of bans, because I can see why Meowth was banned in that game, because they saw Synchron absolutely go off with the Meowth. But I don't think Meowth in itself is an issue. Like, yeah, it's a quirky Pokemon, but I don't think it's broken. Like, I haven't heard anyone really talk about it and say, like, Meowth is absolutely broken. You know, it's a broken Pokemon. It's winning all of its games. It's very quirky. I feel like it's like in that same, not really the same. It's like partially in the same category as Sableye. Like, very niche. It works, but there are other Pokemon that kind of do what it does maybe a little bit better. So let the Meowth through. Ban the Blastoise.
They're not gonna let it through.
No. Okay, so if they're not gonna let that through, that means what do they ban instead?
Let's just let Last Dance talk about this one, Danielle. I'm pretty sure, they have something in their minds. You know what I'm saying?
Respect ban for Hooper. I think this one makes sense too. You don't give KYY Hooper either. So this one makes sense. I'm on board with the Hooper ban. The Meowth ban, I'm kind of on the fence. But this last ban, what is it?
Oh, Mega Gyarados.
Okay. So I'm assuming this is a first pick Blastoise from Last Dance.
Oh, the adjustment.
If that doesn't happen, we all know what's going to happen next.
Oh, I thought they were actually adjusting, but decides to ban the Zacian instead of the Machamp. So, still the same bans for both teams. I'm not quite sure what's going to be the game plan here for Last Dance, but again, if they... I was about to say that, they could just take away the Blastoise and, welcome arms, Rubik's is going to lock that in.
Okay. Look, they've had a taste of Rubik's as Blastoise, so I do think that they probably have a better idea of how to approach game number 2. Now, the thing is, you're probably wondering, how do you approach game number 2 against a Blastoise? So, I think there are several things that you need to take into account with the Blastoise. The first one is ensuring that Rubik's doesn't really have a free game with the Blastoise. We didn't really see him being pressured at all, right? Like, yes, he's just a support, but he was able to get his levels on time. He was contributing to fights, getting that experience. So he basically got levels on time. I think he does need to be pressured. Secondly, I want to see Last Dance have their own major crowd control that might either be able to counter initiate or a hard disable that just locks down Rubik's, period. Then you follow through with damage. They got damage with the Ceruledge, I think that's fine. Getting the Mimikyu, I think that was a good take as well. I do think having some kind of assassin type Pokemon is a great choice. And you can also throw the Play With Me on the Blastoise, so you can try and finish him off that way. The follow-up, though, they're really going for it. Okay, Mew and Lapras.
I'm not quite sure what's going to happen.
I'm not sold on the Lapras. I'm okay with the Mew, but this is support Mew, right? With Ivy.
Yeah.
So this is bottom Lapras again? Yeah?
Oh, there's a swap.
Oh, they're swapping.
Okay.
Okay. So we do have a bit of a swap. But do we feel better about this then?
I'm still thinking for the Lapras, actually. What could it provide for the team? Because when it comes to the crowd control, yes, we do have the Psyduck available for Last Dance, but right after that, what's next? I mean, yeah, for sure, we have Repek with the Play With Me, but, it will be a really huge cost. You need a Unite move to use crowd controls here, Danley, which is really, really tough and quite the opposite of what Team Nemesis does have. They have Surf, they have Hydro Pump. There's just a lot of options for you to go for the crowd control, and every single move that Rubik's does have is a crowd control as well. So there's just a lot of things that Team Nemesis could actually do, but I'm quite curious what would be the response here. Maybe the Ice Beam from the Lapras in order to buy an ample time if they got caught off guard by Team Nemesis. I'm not quite sure, but at the same time, Team Nemesis has access to the Talonflame, which is a good speedster in general to catch someone off guard at the opposing team.
Yeah, I think we've just got to leave it to the teams now. I mean, Last Dance clearly have a game plan, especially with their last 2 picks. So maybe there's something Lapras can do here. I mean, they did last pick it, so they must have faith in this pick.
Yeah.
So, well, maybe if they can win the lane, I think that would be one of the biggest victories here for Last Dance. But so far, though, we've got Miva bullying out a Mimikyu from lane, which I find pretty interesting. But at the same time, Repek doesn't want to help level up the Magikarp as well. So I think that also makes a lot of sense here. But, oh, is that experience share? Oh, that's rare. You don't see those anymore.
Right, but
okay.
But this is actually I'm not quite sure why they're trying so hard to contest that Magikarp without getting the KO, because if that's the case, then you're just giving away a lot of rage points towards Miva, and that would give him access to evolve immediately. Oh, but Sync 1 almost got caught off guard. Almost a KO for Last Dance, but not going to be quite enough. Talonflame will be present anytime soon. But what is going to be the response here for Team Nemesis? They need the backup. They want that Talonflame to be available as fast as possible.
They really do need that Talonflame. Miva is there. Psyduck's going to be going down, so that's going to be some experience going in the way of Team Nemesis. Repek's still sitting on the goal zone here, so still searching for those levels, especially up against that Gyarados who's sitting on level 5. Should be almost level 6 as well, and with the Eldegoss there to provide some backup damage. Although, we could be seeing the Cerule Edge rotating up top. Piachu's heading his way up there too. There goes the Eldegoss. There should be a finish up onto Miva. Triple Waterfall is actually too much though. So Piachu coming a little bit too late. Gonna try and go for the Gyarados here. That's gonna be on the Speed Flux. Will not successfully grab the knockout, but did steal the berry. And with the Eldegoss here, they will be able to heal up Miva at least. And we're gonna try and poke and prod with the Dragon Breath to see maybe can they get Piachu low enough to get a counter knockout. But down bottom though, we are seeing a bit of a fight there as Talonflame secures the knockout onto that Lapras. That is going to give him a numbers advantage down there with Mew simply defending on its own. And we're seeing some scores coming through for Team Nemesis as well, up to 90 points, but the game is still pretty close here, Pika Yours, 86 points to 90.
Yeah, I mean, if you cannot win the lane, you just have to go for the trade. And both teams have forecasted that, Team Nemesis winning the bottom lane and Last Dance winning the top lane as well. You just have to go for a handshake as much as possible so that your team would not be behind. You have counters, and the Unite move was actually not successful for it to get the Regice. Sync 1 was actually able to get the last hit out of it, and that would just put Piachu back into the Pokemon Center. And this is actually a lot of work still for Sync 1, being able to push back the defense of Last Dance and making them score a lot of goals here in the top lane and eventually getting that tier 1 goal zone.
That's a 10-point overdunk as well, so Nemesis not really looking for efficiency. They just want to remove any kind of map control for Last Dance, which I think is the correct play, because you are forcing Last Dance to play very deep on their own side of the map. They're not feeling confident because reinforcements are going to be slow. They don't have the healing from the goal zone as well because they don't have a classic support healer like Team Nemesis. So yeah, for Last Dance, they're going to struggle unless they can somehow claw some of this control back in. And the way to do that is you got to win a couple of team fights and catch up on those levels, because the level situation is looking a little bit dire. You're up against a level 11 Talonflame.
Oh no, it actually missed the Cycle Cut. Very unfortunate.
Oh no,
and that would actually give me an opportunity to get the knockout, but the Unite move was actually able to make the job. But Talonflame used the Flame Sweep to get the knockout, and Ivy is actually here trying to be on the reinforcements for the team as well.
Play with me.
Miva goes for the Dragon's Current. Not going to be quite enough. Play with me invested, but still a KO would be very beneficial for Team Nemesis. That's triple KO into that fight, but luckily the Ice Beam was able to buy some time just so that Hosea will be actually able to make it out alive.
And Nemesis, they are relentless with these battles, just playing so deep on Last Dance's side of the map that they can't leave base. They can't leave base. They can't safely go into their central area because they're constantly afraid of someone waiting around the bush looking to go for these knockouts. And you can see with the objectives about to come back in, Nemesis are basically camping the objective. So they're not even reliable ways for Last Dance to be able to get experience. This is a classic play from Nemesis to just choke out Last Dance and say, okay, we're just going to play the game like this. You play on your side of the map, we play on yours and ours. We're going to take up all the experience, and we're just going to outlast you. We're going to outlast you, take over the game, and even if you have Kyogre, that's not going to be enough to bring you an advantage to win the game. Looks okay, why though is being jumped on by the Lapras. Will be caught thanks to that Lapras Express. They used to play with me to isolate Rubik's. They still can't get rid of this Blastoise though, and here comes reinforcements. Yeah, Flame Sweep is there. The Fly is also going to connect onto that Mimikyu who was trying to hide behind the bush. And you can see that the fight continues in that central area of the map. And we have our Gyarados trying to run away, but I think Miva's starting to realize, wait a minute, guys, I think we went a little bit too deep here. Eldegoss using the Unite 2 to buy a little bit of time for Miva to come in, and they're going to counter knockout onto the Cerule Edge. That's a big knockout there for the Gyarados.
Absolutely a great knockout. But at the same time, I think that Last Dance was able to identify their win condition when it comes to the team fight. As much as possible, they don't want Rubik's to be present on the fights because that would lessen the chances of Team Nemesis having a setup or having crowd controls in order to clean them up. So as much as possible, they have to take out Rubik's, but that is a defender, and you cannot just shred down the HP of a defender. It's only the Cerulean or maybe the Mew who has the capacity to do that. But the question is, how long would it take for you to knock out Rubik's? Maybe you can, but at what cost? Look at the surf. It was actually enough to force his way back, but look at everyone from Last Dance is hanging on. Hydro Typhoon used to survive. Hydro Pump as well, and Rubik's is still alive, but at what cost? KYY was actually down as well, and Last Dance is making the push. Sync 1 is fighting as well.
Yeah, Dylan's here. They've got Miva coming in from the back lines. That fight took so long. The reinforcements made it. Reinforcements are here. They're going to be able to clean up some of these Pokemon as well. That's going to be free experience. Lapras is starting to show how tanky it can get in that late game though. So this is not going to be a reliable way of taking them out. But man, just level 12 and the impact of Eldegoss and Blastoise together, that's a terrifying combo. Offensively, it's a very scary combo.
Very scary. But look at this. Last Dance is too brave. They're going in for the last objective in the top lane with 10 seconds left. I think that's very possible when you're having a Cerulean, so that's additional defense for Last Dance. And this is going to be a little bit of a problem for Team Nemesis because it is going to be tough to take them down.
It's really tough. I don't know if defense is enough for Last Dance to survive these battles. Maybe that's all that they need, right? Maybe they need that little bit of boost in defense to out-survive and outlast this initial burst that comes up from Team Nemesis. But the thing is, Nemesis, they're the ones guarding Kyogre. It's actually up to Last Dance to be the ones to try and go into this fight. And so far, the Psyduck is sitting in the front lines. You can see in the back, Rubik's is trying to be able to get these Hydro Typhoon in position. He's in the back, though. Going to be able to see Dylan use his Unite as well. Play With Me going to be used on the Blastoise in the back lines. But you can see in the front, they're going to try and go for the clear. But Sync 1 with the flames, they're pushing back both the Cerulean and the Lapras away. Gyarados is stunned, trying to be able to do something. The basic attacks, and then Miva wanting to finish off that Lapras. Piachu wants to come in. He's got to be careful though. Oh no, the sustain! Miva! You can't take down the Gyarados even with the Cerulean. And I think that might just be it. The entire team of Last Dance has been cleaned up. Nemesis have almost the entire team left standing, and they're going to slowly pick up this Kyogre unless we see the biggest solar beam of this Mew's life. No, the timing's not there. Nemesis, they managed to take the Kyogre, and this might just be it here, Peak Eagles. Team Nemesis securing the grand final spot in a 2-0 fashion.
Fashion indeed. 30 seconds left. Last Dance could go for the defense, but do they not have enough time to go for the scores if they wipe out Nemesis? I don't think so. 20 seconds left in the clock, and Team Nemesis is just going to dump those points at the base of Last Dance in 10 seconds. We have our first grand finalist for the winter tournament in APAC East, and that is Team Nemesis.
So Team Nemesis, they are going to be the team to beat for today. The question is, who's going to be the opponent? I think we're all kind of wondering this now, right? Like, who's going to be their opponent? Who's going to be worthy to play in that grand final spot? We will find out very soon because we still have our teams currently playing through the brackets, but the upper bracket is essentially done. We are now going to be shifting our attention to the lower bracket. Are we going to the lower bracket semis or lower bracket finals?
Lower bracket finals.
Lower bracket finals, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So hang on, let's just have a quick look.
It's going to be tough.
At the moment, it's tough, yeah. At the moment, we do have an update on what's happening with the bracket. So at the moment, the lower bracket is having game number 3 for one of the games. After that, we will have to play the lower bracket round 3. And then after that, then we will find out who's going to be making it to the lower bracket finals. So we are actually going to be taking an extended break just to allow that match to play out. So if you guys haven't had your dinner, now's a pretty good time to have dinner.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, Danielle. I would like to reiterate what happened here as well in game number 2. And
sure,
you know, Piachu probably has been doing well for the past couple of matches that they had with other teams, but with Team Nemesis, I am not quite sure what happened. I mean, yeah, he has been dealing a lot of damage, but there's been a lot of Unite moves that has actually missed, and it could have been a big splash damage towards Team Nemesis if those Unite moves actually did hit. So Team Nemesis was actually able to forecast that Unite move coming in from the Cerulege and be able to avoid that.
So, do you think maybe the Cerulege needs to be reevaluated? Because I kind of feel like we know Piachu can do amazing work, right?
Yeah.
Given the right Pokemon, you can do amazing work. Maybe the Cerulege just isn't the pick anymore. Like, the team is too deep in the tournament for them to be able to say, we've got an extra life, we're going to continue with the Cerulege. I kind of think maybe they've got to switch off to something else. But give Piachu something else that he's going to be comfortable playing. The only problem is who their opponent is going to be. Because their next opponent could be a very tough one. We could be looking at a rematch. We could be looking at a new opponent. We kind of don't know what the situation is going to be for the last dance yet. But it's going to be a tough road for this team if they're going to try and make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, so we are currently looking at the potential opponents here for Last Dance. So it could be EVOS XL, it could be Kodono Symmetry, or it could be DJ Team, because currently the matchup for Kodono Symmetry and DJ Team is currently ongoing with 1-1, so whoever wins would have to face EVOS XL in the lower bracket semifinals, and right after that, whoever wins would have to go up against the Last Dance in the lower bracket finals, which is going to be broadcasted, by the way. So we might be having a little bit of a longer break compared to the 5-minute breaks that we have been having a while ago. So you know, you could take your dinner, you could grab some snacks, and maybe, you know, do what you have to do. And there's going to be maybe 2 to 3 set of matches that we get to see. So first one is going to be Last Dance going up against whoever wins again at the lower bracket semifinals, and the other 2 will be the grand finals and the grand finals reset if ever this would be applicable. So a little bit of a background on what is Grand Finals Reset. So basically, if the team from the lower bracket actually beat out Team Nemesis at the first best of 3, there will be another best of 3, and that is going to be the Grand Finals Reset. However, if Team Nemesis does win the best of 3 in the grand finals, there won't be a reset anymore. So there is actually a big advantage when you're up and running in the grand finals or the upper bracket. Not only you get that advantage in the bracket reset, but at the same time you get ample time to take a break.
Yeah, you get to take a break and you get to watch the matches. I think that's pretty important too. Like, you're in the upper bracket, you get to watch the matches, you get to really focus on how the teams are playing, and you can apply that into your grand final matchup. So Nemesis, I think they're going to obviously have dinner, talk about the next game, maybe watch the next one on broadcast as well, but they earned it. They earned their spot in the grand final, so I think we're all excited to see who their opponent is going to be. But we are going to be taking an extended break here, folks. So like we said, if you haven't had your dinner yet, go have your dinner, go have a shower, do whatever you need to do. If you've got homework or chores or whatnot, go get all that done. But make sure you're going to be back in about 30 to 45 minutes, because lower bracket finals, I think that's going to be a really exciting matchup. So we'll see you all in a while, I guess. See you, trainers.
See ya. would you like to do the intro?
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. Thank you all so much for being patient with us as we did have a bit of a prolonged break, but we have finally figured out what our lower bracket final matchup is going to be. And Pikachu, would you like to announce our rematch?
Last Dance and EVOS XL is back in action here, Danley, and I know everybody's excited to see this matchup. Unfortunately, Kyogre Symmetry had to bow down already against EVOS XL a while ago, so you're going to be sitting there at least at the fourth placer of the winter tournament. While on the other hand, we can actually determine who will be the second finalist here, and at the same time, the third placer for APAC East 2026. But a little bit of a recap. Kyogre Symmetry was able to get the win up against DJ Team 2-1, but sad to say they fell short against EVOS XL a while ago, 2-0. And here's the thing, whoever wins from EVOS XL and Last Dance will have their grand final slot, but still a little bit of a disadvantaged spot because they need to win as much as 4 to 6 games in order for them to be crowned as the champions for winter tournament, because they do have the bracket reset disadvantage.
Yeah, that's going to be something coming back into Pokemon Unite, because I know for Asia we don't really play grand final resets. I think for a while it really was just a case of if you make it to finals, you make it to finals. So the fact that they're bringing the bracket resets, I do like this because you're rewarding teams for coming in from the upper bracket. Like you've played your way through the upper bracket, you kind of deserve to have that second life. Whereas the teams down the bottom, yeah, you made it through to the grand final, but you still only have 1 life, and you've got to take away 2 lives of your opponents to be able to take their spot. So yeah, whoever it is that does make it to that grand final, good luck. It's going to be one heck of a marathon, but if anyone's capable, I think Last Dance and EVOS XL, both of these teams can very well take the set off of Nemesis. But let's see who makes it to that grand final first, because we've wrapped up our bands, we've got our first couple of picks, and I have to say already, you know, adaptations coming in from both sides. Last Dance coming in to pick up the Mewtwo Y for their first pick. No Charizard. I think that makes sense. We're not going to be seeing Mega Charizard Y and Mewtwo Y on the same team. I think that's a little bit crazy. But I think EVOS are now thinking of taking a page out of Nemesis' book, especially after seeing Rubik's Blastoise. And this is Slash that's going to be piloting this Pokemon. So I have high expectations for Slash to be able to pull off some really crazy stuff on that Blastoise. And I kind of wonder if Last Dance are having a little bit of a worry here after seeing the Blastoise make it through as well.
And I think I do agree. You know, Slash could just pull off every single Pokemon in the pool that he currently is fitting in the role in EVOS XL. So I personally think that he could really perform just like what Rubik's did a while ago. But Glaring Rapidash here for Pikachu is actually locked in, Danley, and I do not see any switch of Pokemons here, so this is going to be a central.
Hang on. Well, are we about to see some shenanigans from Shingdi's? He's gonna go for it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, confidence. Okay, props to Shingdi. Okay, this man has confidence, but I'm liking it. When this man is on point with his mentality, you're going to be in for a really good game. So, really excited to be seeing what's happening in game number 1 here for Last Dance and EVOS XL. So, let's start with Last Dance, because this was the team that did come in from the upper bracket. They unfortunately lost to Nemesis. I think we did see some of the weaknesses for Last Dance, right? Like the team. Yeah. In some regard, I do think they can sort of fall into a bit of that predictability pool in terms of play style and the Pokemon that they play, but they're really changing things up here, especially going up against EVOS. So I do appreciate that they're really, really going all out with trying to adapt very quickly against their opponents. The Galarian Rapidash, I think both of us are a little bit skeptical about this pick. It is Pikachu that's going to be piloting this Pokemon, which I don't think we have any issues with Pikachu. But the question is, how well does Pikachu's play style complement the Galarian Rapidash? Because it's a speedster, but I feel like it's a speedster that doesn't play like a typical speedster. It plays more so for players that are... It's kind of like a Dodrio, but it's like a ranged AoE Dodrio. It's not a Dodrio. I'm trying not to say that. But it plays very differently. I mean, it can do quite a bit of damage. It's very mobile. Early game can be a nuisance. But I feel like this Pokemon doesn't have that same level of oomph in the late game as a lot of the other options that you have in the game. So I'm kind of keen to see how Piachu is going to make this Galarian Rapidash work, because we haven't really been impressed by any so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Pokemon that could actually do a lot and at the same time could do less in terms of gameplay. But a little bit of a handshake here at the bottom lane is what we expect at the first minute of the game. And EVOS XL, on the other hand, is trying to scale up the XPs and make 94 evolve in the top lane. But Ivy and Repek does know what to do into the job here. But Shin, on the other hand, will provide a lot of crowd control as well. So, you know, it's just a bit of a handshake in terms of damages here. No knockouts so far. I mean, not that much. I mean, we've seen a while ago, but not that much. But Xingdi, a level 5, this could be a problem.
Yeah, level 5 Meowth coming into that top lane. Xingdi did get caught out a little bit. Now, thankfully, the follow-up wasn't really there for Last Dance, so yeah, just a little bit of damage onto the Meowth, but yeah, Xingdi's going to be back on his merry way into that central area to get that experience, to start snowballing, and then to be that nuisance on the Meowth that we have actually seen so far from Sync 1. Because I think for today, only Sync 1 has been the only player to play the Meowth. So I'm kind of keen to see, like, how does Xingdi sort of interpret this Pokemon and how differently these two players actually pilot the Meowth.
We're about to see that one. But so far, I mean, the facing, the XP gaining has been looking pretty great for Xingdi. So no knockouts yet, but the power spikes, the scaling, definitely a huge presence here being felt already by Xingdi. And Raging Drago has already spawned here, and EVOS XL has been doing a lot of job when it comes to the spacing, getting the objectives, and at the same time could get the KO here up against Asia, and that is going to be it. Xingdi and Z-Ray doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, very big damage between these two. So Last Dance need to be careful with their positioning. Otherwise, as we did see earlier, the Mewtwo getting caught out and being knocked out in the bush there. Cloud's done a pretty good job buying time, as EVOS were trying to think of, you know, trying to go for a score there with Z-Ray. It's just quite difficult when you're hanging on to those 30 AOS points on your attacker. So yeah, I think EVOS, they're pretty happy with what they've accomplished down here. They got a little knockout, they got some scores as well. So yeah, down bottom, it's all good. They've just got to, you know, figure out how they want to sort of stabilize that top lane. They want to ensure that the Gyarados is going to stay over level to that Zacian, because I do think Repek could be an issue later in the game unless they're able to put a muzzle on the dog.
Have to, but oh no, Repek actually did a lot of damage, but gets hindered by the freeze coming from 77 Chin. And Xingdi was actually able to come into the fight, but not quite efficient. He dealt some damage, but, you know, had to redirect his attention to the Registeel, which would grant EVOS XL as a unit with attacking prowess.
So far, it looks like EVOS have been the ones to sort of lay claim to all of the objectives. That's a pretty big knockout there for the Mega Mewtwo Y, grabbing that quick knockout onto Z-Ray. So that's going to slow down his progress and also give a big bunch of experience over to Last Dance as well. Basic attacks almost getting slashed there. Just seeing the power of that Mega Mewtwo Y. Surf comes in, doesn't really connect onto anybody. We do have Xingdi here, but oh no, the Meowth! He's been caught. The damage from the Galarian Rapidash is proving to be a little bit too much for that squishy speedster. EVOS, they do manage to bring their team into that bottom lane, but Slash going a bit too close to the fight, forcing out the Unite move as well. Still going to be able to stick around thanks to the shielding he gets from his Unite, but we'll have to back on out of there to at least heal a bit on the goal zone. Hopefully you can regroup with the team. Nice eject there from 77 to get out with the Suicune, but again, Z-Ray on that Mew, gonna be caught out.
Yeah, he's getting caught off guard immediately because Last Dance has been setting the priority target against him. But you gotta give credit as well to 77 Shin, providing a lot of freezes, buying a lot of time, but that is not going to be enough because of the firepower that Last Dance actually has set in stone here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, big, I have to say, this is a really big commitment. Oh no! That That should not have been a snipe. Z-Ray, he does go down, but his solar beam just clipped the Mega Mewtwo Y in the back lines. That's a little bit of a mistake there coming in from Last Dance. But I just wanted to say, right, big commitment by Last Dance. That was a long commitment to take down that bottom tier 1 goal zone that took so long for them to eventually push through. But at the same time, EVOS also committed quite a lot to try to defend and delay that bottom tier 1 being taken down. Would you feel like it was worth it? Because they did give away some pretty high-level Pokemon in the process.
I think it was a bit of more on an exchange. It's actually a fair trade. That's how I see it. Because if we're going to be taking a look at the level department, it's pretty much equal, despite Shingdi is a bit ahead of everyone else. So it's expected when you always get the objectives, the KOs as a mid laner, but at the same time, you have to maintain that. But here comes Last Dance, being the aggressors here at the top lane, knowing that Shingdi is missing in action, and that makes them so confident of as a unit that they can go into the fights and there is less threat that they have to face. But here comes the Typhoon. It's gonna land and that will do 2 KOs, and I think they're eyeing for more. EVOS XL is going in for the hunt and they take 4 KOs in the fight from both sides of the map.
We saw a lot of AoE disables being thrown out by both sides, but I think at the end of the day, Slash's Blastoise just really being the ultimate winner there. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto everybody in such a small radius, and that was really enough for the rest of the team to come in and clean up. We did see a skirmish down bottom with the Galarian Rapidash going up against the new Shingdi, got the Reggie Alecki, and got the knockout. So this Meowth pick, you know, it's not sticking around with the team, but I think that's fundamentally how you have to play that Pokemon. You play independently, you find objectives wherever you can, go get those little knockouts if possible, and just really start snowballing from there. He's level 13. Yes, the team is struggling. They did lose both of their supports, but I don't think EVOS FXL are really in a position where they have to say, right? Like, they still have their levels. They are still very much ahead of Last Dance in both points as well as their personal resources. So going into Kyogre, I think the team is still feeling pretty confident, even though they didn't really have the best exchange in that bottom fight. What really matters now is that for the last 45 seconds, what can you scrape together before you do reach that really important battle, especially for Last Dance? Kyogre is going to be the win condition for this team, whereas for EVOS FXL, I feel like this team has several ways that they could win this game. They could compete for the Kyogre against Last Dance. Now, in terms of secure, they have reasonable secure. Z-Ray is going to be the best secure. Maybe Shingdi's going to be able to scrape some damage in there to help the team. And I think we have to include the Blastoise, right? Slash is probably going to be able to maybe also get the secure himself. But you're competing up against Zacian. You've got a Mega Mewtwo Y that might outlast hit you as well. And maybe even a cheeky Galarian Rapidash coming into the sequel. So if that's not the plan here for EVOS FXL, what's really the plan? Is it maybe to try and buy time? Because that's not how you buy time. If you manage to get 2 Pokemon caught in the surf, Slash with the Blastoise, we're starting to see why this Pokemon has been banned quite significantly in today's games. The Hydro Pump Surf combination just proving to be too powerful and too important for these teams running the Blastoise in their lineups.
And Cloud is actually here to go for the Rebel Rouser, being able to buy time as well for Last Dance.
Mime is here as well.
Here comes the showtime! And they got the Kyogre, but not quite. The EVOS FXL still does get the last hit by 77 Chin. I thought at first Last Dance was actually able to get it because of the level ups they did got, but Chin actually able to get it for the team.
In the back, Piachu though trying to go in for the elimination onto Z-Ray. He tried to use the Ignite, but wasn't even enough. The reinforcements were there. Solar Beam thrown out. Won't connect onto the Galarian Rapidash. But EVOS FXL, they still have time to build up an even bigger lead and even shut out Last Dance from being able to somehow steal this game away. With 45 seconds to go, and with another 100 points being dropped into that top goal zone by the Gyarados, I think it's safe to say that EVOS FXL probably have taken this first game up against Last Dance.
Yeah, and they are looking more polished compared to their games a while ago with Last Dance, being able to take down the nodes, being able to polish them as a unit, and they did their assignment off the screen. They were able to adjust in just a couple of hours, making sure that they are going to be one of the front runners here in the tournament, making them such a dominant team, this is actually a completely different EVOS XL that we saw from their game a while ago up against Last Dance. So, wow, this is just phenomenal execution from them. We might see a 2-0, but let's not deny Last Dance could be a dark horse once again.
Yeah, I think a lot of us want to believe that EVOS should be able to take this set 2-0, right? But
yeah.
We've got to leave it up to that game number 2. We've seen Last Dance pull out some really crazy stuff that really can surprise their opponents. So they're not out of the woods yet for EVOS. They've still got to stay on their toes, be very wary of what they're able to pick up in their drafts. And I think especially with this next upcoming game, really pay attention to what could be coming their way. Because Last Dance are now going to be in fight or flight mode. And I think this is when a team can get the most dangerous, when they feel like they're pinned against a corner, they have nowhere left to go. Being in a situation where you're in the lower bracket finals, Last Dance can't afford to lose this next game. So I'm expecting either a really crazy strat. I'm expecting signature Pokemon to come out. I'm expecting a surprise. I feel like we're going to see something from Last Dance in this next game that we haven't seen yet today. And maybe that's the element of surprise that they need to kind of get over this game 2 hump and push this to that game 3 so that they have that full reset.
And actually, they did that way back during the start of the day by the likes of Azumarill. So they've been taking us by surprises with the Pokemons that they do actually use in the tournament. So if they do have something like that still on their arsenal, then that will be great for the team. But what if they don't? They have to stick with their own strategy. They have to stick with their own Pokemon pools that they do have in their arsenal. So EVOS XL, when it comes to the meta reading, they know what's coming up. And if they don't have something that could take them out by surprise, then EVOS XL might just win the whole thing in this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it's really possible. I want to think that we see the Azumarill again, but I think I've been saying this all day. I don't know if the Azumarill can come back unless the stars align. The stars align being that Last Dance get last pick.
Yeah.
Last Dance basically have a very flexible draft where they can pivot Piachu's pick. So maybe they pick Piachu's Pokemon first, but if they have access to last pick, that they can go for that swap, because we do have the preparation phase, right? You don't have to play what you drafted. So we could be seeing a bit of a swap-a-roo play, but they also have to consider what lineup they're playing up against. And I don't think EVOS is going to give them the time of day where they pick up a lineup that either has a very weak early game that gets punished by Azumarill, or a very squishy lineup that can get swept up by the Aquatail. So I want to see Azumarill again, but truthfully, I don't think we will. I think there has to be something else left in the treasure box. You've got to have something left, especially in such a high stakes game for this team.
Yeah. And, it is not just a game. I mean, you talk about high stakes, and this is actually, one step backward to the cliff, and it is already the end of the road for you. So definitely Last Dance, they want their last shot to be as strong as possible. So, they need to come in strong to game number 2, because EVOS XL is just one win away to clawing back their way into the upper bracket and the grand finals here in Winter Tournament. So Last Dance, what could be the best response that the team could actually give?
Okay, so right off the bat, you can see Z-Ray saying, guys, get rid of the Mega Charizard Y. We don't want to see that again. Okay, we lost it before against Last Dance. We're not going to try and counter that again. But the Last Dance, do they have anything that is probably the equivalent in terms of firepower as that Mega Charizard Y? Do they have anything that they can surprise EVOS XL with? Bans, Blastoise ban, get rid of it. Throw it away, lock and key, lock it up, throw it into the ocean. Don't want to see that Blastoise again. But that does leave EVOS other options for Slash. He can go back onto the Crustle, he can go on the Snorlax. I don't really think we're worried about what Slash is going to pick. It's really the key players on both of these teams, right? Like, what are they going to play? And securing the Mega Mewtwo Y, I think, is a really good choice for Last Dance. Because firstly, don't give that away to Z-Ray. He also plays a really nasty Mega Mewtwo Y. And secondly, you are keeping your cards pretty close. Like, you're not really Aegis Slash,
No,
Oh, wait, is that
it's a
Zacian?
sword dog. Yeah, sword dog.
Okay, there we go. I was like, wait a minute, I'm seeing a sword. It's the wrong sword. Okay, so Zacian, second pick, pretty interesting. For 94. I thought you kind of want to say this for a little bit later, but okay. Also, it's an I pick too, because Last Dance also, I believe, like to play Zacian. Stealing away the Alcremie? Eldegoss is pretty good too. I'd rather the Eldegoss personally if you are looking for a more aggressive laning partner, since Eldegoss is pretty good at poking the lanes, and it is the Eldegoss, so I'm okay with that. But what are you putting in the top lane of your Last Dance that can compete with Zacian? Because Zacian's pretty scary as a laning opponent.
Maybe a Mimikyu, or I mean, Gyarados would take some time, you know, but Mimikyu is actually very possible. But what do you think?
I'm kind of wondering if they want to go for the lane bully approach. Maybe you could try and go for the Buzzwole. But the thing is, I don't think we've seen Last Dance play Buzzwole.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, well, it's done. It's done. Okay, Last Dance. So this is probably our last dance. So let's go out with a bang. Go for Azumarill and Blaziken, which I'm looking at how the lanes are looking so far. So EVOS, just in the top lane situation, it's going to be pretty heavily in favor of EVOS until either Piachu comes in to support the top lane, or if they decide to play a little bit more defensive in that top lane and focus down bottom instead to guarantee Hosea's lane. But looking at EVOS FXL too, like their bottom lane is secured, so looking at Xingdi, I'd go up into the top lane to shut down Blaziken. That's kind of the mindset I'm kind of thinking here. Like, what's the priority shutdown here? Are you looking to shut down Zero? Or does it make more sense to shut down 94 instead? I think you shut down 94 so that Blaziken is able to hit a reasonable timing for the full evolution.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility as well. But what about Xingdi? I mean, Xingdi, you know, we're talking about a small picture. We haven't seen any flashy plays that Xingdi actually did. I mean, yeah, he was doing damage, he was getting knockouts, but, you know, nothing explosive, and I think that is what we expect into a Meowth. But at the same time, it is always the highest level Pokemon a while ago, so maybe they could just steal away the XPs from Xingdi, try to let him be behind as much as possible. I think Last Dance would have a rewarding exchange or rewarding XP overall for their team. So it's a possibility as well. And I think Zacian in general, despite it would be behind in XP, it could just claw its way back because of how fast it could clear the lanes, it could clear wild Pokemons. It's just too difficult for you to handle a Zacian.
Yeah, Zash, that's why I'm really keen to see like the play here for Last Dance. Like, what's the priority in terms of lane priority? Which is why I'm thinking top lane's probably where it's at, because they want Repeck to have that good laning stage. And you can just see the pathing here for that little Marill. Yeah, top lane's going to be where it's at. If they can get a quick knockout either onto the Mr. Mime or onto Zacian, that would be ideal. But the thing is, EVOS, I'm pretty sure they were expecting this, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they saw Piachu coming up into that top lane. But yeah, this is not any duo. This is Zacian, Mr. Mime, a very aggressive lane duo that also has a reasonable health pool to back them up as well. So yeah, Piachu, I hope he's ready for this, because he's not going to have the same game as he did in his first matchup of the day. Right off the bat, EVOS FXL. Azumarill got the respect it deserved. You got to get rid of the bully.
Gotta get rid of it, but Xingdi did a lot of damage in that ambush, was able to get a knockout for the team, and this is actually the starting point. This is actually what Xingdi wanted to happen, get the first KO for their team, and be able to scale those XPs as fast as possible. Currently on level 5 though, being contested by Piachu at the central lane in order to push him back, so that is what we actually expect for Piachu to do as much as possible. Consents Xingdi, let him, you know, have a hard work in gaining those XPs and make sure that there is always a trade beneficial for the team of Last Dance.
Yeah, so we do get a knockout for the Azumarill. It's going to be onto the Mr. Mime, who did pretty much go for the score and try to waste as much time as possible with a bit of a dive. But that also provided vision for EVOS. They know that the Azumarill is nowhere else in lane, so they're free to do whatever they want. And you can see here the Zacian already going to work, picking up the Eldegoss, and being able to bump himself up to level 6, and also threatening that top lane as well. We do have Repeck on the Combustion. Oh, 94, super low, but is able to get out of there in the nick of time. Yeah, gotta be careful, especially when you're playing up against that Azumarill. But you can see Xingdi is really playing close to the Azumarill because that is one of the weaknesses of this Pokemon. Azumarill likes to hit those money aqua tail shots, which is that square box. You are still going to be hit if you're much closer, but you only get the lifesteal when you hit the money shot. So you can already tell that Xingdi, he knows how Azumarill plays. He's capitalizing the Pokemon's weakness. And I think we're going to be seeing this Azumarill struggle this game. That's not going to be the same as game number 1 of today.
Absolutely. It is boiling down into a different story. And Xingdi, you know, he has been providing a lot of successful ambushes, beneficial for the team, not just for himself, despite he is the highest level Pokemon here together with 94 in the Zacian. But Last Dance, on the other hand, is providing a lot of pressure as well here at the bottom lane. Cloud was actually able to do the heavy slam a while ago in order to take down Zirei. And not just that, they're eyeing for more. Chin, on the other hand, will fall down as well. And Slash was actually forced to retreat back into the base, and Last Dance would take the Regieleki.
Hosea is on fire on that Mewtwo Y. So yes, Azumarill might not be having the best game in this particular matchup, but you have to respect that Mewtwo Y because Hosea is dishing out some damage. Also got some pretty big knockouts too. So I think EVOS are also realizing that, okay, got to pay attention to where all of these key Pokemon are. Just stay out of critical range from the Azumarill. Pay attention to where the Mewtwo Y is. And also take note of Blaziken's position. Because we also know that Blaziken is eventually going to become a threat in this particular matchup too. There are some disables on the side of EVOS FXL, but it really is limited mostly to their utility Pokemon. The Mr. Mime and that Suicune. Their role is to eventually control that Blaziken, because otherwise we could be seeing a pretty hot game for this Flaming Chicken as well. If you skip the backlines, try to go after the Mew, maybe even chasing after the Meowth as well. But yeah, Blaziken's not participating yet because they really want to get those levels first. But the rest of the team, not doing pretty bad.
There we go.
They're hanging on. Azumarill, they're not looking too hot themselves.
And Showtime was actually used already by Slash, but no need to worry as EVOS FXL was actually able to convert 2 knockouts out of it and at the same time get the bottom lane goal zone rather and be able to take that win as for themselves. And shift of attention, they will rotate all the way to top lane. They know Repek has been scaling a lot of XP, so I think this is the time for EVOS FXL to shut him down.
Well, Cloud is here, so he's going to scout out the Meowth rotation. So Xingdi's not going to be able to get that surprise knockout that he was looking for. So already a little bit of teamwork there to ensure that this core Pokemon for Last Dance gets his levels. Because right now, core Pokemon for Last Dance, they're getting their levels. None of them at level 11 yet. They do have their level 10. Really great Unite there from to get the guaranteed knockout. You can see Blaziken though trying to go for the very, very deep dive onto the Meowth. Doesn't get it though. Instead, going to try and turn and will be able to get the Zacian thanks to his team. Yeah, EVOS got to be careful with how they engage into some of these fights because Last Dance are not necessarily behind. They're still very much in this game. You just have to really pay attention to where these key Pokemon are in terms of position. Cloud, they're going to try and use the Showtime to jump on top of the Mewtwo Y. And Slash, he isn't able to dive deep enough for that. But it did force out the Unite from the Snorlax. So it's a Unite for a Unite.
Absolutely. And I think EVOS FXL has to focus as well to ID, which is playing the Eldegoss. It has been providing a lot of heals in the backline a while ago. So definitely this is a target that has to be prioritized. But speaking of prioritization, 77 Shin is actually falling down into the fight because of the damages this Last Dance has been dealing up against them.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary Registeel secure. I saw the Blaziken hang on to that overheat for as long as possible. But when he did finally deploy it, because I think the timer for it timed out, it auto-casted and Eldegoss got the final last hit. So I think Last Dance very lucky that they actually had the damage between the 2 Pokemon to get the secure there. So otherwise, EVOS, if they managed to get that, that would have been fantastic for the team. But here, you can see in the middle area, Zacian and Meowth positioned to maybe go for a pincer, but 94's having other plans. It's like, guys, I don't think I can fight into this. The front line of Last Dance is a little bit too much for me to deal with. And this Mega Mewtwo Y threatening to go up the Zirei again. Oh, but the wall coming out from Slash, this could be huge.
Wow.
They do get the multiple disables, guaranteed knockout as well. So with the Mega Mewtwo Y gone, a lot of the damage is gone for Last Dance, and they just clean up house. So just based off of that play, you can tell how much the team has to restrain themselves on EVOS to not fight into Last Dance until that Mega Mewtwo Y is gone, because Hosea does incredible damage. So all Last Dance needs to do is really protect that Mega Mewtwo Y so that Hosea can do what he needs to do. But with the damage gone, yeah, EVOS can just hit the acceleration button and just sweep through the team, because what are they worried about? Nothing else really.
And that's actually easier said than done, knowing that Shingdi is actually a threat as well for Last Dance. It could just bruise his way, just go behind Last Dance and be able to get that easy knockout, because knowing that how Meowth is such of an agile Pokemon and the burst damage as well when it's in Night Move, this is a little easier for EVOS XL and Shingdi to handle that threat on the backline, which is the Mega Mewtwo Y.
Alright, so at the moment, EVOS, they are in a pretty good spread position. They do have a lot of vision to work with. They just have to be careful with Ivy, as we do have a lot of long-range damage that could come on through. We do have the jump onto Slash. They do use the block to push the Mr. Mime away, however, but Pokemon are losing their health on the side of Last Dance. Slash, though, catching at Blaziken. The stun is there. Oh, the Solar Beam follow-up from Z-Ray. The Blaziken's just not able to move. The finish off is there, and now it's going to be a 4 versus 5. Zacian having to back on Alpha in the middle of the fray. Azumarill's taken out. We have a retreating Snorlax. There's no more support heals from the Elder Gods. Hosea's isolated, so he's just going to get pinned against the wall. And it's up to a Snorlax to steal this Kyogre, but can he steal? It's too late.
No.
The timing for EVOS is perfect. They grab the Kyogre buff. They're going to be able to take game number 2, and EVOS FXL, they get their revenge. They go into Grand Finals, baby.
Grand Finals, but not yet done, because they need to get that slot to ACL Finals, and they are just going to walk away in the lower bracket with a dominant fashion after getting that win against Symmetry 2-0. They will take the win as well against Last Dance in 2-0.
I think EVOS are feeling pretty good about themselves, right? They finally get their revenge match. They were knocked down by Last Dance in one of the upper bracket matches, and they probably learned a lot about Last Dance's playstyle after not just playing against them, but seeing Last Dance's match up against Nemesis. I don't want to make this statement, but I kind of feel like maybe they saw how Nemesis dealt with Last Dance. They finally realized, okay, this is the key to dealing with this team. I kind of feel like this is the team that would absolutely use information that they've gained from other teams to be able to find solutions to problems that they've encountered. But also, to be fair, okay, they didn't let Last Dance have Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah.
I do think that was one of the major problems in that particular best of 3 as well, because I think a lot of us were scratching our heads thinking, why would you give a team Mega Charizard Y? Like, I think it makes sense if you think you can deal with it, but it happened twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play this one very safe, Danley, especially at a high-stake round such as this one, because this is the lower bracket we're talking about, and you don't have any second chances. You have to win everything in order for you to get the victory. So, despite getting multiple Registeals here, it wasn't actually enough for Last Dance to get the win up against EVOS FXL. And it's just about the plays that EVOS did in general as a unit. They were able to set the priority targets. They were able to let their attacker freely move at their own will. So overall, in general, EVOS FXL is looking like a different team. They make sure that their team chemistry is really on point, and just be able to shut down Last Dance here. We did not expect this kind of blowout performance, because Last Dance was doing a phenomenal run in the tournament.
Yeah, I think there are definitely some fans out there that might be a little bit sad for Last Dance, because it was very fun to see this team make their climb, make their way up until the lower bracket finals. It's just, unfortunately for them, EVOS just got the better of them. EVOS figured out the problem. They had a solution. They applied it to their games, and they also learned a pretty valuable lesson in the game that they did lose to Last Dance. So, honestly, big props to EVOS as well. They had to take the long road to make it this far, and they absolutely deserve their placement in this grand final matchup up against Team Nemesis. The thing is, though, Nemesis is their next opponent.
Yeah.
These teams have played up against each other in the past, so they are absolutely not new. If anything, they probably have a lot of experience scrimming against one another and obviously competitive tournament matches. So with the EVOS that we saw just now, okay, I am kind of interested to see what this next best of 3 is going to be, because Grand Finals, just a heads up, is a best of 3, but we could be seeing a reset if EVOS XL can take the first best of 3 game off of Nemesis, because Nemesis have the winner's advantage. Nemesis only have to win 1 best of 3 to win the entirety of Winter Tournament, but for EVOS, they've got to win it twice. Can they win it twice? I think that's what we all want to know, PKers.
Yeah, and that's gonna take a long, long road for EVOS FXL. That's why we'll be taking in a short break to give EVOS FXL a little bit of a breathing room, and of course, our viewers watching the broadcast. So, Pokemon trainers, don't go away. Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East will be right back.
trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East 2026. It is grand final times here, trainers. So we're going to find out who will be locking in their flight tickets for the ACL Finals, because that is what is on the line here today, folks. Tickets to the Asia Champions League Finals. It's a lot. It's flights, accommodation, a slot in the tournament. There's more money in the tournament as well. So honestly, everything is on the line. If you have not been keeping up with our games for today, our upper bracket team is Team Nemesis. They came in from the upper bracket. So all they have to do is to win one best of 3 set. As for EVOS XL, this is our team coming in from the lower bracket. And so because of that, they have the lower bracket disadvantage. To beat Nemesis, they have to win 2 best of 3s back to back. The first best of 3 is to eliminate Team Nemesis's 1 life in the tournament. After that, it's going to be a fresh restart for both teams. And that final best of 3 is going to be the be-all, end-all decider on who is being our champion and who's going to be getting those tickets. So everything is on the line here for both of these teams. And I know we're all very excited for this because everything's coming out. Everything's coming out of Pandora's box. We're probably going to be seeing some absolute madness in terms of picks and bans and drafts and gameplay. So I hope you guys are ready. Seatbelts, helmets, whatever safety gear you have, chuck it on, because it's about to get a little crazy today.
It's a lot of action that's about to happen, and we've been seeing a lot of respect bans here with Blastoise towards Rubik's, with Hoopa against KYY, but same thing goes here for Team Nemesis. They respect the Mewtwo Y, same thing with the Psyduck being used a lot here by either 77 Chin, or it could be Slash, whatever they want to, because this is already the grand finals. It's one step forward and you are already qualified to Japan. But Dylan, on the other hand, and Team Nemesis did ban out the Mewtwo Y, but in exchange, Dylan would go for the Mew, one of his go-to Pokemons as well when it comes to playing Pokemon Unite. But Rubik's does have the Snorlax as well and will be used by him. So this is actually pretty efficient, and at the same time, I personally think this is a way to deny one of the top Pokemons that Slash could actually use in the tournament.
I also think this is a potential steal from Z-Ray as well, right? Because Z-Ray also plays a very nasty Mew. So I think these teams, they're being very tactical in terms of what they're picking, because they're essentially also denying these Pokemon from their opponents. So yeah, Nemesis, I mean, they know EVOS, and EVOS vice versa also know Nemesis. So these two teams, they know what they are capable of in terms of picks. Now, the second round of picks here for Team Nemesis, I think this is now starting to sort of show the cards here for this team. Miva on that Blaziken. They've got some secure, very strong mid-game Pokemon, and also if Miva is not controlled, he can go completely ham on a lot of these Pokemon from EVOS. So Miva, he's got to be careful. He will have a target on his back. On the side of EVOS, they've gone back for classic Xingdi Mimikyu. This is something that he has always played throughout the ACL League. This is something he's very well known for as well. He's got some pretty good targets too, right? He'd love to get his hands on Dylan, KYY, and in some circumstances, you can even cash out Miva with the Play With Me. So I think we're all expecting Xingdi to really play that important role that he normally does for his team, being the tempo setter and really setting things up for Z-Ray and 94 to eventually take over from that mid-game onwards.
Now, a little bit concerned as well for Team Nemesis, Sync 1 using the Talonflame, since EVOS XL has a bunch of all-rounders, and I do not see any Pokemon that could be squishy enough and be taken down by the Talonflame as easy as possible. So maybe I think it's the Flame Sweep that they're trying to consider in this draft in order to dismantle the position or push back away their opponents. So I think that's one of the reasons as well why they decided to go for a safer pick, which is going to be the Talonflame. But in general, I personally think that EVOS XL is looking strong here. It's just they don't have enough range, but I think it will be compensated as well with the Empoleon, with the Hydro Cannon. But how far would that be compensated? It's just the Hydro Cannon who has the range, unlike the D-Limb. It has a huge amount of range with that Solar Beam.
Yeah, okay. Dylan is absolutely going to be a threat, but I feel like this is probably not the game where Dylan is going to have a lot of freedom too, because he also has to pay attention to where Xingdi is. Mimikyu, has always been a threat to Mew. I think ever since Mimikyu has been added into the game, it's been one of Mew's #1 arch nemesis. So we know Dylan is a fantastic player in himself, but he will need to be babysat by his teammates to ensure that he doesn't get caught accidentally by this very dangerous Mimikyu who loves to go for those little tiny squishies. But again, Dylan, he knows how to play Mew, so we'll see what he's going to be capable of and what he actually provides to the team. Is he just going to be a case of that damage dealer, or do we see Dylan reach that next level, you know, not only dish out damage but also provide some insane utility, because that's another thing that makes Mew such a fantastic attacker option. Not only is it a great damage dealer, but if you need to, you can sit in the utility role to help the rest of your team out.
Just have to wait and find out how much Team Nemesis and EVOS XL has evolved into Winter Tournament, because they have been looking a phenomenal team way back from the games that they have actually showed off here at the broadcast and off the screen as well. But here comes the 8:15 mark, though. Not as flawless of an execution by Team Nemesis, but they are actually the ones putting up the pressure here at the bottom lane. But on the opposite side of the map, it is actually EVOS XL putting up the pressure as well.
Yeah, so they're putting up the pressure as well, just getting those levels. Let's have a bit of a conversation, because I know we did talk about this before the game started, right? Between EVOS's performance and Team Nemesis' performance today, who do you feel has shown to be the stronger team, based off of what we have seen so far?
I mean, I have two factors to justify that Team Nemesis is the better team who performed so far. Number one is that they are actually in the upper bracket, and the second one is they were actually winning by a dominant fashion compared to EVOS XL, who was a little bit of a shaky a while ago, but they were able to adapt, they were able to fix things, go 2-0 against Symmetry, and of course to Last Dance, and you know, they just need consistency overall. I mean, they're doing a great job scoring or outscoring Team Nemesis, but you cannot deny that the KOs are pretty much favorable for Nemesis as we go deeper into the mid-game.
Yeah, and I think we have a similar mindset, because we also did have this talk off stream. I kind of have a similar sentiment in terms of Nemesis looking better today, but EVOS, I think as the day has gone on, the team is just, they kind of matured in a way where they just seem to look better and better as the day goes on. So maybe EVOS are really here, and they maybe finally just found their rhythm. They played enough games to unite to be like, okay,
yeah,
we found our mojo for today. We're going to win. We're gonna win 2 best-of-3s in that grand final. So I mean, based off of how things are looking so far, they're not looking that bad. They're looking really good if anything. But wow, the confidence in Sync 1 to go for that very risky fly play. They are dishing out some damage here to EVOS at the moment, but not enough to really chip down these health pools for EVOS. So Nemesis are really hesitating to go for an engagement. Dylan, though, caught out by Shingdi. This is what I was talking about in the laning stage. Really got to pay attention to where that Mimikyu is going to be, especially for the Mew.
Especially that it does have the Shadow Sneak instead of the Trick Room. You could definitely be taken out by surprise by Shingdi, so better watch out for those Shadow Sneaks later on. And not just that, Z-Ray has been dealing a lot of damage as well at the other side, but there comes the Flame Sweep to push somebody out in the picture. But Team Nemesis is falling one by one because of the scoring and attacking prowess by EVOS XL.
Oh my gosh, Sync 1, he's trying to go for a 1v1 against Slash, but it's so hard on the goal zone. There's too much sustain and healing on the Vaporeon, so he actually wins the 1v1. And that was a big commitment by Sync 1 too. He used the Flame Sweep, he managed to get the fly down as well, so there was almost no health left on the Vaporeon. Just goes to show how tanky Vaporeon can be, especially when you're going to be able to sit on that tier 1 goal zone to get the extra shielding and the healing. Oh, there's a reason why Vaporeon is such a popular pick alongside Psyduck in those first couple of picks.
And I think that KO from Slash was actually able to be granted a lot of XPs. Slash already at level 9. This is looking good if you are a defender or supporter role compared to the level 7s of Team Nemesis. So we are seeing a little bit of a gap here. EVOS XL was actually able to overcome the early game, wherein Team Nemesis actually controlled it a little bit ahead of them. So it's looking great for EVOS. They just need consistency and be able to adapt on what Team Nemesis would actually do into the late game.
Oh, Miva tried to go for a sneaky goal there. He's got 28 points, so it's a really long time to charge up those points. But yeah, about to be punished, unfortunately, because Z-Ray's coming in to join 94 to secure that knockout. And there we go. They almost lost 94, but they got what they're looking for. So, yeah, Nemesis kind of playing on the back foot here. They do get 2 knockouts, though, right? They got the knockout onto Xingdi as well as Slash. This Regieleki will be Team Nemesis's, so it's going to put some pressure in that bottom lane. I think most importantly, from here on out, they're denying it from EVOS and getting that experience as well. Especially considering this team is a little bit behind. They're kind of looking for whatever they can get their hands on. Now, Miva's looking to try and go for a steal on the Register. Oh, he gets it! He ejects overheat. Classic play. And look at this, Nemesis, they're looking to try and go for more. EVOS trying to retreat. They do have a tier 1 to run back to. But look at this, they do manage to catch out 94, the block, slowly preventing him from using the waterfall. He will slip away, however, so it could have been worse here for EVOS. Still going for the commitment. Slash gonna go down there. That's the first one. Big ice blown out by the Suicune. Does stop Team Nemesis in their tracks for a moment, but not enough. The team is still going to continue to go for the dive. Z-Ray going to be pushed off the goal zone by the Snorlax. Team Nemesis, they're still thinking of diving, but I think they're now worried of Xingdi. He's gone from the map. They're worried about someone getting picked, and they've decided they're going to retreat instead. Oh, but if it wasn't for the Suicune, I think that would have been over for EVOS.
Absolutely, that Unite move was very clutch coming from the Suicune, and not just that, Rubix was actually able to support his teammates as well by providing the heavy slams and the block in order to push back multiple members from EVOS XL and focus their attention in the Gyarados, being able to make sure that they get the damage going up despite not getting the KO.
Oh, Miva, they did try to go for the 2-man. Oh, they managed to get him. Yes, they lost Z-Ray in the process, but they did manage to take down that Blaziken, so that's going to be crucial time off of the map. Experience given away as well. Xingdi does drop low. Will be able to escape at least, and they're going to use Slash to try and zone away the Mew in case there's any cheeky shenanigans. EVOS, this is the kind of EVOS I think we're all really looking forward to today, right? Playing hyper-aggressive, really utilizing the power spike of their Pokemon during this very late game scenario as well. They do have some great levels too. Level 13 on Xingdi's Mimikyu, so he is ready to pop some health bars. Not to say that they have a lead over Nemesis. If anything, the game is still very close. It's really going to come down to that positioning, and I think the question is, does anyone get greedy? Because I think today, the thing that's really set EVOS back is there are times where the team can get greedy. Obviously, there are benefits to being greedy, right? If it pays off, you get to cash out big. But I think in a grand final like this, you don't resort to greedy unless you have to. And right now, EVOS, I think they're in a pretty good spot right now to try and play it safe.
Oh, Slash almost pinched down by the block and heavy slam combo from Rubix, but there's another heavy slam. They want to make something out of it. Zero on the other side would go for the Unite move and would priority target Kai, but Kai was actually making it possible for him to fly away with a Unite move as well. And Slash, on the other hand, would use it to Unite move as well in order to go into the fight, but one Pokemon was already caught off guard at the side of EVOS XL, and one by one, Team Nemesis is advancing forward. Play with me was actually used as well, but Team Nemesis was actually able to take down Xingdi. Same thing with 94, and Chin is the next target, and it's all left to Slash to take the Kyogre for the team, and I don't see any possibility for Slash to actually get it because Rubix has been pushing him back with a block.
Do they have the damage? They get the secure with Sync 1 and that fly. So Team Nemesis, they've got the Kyogre buff. They're still behind on points. They've got to start scoring, and with the Kyogre buff, it's going to be pretty quick as well. So that's going to be the first 100 points already, pushing EVOS behind on the back foot with 50 seconds left to go. I mean, at the end of the day, they have to try to defend, but with the shielding, with the healing as well, I think at this point, EVOS are already now thinking, okay, guys, what's going to have to change for game number 2? They were so close. They did so well in this game. The only problem was that eventually the team did get picked apart. I kind of felt like things started to just sort of fall apart when the team lost its formation. They had a really good formation to really push Team Nemesis out of the Kyogre pit. But then once those unites started being used, we saw the ice spikes from the Suicune not really connecting onto too many Pokemon. We saw Gyarados trying to go for those connections. It's not quite working. The Snorlax, I think that was where things kind of collapsed, right? Like they tried to go for the elimination onto Rubik's on the Snorlax. They grouped up. And we all know what happens when you start grouping up. You're setting up for the enemy team to get multi-hits. And we saw a couple of multi-hits there. Start things up, the team got very weak, started to realize, wait, kind of grouped up, we've got a spread. And Dylan, I'm not sure if anyone noticed this, Dylan played really far forward. He was chasing Pokemon on that Mew. He was chasing them down, using Electro Ball, using Solar Beam, so slowly chip them away. Shindy got excited. He was thinking about trying to go onto the Mew, and he got isolated. As soon as Shindy went down, I think that's when the team also realized, like, oh, wait. Mistakes are made. It was very chaotic. Very chaotic. But, man, EVOS look so good. They look so good going into the fight originally. They just lost the formation.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the vision as well, starting things off by Z-Ray being able to use its Unite move in order to target KYY at the backline. So that was a great execution, but at the same time, there was tons of backup as well that is available for Team Nemesis to actually do, and they were able to support KYY, and KYY as well was able to support himself by using the Unite move in order to avoid Z-Ray from bruising his way off against him. So that was actually a smart timing from KYY in order to give himself a second chance to support his teammates.
Yeah, so I think when we see this replay, we're going to see that formation break, and as soon as you see the formation break, that's where you see Nemesis going on the offense. But
I love that fight.
But these fights here, you can see that EVOS are doing really well. You know, I think at this particular one, they don't look so good, but they did really well to really defend that golden. So here we go. This is the formation where we saw RBX really start things through. And EVOS, they really wanted to go for that deep dive. Once they got caught by that multi-man split from the Snorlax, the team formation breaks. We see Shindy eventually try to go for a pretty deep dive, and then he gets punished.
Oh, and that is check plus overheat from me, but...
That's so painful. It's so painful because EVOS, up until this point, they played so well. Like, yes, there are a couple of times that they kind of fumbled. But I think in the game of Pokemon Unite, that is completely normal. But when it comes to the Kyogre fights, the stakes are high. The stakes are too high. You can't really afford to make mistakes this late into the game. So Nemesis really just proving that their performance today in all their matches, absolutely not a fluke. They are looking really polished. They're looking very, very scary. And now that they're already behind by one game in this first best of 3, I think EVOS are now pinned against a wall. They're pinned against a wall. They cannot afford to lose this next game. They have to win these next two games back to back. They lose any of these next 2 games, that's it. They've lost their spot to the ACL Finals. So I am expecting a very stern talk, a very serious talk and discussion amongst EVOS happening right now as they get ready for game number 2. But I think there are some things I don't want to change. Their early game was great. I want them to try and go for a similar draft where they have access to some crowd control. They have that early game power by Shindy. They have very strong lanes. I think that's really one of the keys to their success in this particular best of 3. Their lanes looked really great. If they can somehow maintain a lineup with that kind of play style, but they have something that can really help them polish up the end game around the Kyogre pit, this game 2 should be theirs. It really should. But again, high stakes, and we also have to acknowledge that Nemesis is their opponent, and Nemesis are no pushovers.
Absolutely, and I think that I heavily agree on what you said, that we want to see the same draft here for EVOS XL because they were doing pretty well from early to mid-game. Seems like they were controlling everything despite Nemesis was able to trade a lot of fights, able to claw their way back with those XPs. It's just Team Nemesis, they are not feeling any pressure at all. They know when to move, they know when to go for the KOs, and you know, you've said this a while ago, they're looking very polished for today, but EVOS XL on the other hand, looking polished as well. They just need to get the job done. And this pick of a Suicune has to be respected by Nemesis because it has been giving them a lot of trouble lately. It did give a lot of opportunity for EVOS XL to wipe them out.
Yeah, although we do need to pay attention to the bans because it's actually Vaporeon that gets banned out. So I think Nemesis also are respecting the Slash Vaporeon. Slash also played a pretty nasty Vaporeon in that last game. It was very difficult to take out. We also saw Sync1 lose in the 1v1 against that Vaporeon, which I think he was hoping no one saw that. So Slash winning that, also just a testament to how well he knows his limits on some of these defenders, especially on Vaporeon as well. Vaporeon, there's a reason why this is a priority pick for a lot of teams, being one of the first 2 picks to always be snapped up by our competing teams. But our gold standard defenders are gone. There's no Vaporeon, there's no Psyduck, and our final ban is going to be the Mega Charizard Y, which no one's surprised. This should be banned. So for Nemesis, what's the pick here? How are they going to open?
Maybe let KYY get the first pick. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, but the Blastoise is actually open. I overlooked that one.
My heart. The fact that EVOS let this through, I hope they have a solution. Because we've seen how crazy RBX can be on that Blastoise today. Like, we've been seeing him land 3, 4 band surfs, Hydro Typhoons, and even Hydro Pumps. And that's really difficult, especially with how hard it is to actually aim on the Blastoise. I know some people thinking, what do you mean it's hard to aim? Blastoise is long cooldowns. You miss his abilities, you can absolutely feel it. But RBX, for some reason, always lands his Hydro Pumps and his surfs. That's why he seems so good on this Pokemon. And to have this now backed up with a Eldegoss, which I really love, keeps up this pressure for Nemesis in the lanes. And also to have that Blaziken, they have a securing option with the Blaziken. So EVOS, I do like the opening too. Z-Ray being able to grab that Mega Mewtwo Y. They're going to have a really great attacker on the team. 94's Gyarados, I think, doesn't need to change, so I'm glad they will be able to keep that. Xingdi still on the Mimikyu. Thoughts on Xingdi's Mimikyu last game? Do you think Xingdi played his best Mimikyu last game? I think he did a really good job. Yeah. I don't think he was shut down. It was just that last Kyogre fight where we saw him kind of peter out.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was the best form of his Mimikyu, but definitely did the job well done. So I personally think that there is still more on this Xingdi's Mimikyu. So this is going to be scary, especially in a high-stake game wherein they need to catch up. They need to win more games. They need to win 4 games in this series. So definitely that's a lot of stakes for EVOS XL. And for sure, they want to be at their best form. And I think the step for that is to get the Alcremie for Addis's team, to give their team a second chance. That's how I put it. But on the other hand, we do have Dylan as well with the Miraidon. So I'm not quite so sure if this is going to be an Electro Drift, simply because you want to take care of the Alcremie as much as possible. But they do have Sync1, so maybe this would be a much more consistent Charge Beam compared to an aggressive Electro Drift.
I don't even think it's still Sync1. I mean, RBX can even bypass the front line and just surf into 77. Because, like, it's a bit one of our talking points with Alcremie as to why we don't see more of it compared to a lot of other supporting options. I think Alcremie, out of a lot of them, is probably the least mobile. So if you jump on the Alcremie, that's kind of it. And there are a lot of options for Nemesis to, jump on top of the Alcremie. So it's going to be a tough game for 77 for sure. If 77 can find a really good position behind his teammates and is able to get the Unite off without being picked off, EVOS should win their team fights because they will outlast Nemesis no problem. It's just a case of being able to find the right moment to start the fight and to get Nemesis to fall into that trap. Because we've seen Nemesis play against Alcremies before, and the general consensus when you play with Alcremies, you see the Unite, you back up. Because the Unite it's stagnant, it doesn't really move, right? It stays there. So if you move out of the radius, you wait for it to run out. Okay, Alcremie's Unite is done. Sure, it still has access to its regular moves, but the thing that makes Alcremie so powerful is its ability to sustain. Well, okay. I'm thinking for the team, okay? I'm not playing for Nemesis or EVOS XL, but like so much is going through my mind. I'm trying to theory craft what these teams are thinking.
I mean, there's just a lot of possibilities on what could happen, especially with this draft that both teams actually did. It's looking well-rounded for both teams. They have their dedicated defenders, they have their dedicated all-rounders, and even those Pokemons that could dish out a lot of damage. So There's just a lot of possibilities, and definitely Team Nemesis is trying to make their presence felt. Same thing with Xingdi being an aggressive Pokemon here in order to get the XPs and power spikes that EVOS XL does need in order to force a reset in this matchup.
Okay, so bit of a miss. Like, oh, Sync 1 though, almost getting picked off. That was very nice.
There we go.
Oh no! That's not meant to happen. Dylan coming in clutch, just getting that final last hit onto the Mimikyu. That's a little painful. But that's not the end of the world. Just a small mistake. We can always come back from those, especially in the laning stage. So it's just a small mistake. It's all good. We're still very early into the game. Up top though, things are looking pretty good here, I feel. It's not looking too crazy. We're not seeing so much pressure from the central laners. A lot of their attention is focused towards the bottom lanes. So Gyarados is going to be able to hit that Gyarados very, very quickly now, as we say. And then we should be seeing that Blaziken very, very shortly as well. Miva level 6, getting very close to that evolution. So should be ready to fight anytime now. It's just a case of Nemesis. Lots of respect to Slash. We've seen Slash play a lot of Snorlax, and I think you really have to pay attention to his position. He can really ruin your day if you don't really pay attention to where the Snorlax is. Is causing some problems here for Dylan RBX, because the steal, very, very possible. Oh,
yeah,
but there we go. Mimikyu gets the steal. If only Nemesis had a little bit more firepower there, they could have taken it out before the rotation happened.
Wow.
But yeah, it just because of Slash, right? The presence of this Snorlax causing problems in the early game here for Nemesis.
That side strike as well, coming from Z-Ray, almost gave Team Nemesis a shock. Almost got a quad knockout, but instead it is going to be Dylan taking Xingdi away. And this is not just a knockout, it is granting them a lot of XP because Xingdi is the most level Pokemon in the game. And Sync 1 will drop down as well. Rubix is present in the fight, and everyone from Team Nemesis is gonna push this bottom lane Tier 1 Gold Zone together to take away the objective.
Oh, this is insane. So big commitment by Nemesis to go for that bottom lane push, but it's paying off so nicely. They're getting key knockouts on big Pokemon, especially taking Xingdi off of the map. Whenever he's not on the map and he's actually knocked out, he's not farming experience, he's not threatening any side lanes. So that's really what Team Nemesis are looking for in their games, and they're going to continue pushing down bottom. We do have a defense being mounted by Z-Ray as well as Slash, but can they stop this push from Nemesis? Because the Regieleki, you get the instant scores. You already dunked in 69 points into that bottom goal zone. Like, I think if I'm EVOS, I wouldn't be feeling really good about this game.
Especially that the Tier 1 goal zones are still vulnerable in top lane, which gives Team Nemesis an easy access for them to destroy it later on, or even do a overcap in the last stretch to get that 100 points in the bank. But here comes Rubik with the Hydro Typhoon, being able to lift up, and look at that eject button towards Xingdi, being able to take him away in the fight, and it is going to be Z-Ray, the next target for Team Nemesis, and 77 Chin will actually fall down as well as Dylan snipes him with a charge beam. 94 comes in with the Dragon's Current, but this is not quite enough. There's just too many Nems in the fray.
Oh man, Dylan is on fire this game. He's gotten so many knockouts, done so much damage to zone away EVOS XL in these fights. And Xingdi, you know, this is such a different game compared to last game, because Xingdi in game number 1, he had a lot of power in that matchup. He was able to sort of be the one to set up a lot of these fights for his team, but now every time he tries to go for an engage, he's either trading, he's getting knocked out whilst he's trying to go for these eliminations as well, which is not ideal for Mimikyu. You want to maintain that level lead over your opponent so that at least you're going to have the extra stats, and if you can have the ability level advantage as well, that's huge. Sequondo, pretty deep in enemy territory, will be able to escape, thankfully, thanks to the fly and the eject button. But look at RPX's position. He gets the surf onto Slash and forces out the Unite too. So that's not going to be available for the next team fight down bottom, though. Regieleki gets secured there by Xingdi, which is huge. That's going to be stolen away from the enemy side, and Nemesis will have to deal with the Regieleki. Either deal with it or deal with EVOS XL and let that through. They did get a knockout originally onto the Mega Mewtwo, which is huge. And look at this, EVOS I think now they're just hesitating. They say, we can't fight into this. We've lost one of our players. If we try to push into this, we're going to be giving away more experience. So they go for a tactical retreat instead. Yes, Reggie Alecki is gone, but I think at this point, you just got to take whatever you have left and try to make something new happen instead of trying to push something that probably is going to be a very unlikely scenario.
Absolutely, and Team Nemesis just needed to choose one in that fight, but they chose to do both, which is to repel back to Regieleki and take a knockout and get those XPs against EVOS FXL. So right now, EVOS does need to catch up in those objectives in which they actually did get the Regi, so that's actually a huge buff as well, especially that they do have Slash here, trying to sustain the fight, and that actually made it possible for EVOS FXL to get the knockouts that they actually needed. That's 3 KOs in the top lane and a potential goal zone for the team.
And you know what? I think that fight happened. That was possible up top because Slash had been keeping 2 players busy in that bottom lane. He's been keeping, what was it? It was Sync 1 and Blastoise, RBX. So no Sync 1, no RBX. It was just the Miraidon, Eldegoss, and Blaziken. Those 3, yes, they do have a lot of potential to defend a goal zone, but against 4 players from EVOS FXL, no chance. You should not be able to win that fight, especially up against a level 13 Mimikyu. So beautiful stuff there by Slash. Like, you would think it's a small play, but if you as a single Pokemon can keep 2 players away from a team fight, that is so game-changing in a lot of circumstances.
It was actually a game changer, making EVOS FXL catch up in the XP department. So Team Nemesis has to be a lot careful in this team fight, because this might be the last team fight if they are too aggressive or will be reckless in the fight. Shingdi, on the other hand, does get the Shadow Sneak to connect, but won't be committing into the fight. Instead, they will be scoring down the points and retreat back, I suppose, unless that is going to be the check bomb.
No.
And they want Shingdi out of the picture, but here goes the Unite move. This is going to be a sustainable fight for EVOS FXL, but Bright Future Meteor Storm is actually used as well for Team Nemesis. And Shingdi was actually taken down. Slash with the power now to sustain himself. Last 2 minutes, EVOS FXL needs to regroup, needs a tactical retreat.
Oh, I think everything was used. Every single Unite was used. Kyogre is up. We've got a Shingdi down and out, but I think neither team is really ready to go for a fight. So all of a sudden, this might be a bit of a reset here coming in for both of our teams. EVOS trying to guard this Kyogre, waiting for Shingdi to come on in. I think Nemesis know that the Mimikyu isn't quite here yet. Forced a surf out of RBX. This Blastoise is very low, but look at Shingdi. He's come up into that top lane. He's looking for his first victim. If he can get RBX, that is huge. He misses though. He misses the Blastoise, but his teammate might be able to do it. Blastoise is down. There's no more surfs, no more Hydro Pumps, but they lost Shingdi as well. It's a 1-for-1. But again, another player is lost. They've lost the healing. Miraidon is down. EVOS, they might be able to bring this to a game 3.
They might be able to, but there are coming sneak goals at the top lane. Miva just has to handle this.
Miva is trying to cut through.
It away. Think come back in the fray. Still has to fly. No more flame sweep, but good delay
RBX is here too.
Out.
Oh, RBX is here, KYY. Yeah, 45 seconds. Oh, EVOS, they're behind. They need to score points. They've got to do something. Kyogre is so low. It's coming to the earth. Eldegoss gets the Kyogre buff. On EVOS, find some points. Do something. It's almost over. Pika, I don't know what they can do. Do they have anything?
Is almost over.
Oh no, the dream. The dream! EVOS were so close! The setup was there! The setup was there!
No way for EVOS FXL! Team Nemesis said, para sa bayan! Laban Pilipinas! And Team Nemesis banks in the slot once again for ACL Finals!
That was KYY, wasn't it? The Eldegoss stealing away EVOS's hopes and dreams. And Eldegoss.
That was big.
This man, he deserves a victory lap. KYY, Eldegoss. Victory lap. Team Nemesis are going to ACL Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh.
Man.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close.
Man, EVOS XL almost forces a game 3, but they needed more. But Team Nemesis, you know, Sync 1 in general, goes for the flame sweep, has to catch up in the fight. And, you know, everyone's just doing their best to rush things in, go back into the Kyogre spit, and eventually get the last hit. And props to Rubix as well. He gambled everything. He hit the Kyogre with all his might, knowing that his teammates will be able to go back into the Kyogre spit right on time. And it was perfectly timed by Team Nemesis.
Oh my gosh, I think we've got to go to the replay. It was so chaotic, especially once you start seeing Rubik's coming in, KYY coming back into the fray as well. Sync 1 buying time. I think that I kind of wonder, right, if Sync 1 didn't use the flame sweep, and if EVOS maybe didn't turn their attention onto the Talonflame so soon, if they just focused all their energy into the Kyogre, could they have maybe ripped it quick enough to be able to take it themselves? Because you could tell like their attention was all over the place. They were trying to stop this player, they were trying to stop the Blastoise, they had to keep an eye on an Eldegoss, they had a Talonflame that wanted to come in and go for the Fly Steal. Oh, this is how chaotic Pokemon Unite can be in an end game scenario. We do have our replays. I wish we could slow them down, but we're going to have to watch them at normal speed just to see how quick these decisions were being made by both sides, especially by Nemesis to make the decision like, okay, we're going for the Kyogre. We know the Ripper's there. Time is running out. EVOS need the Kyogre.
It was badly needed. It was a win condition for both teams. Point department is so close. No one even knew who's actually on the lead. So everyone was actually forced down to get the Kyogre and fight for it with everything that they got. I'm about to tell you, Unite moves weren't available the moment that the Kyogre started. They invested everything before it started, making it difficult for the teams to execute a one-shot fight into the Kyogre spin, and was actually forced to do a tactical retreat for both teams and wait for those Unite moves to be back online. And the moment the Team Nemesis got it, they just run through it, get those points banking in the bank, and just run away with a win. And look at this. This was the beauty of what they did here, Danielle.
The beauty, I think after this replay, we will be seeing that rip onto the Kyogre. Pay attention to the Eldegoss. Watch KYY. He knows. His teammates are setting up for him. He knows. Cotton Cloud Crash right in the middle. And there was nothing that EVOS could do. Nothing.
Nothing, indeed.
Incredible.
And
incredible.
There's just a lot of last hits still, despite KYY not being there. There's just a lot of Pokemons waiting for Team Nemesis. But hey, congratulations once again to Team Nemesis from the region of Philippines as they get the slot from the Winter Tournament and will be competing in ACL Finals this coming March in Japan.
Look, we have so much to look forward to, folks. And the lineup for the ACL Finals is looking amazing. And, you know, today's not the last day. We still have another slot that is going to be given away to another team tomorrow. So, yeah, okay, sure. We might be done over here for APAC East, but we still have APAC West tomorrow. So if you are looking forward to some more Pokemon Unite action, come back tomorrow at the exact same time to be seeing who will be our APAC West team to take their spot at the ACL Finals in Japan. Very, very exciting times here. But I think today we saw so much. I think we saw a great example of how EVOS FXL has matured as a team. I think a lot of us kind of had some doubts with the team originally, especially when the start of ACL happened. The team looked a little all over the place. It didn't look so cohesive. But compare that EVOS to the EVOS that we saw today. Yeah, they still make mistakes here and there, but they look so much better than they did last year. So we have the evolution of EVOS. We have Nemesis really pulling themselves together as a team. It's really awesome just seeing the journey of all these teams from the beginning of the tournament up until this point to see how they started, how they are now. And I think now we can kind of put together an idea of who we think are going to be the big teams at ACL Finals. But there's not ACL Finals yet, okay? We still have more qualifier games tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm just excited on what's about to happen in APAC West because we did have a lot of great games for today in APAC East, and for sure that will be the same case for APAC West. But of course, we do have to say goodbye for now. Again, this is PKO's We Danily, and of course, we'll have to see you tomorrow for the playoffs for Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC West. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.